Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to Day 3 action here at the IWWF Under-17 World Waterski Championships. My name is Tony Leifert, and I'm glad to make it down here to Central Florida. And a big shout-out to Troy Zollner, who has been holding the fort for the last couple of days, doing an outstanding job with his announcing skills. He'll be heading back to Illinois shortly, but do want to make sure that I put on record my appreciation and the appreciation of all that on site, including TWBC, of his outstanding efforts up to this time. All right, there is our schedule starting off this morning. The Series 2 slalom event will get things underway, followed by Series 1, then all of the series in U-17 girls in the jump event, before we take a little bit of a break before we go on to the first of our tricking finals. Now, unusually, we start with the boys' tricking final first, but as you can plainly see, the girls need to have sufficient time to transition from the jump to the girls' tricking finals, which necessitated that change. So, boys' tricking final first, then girls' tricking final to follow afterwards. Our officiating crew are in position. It looks like we've got some brilliant water for our slalomers to go in Series 2. And we will get that up and running at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time right here in the Florida Panhandle. And we will return with the start of Under-17 Boys 2 series of slalom skiing right after these.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
All right then, folks, we are about 5 minutes away from starting the first of our two series of Under-17 boys slalom. My name is Tony Leifert. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company as we rejoin action in day 3 of the IWWF Under-17 World Championships right here at the Corey Pecos Waterski School in Santa Rosa Beach. There is your schedule for today. Series 2 slalom followed by Series 1. That will determine the 12 skiers that would advance through to the final. 12 more skiers will advance through to the next round of the competition based upon the results from the next series of skiing, that being the U-17 girls 3, 2 and 1 in jump. And then we'll go into our first finals where we'll have 24 skiers in total. The 12 that will be in the boys final and the 12 that will be in the girls' final in that particular order. Now, in respect to the boys' competition, I'm sure some of you want to see the results from the last day or so's competition from the other series and the kind of targets that skiers are looking for, and there it is. Tim Bayer from Germany currently in the lead with half on 11.25 meters. A 6-buoy count at 12 meters, or 0 at 11.25 meters for Nicholas Fay from Switzerland. Andrew Boskus in 5th with 5 at 12 meters. And the list continues on from there. Suffice to say that with 24 skiers total between the two series, actually more than 24 skiers as a matter of fact, it is 27 skiers. It's going to be hard to gauge who will make it into the finals at this early stage of the boys' slalom competition. So I would say that by maybe about 2, possibly 3 skiers deep into the Series 1 competition, we'll have a pretty darn good idea of who will advance through to the final and who will be on the outside looking in. All right, then. So looks like we got Simon Oldman from Sweden. He'll be taken to the water first. He's on dockside. And then we'll have Reese Carter from the United States, James Bryan, Nicholas Nelson, so on and so forth. Now, for those of you wanting to check up on the live results, you can go to the IWWF results stream, easily accessible from the IWWF.sport website. Our official towboat is the Correct Craft Nautique. That'll be pulling its way to the dock. And also at the same time that you're doing that and watching us via the YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon a couple of times to be fully informed as to when new content is uploaded to the site and also when new live events are on stream. The first of several handles that will be used in this event has been thrown into the boat, the brand new Nautique. In fact, one of the boats that was used at the Masters competition in May of this year is actually being used for the jump event right here in Santa Rosa Beach. So they certainly have plenty of grunt on tap in that respect. So now, boys Series 2. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. So glad to be here myself. Just returned from the Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom, the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom, which some of you were in a position to watch. If you hadn't caught up on the action and the festivities from that event, that is easily accessible at Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube site. But without revealing too much, well, revealing actually quite a lot so far as the results are concerned, Jamie Bull came through with the win in the slalom event in a head-to-head battle. So congratulations to her, and the only skier to make it onto 41 off out of the women's competition. And actually the first competition that featured a prize pool for the women's event that actually exceeded the men. So kudos and a big thanks and a big shout out to all the people there that were part of the Hilltop organization, the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. And then in the men's competition, it was a case of two D3 skiers battling out against each other. It was a choice between the red pill and the blue pill because each skier skied on a different colored slalom ski. And the winner of that event coming through in the clutch and skiing into 975 meters was Nate Smith, defeating Frederick Winter in the final. Some of the tricking that you're seeing on the screen right now is from the U21 practice on the tricking lake. Non-competitive action, you see, but this is day one of U21 practice. When not using that for competitive action, the U21s will be utilizing it to get ready for their competition, which will start on Thursday right here at the Pecos Ski School at Santa Rosa Beach. So, in the final throes of preparation before we go on to the event, the time is 8 a.m. precisely. The boat now making its final run towards the starting dock. That 450 horsepower engine. And we'll get an indication from the starting dock as to who will be taken to the water first. Okay, so Simon Simon Alderman from Sweden. Just had a brief look at the board as we got that camera shot. He's deciding to go in on B1, Bravo 1 on the zero-off system. Okay, so coming in on 14.25 meters, 14.25 meters for Simon Oldman. All right, not bad on the opening run. 14.25 meters, a good portion of the reason why he's skiing in this series is his confidence to run that pass on a short line length. As we look down on dockside and see Reese Carter in a deep conversation with his coach, Ronnie Barton Bischoff. Good extension around buoy number one, a little on the back of the ski, and almost seemed to me running a little bit narrow on some of these turns, but I'm sure that he will make the necessary adjustments. Looking out for the buoy just a little bit soon in my estimation, but that probably is part of the reason why he was narrow on that run. So there we go. That was 14.25 meters for Simon Alderman. So coming in on the pass of 13 meters with the green loop, the mean green loop. So as we continue to see Reese there in deep conversation with his coach, Simon Oldman, in deep on 30 meters. Takes a good strike off number 4, nicely done off number 5, a little bit of a hard hit on that turn, but managing to get round all 6 buoys on 13 meters. And there we go. So emerging out of the bushes and the shrubbery there and coming into the course on this instant replay on 13 meters. Now things start to get a little bit more intense. By about this time, he should have a pretty darn good idea of how the course is running, how the water is reacting to the ski, how much he has to load, how much he has to direct the ski to stay on top. All of that good stuff that happens subconsciously, and a good portion of it having to be dealt with on a conscious level as well.
Pull everything off.
So here we go. We've got Simon Oldman coming to us out of Sweden. And the buzz from the Nordic towboat indicating that the end of the 45-second drop time is up. And round the island and now accelerating up to speed. 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. It's 12 meters or 35 off for Simon Oldman. Entrance round buoy number 1, crushes that one. Buoy number 2, a little down course. But that's no particularly big deal breaker. But he gets round number 4. He's good for number 5. Can he make it round number 6? Our first person of the day to run through 12 meters and now getting ready for 11.25 meters in this U-17 World Championships. So Simon Oldman looking in pretty good shape, allowed his ski to run down course. And these days, with the highly technical nature and aggressiveness from the slalom skis as they're designed these days, including that one, which is the Syndicate, I believe it's the Syndicate Pro, it's one of the Syndicate range. But even if the ski does run down course, it's still able to obtain a cross-course angle and stay on line, stay on track with the remainder of the pass. Normally back in the day, the emphasis was made to actually try and tighten the end of the turn and try and reduce the amount of distance that you get down course. But these days, with the skis that would design the way they are, it's still possible to run deep short line whilst going several feet down course. Here we go. This is Simon Oldman. He's gotten the lead. He's gotten round 2. Can he get outside number 3? He tries to make a play on it, but unfortunately, you get the palpable sense that he's quite disappointed with that score. But so far, so good. Our first skier out on the water has taken the immediate lead and will score 2 at 11.25 meters. That is Simon Oldman. So looking at the instant replay. Excellent there around buoy number 1 and round number 2. A good little bit of stretch, but turning on slack line, which isn't always desirable. And unfortunately unable to get outside buoy number 3, but he does have the lead by a buoy and a half in front of our elite skier out of Series 3. And we'll see if we can update that leaderboard and present that to you momentarily. But Simon Oldman from Sweden now setting the stall out for the remaining skiers to come. We have 13 skiers in this particular series. We have 14 in Series 1. So suffice to say, in terms of determining our top 12 boys competitors into the slalom final, we are merely at the beginning of determining that. All right, then, let's have a look and see. Our next competitor from the United States, an independent United States competitor. This is Reese Carter. Nicely done. Continuing to roll from one side of the course to the next. Carter Reese. So, Carter Reese, I do beg your pardon. Two first names. It gets a little bit difficult from time to time. So, adjusting to the humid conditions that are present here in Santa Rosa Beach, and been up in Chicago for a good week or so, and then a good week up there in the northwest United States. So my body's taken a little bit of a pounding insofar as being able to adjust for those temperature extremes, but adjust it must. Carter Reese from the United States. Not too sure what his personal best is, but I would imagine that skiing in this series certainly means that he has definitely got some chops out there on the slalom course, and probably has a personal best deep into the 11.25 meter line, or 38 off for those of you tuning in from the United States. So let's see if there are any Carter Reese fans out there in the digital world. On the right-hand side of the webcast player, there is an opportunity for you to comment. So please feel free as we take a look at Carter Reese into the course. A beautifully executed 32 off pass. No worries there whatsoever. So the 12-meter line coming up in very, very quick succession. And Carter Reese just rolls that ski into its edge change. A little narrow on buoy number one, which is why he kind of got a little shunted off that turn, but still managing to drop that ski onto its inside edge, and taking a little bit of a head dip there on buoy number three. Dipping your head that much, that quickly, does throw a little bit of weight in the wrong place, but he was able to continue skiing and run that particular effort on 30 meters. Next pass, 12. All right then, folks, here we go on the 12-meter line. Carter Reese. It's not looking too bad so far on that Conley DV8 slalom ski. Oh, good effort there. Good, solid effort without too much in the way of errors on 12 meters. With the 12-meter line, still gives the skier about 3/4 of a meter to get outside the buoy line, but that isn't particularly long. It's around all 6 buoys on 12 meters as we saw in the initial action, and just analyzing it a little bit further, and I don't see too much wrong here. Maybe a little bit down course off number 5, or maybe he just safety checked that turn in order to stay on top of the water and not forcing himself into a situation where he has to battle hard to run that pass. So, as we bring Carter Reese into the course, a couple of skiing legends right there on your screen. There's April Coble-Eller and Ronnie Barton-Bischoff around the dockside discussing what they see on the water. April Coble, the U.S. team manager, not directly responsible for Carter Reese's skiing, because Carter Reese comes into this competition as an independent American athlete. 2 buoys at 11.25 meters is the lead, and if he makes a play on 3, which he does, he will take the lead away from Simon Oldman. So it looks like it's going to be 3 at 11.25 meters, so no sooner than had the lead changed from our German skier, who came in with half a buoy at 11.25 meters out of the initial series of boys slalom skiing. So we now have a new leader. It is Carter Reese. He's round the second buoy on this instant replay. Yeah, and it definitely looks like he made it round buoy number 3. Just couldn't continue his direction off that turn. But you know what? He is, I believe, in the lead if the score is confirmed as 3. Okay, looking at the instant replay from the boat, this gives us a better indication as to whether he actually made it outside buoy number 3. Yeah, he made 3 buoys, so 3 buoys there, no worries whatsoever. And that was Carter Reese. James Bryans, a United States team member, is about to take to the water, and I believe he'll go in on 14.25 meters as well. Now, these Junior World Championships were actually scheduled to be to take place last year, but unfortunately, due to the worldwide pandemic, they didn't take place last season. So this carries on through to this season of 2021, and as such, any skiers that were qualified to ski in those championships last year were eligible to ski in those carried over championships for this season, meaning that they're in amongst the field of skiers, that there are some skiers that were aged beyond 17. And obviously, so far as record breaking is concerned, only those skiers that are aged 17 or below are eligible to set any records in these particular championships. Those who are aged out beyond 17 ineligible to set or break records in this instance. All right then, so James Bryans, a 14.25 meter start, looked extraordinarily good. As Carter Reese discusses his score and his performance. Okay, so coming in. So this is James Bryan, and looking very strong, and getting through that run of 30 meters or 32 off. Now, I've just had my crack research team go through some of the results from the last Junior World Championships that took place in Cesena in 2018. And in order to actually make those particular finals in the junior under-17 division, they needed to score more than 3 at 11.25 meters. That kind of gives you an indication there. Now, which is certainly a pretty viable score, and it's certainly a pretty hot target to go for. But let's take into account the fact that this time around you have skiers that are aged 17 and not over 18. You have some skiers that carried through from last season that couldn't ski the World Championships due to the worldwide pandemic, as I mentioned. So in amongst this deal, we could actually see a score needed to get into the finals, which would be considerably higher than 3 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. But all of that is speculation, and we're going to see if that pans out. With James Bryan's out there on the slalom course, this is 12-meter line, good turns. Is aggressive behind the road. Soft where he needs to be, aggressive where he has to be. And there you go. That's James Bryan's, our third competitor, and there's many skiers to get through the 12-meter line. So, we got James Bryan's out there on the water. Looking at the instant replay, good strike there on these turns, just allowing the ski to roll up underneath the line, and when he makes contact with the handle, he immediately goes to guns and then resists against the boat. You see, as he makes the turn, he allows the ski to come round, and as he gets closer and closer to the wakes, he provides more and more resistance against that 6.2-litre engined Nautique towboat. And what about you fans out there that are tuning in to this webcast, including one of our Chilean skiers who are tuning in on their cell phones right now? If you want to comment in on what score you think it would take to advance through to the 12 skier boys final, comment in. Give us your opinion. What do you think it's going to take? All right then, here we go. Needs more than 3 buoys for the lead. This is James Bryan's for Team USA. Round number 2. Look at this. Round number... Oh, and he's on the tip of the ski. Wanted to try and get cross course. He is annoyed with himself, and with good reason. 2.5 on 11.25 meters puts him in second spot right now. Wanted to try and get as much advantage off buoy number 3. So just looking at this turn off buoy number 2, he is a right foot forward skier, so he should have gone neutral with that turn. The tip of the ski just bit on the end of that turn, and he just couldn't hold on to it. So there we go. That is James Bryan's. That is going to be all for him, and he is in second spot right now with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. And if this were the previous World Championships in Cesena in 2018, he would be on the outside looking in around about now. So, Nicholas Nelson from Mexico is going to be our next competitor. All right then, folks, here comes Nicholas Nelson of Mexico. In good shape. So, Nicholas Nelson skiing in on this event using a D3 slalom ski. Made to look like something else on the top, but as you can plainly see, it's very much D3 on the bottom. Looking in very good shape on 14.25 meters, almost looking a little lackadaisical out there. But just allowing the ski to run underneath him, and little bit stiff-legged there on a couple of those turns, but realizing that, and then just a little bit of ankle and knee bend helps the ski obtain traction to go cross-course. And didn't look at all bad there whatsoever. So, starting to get a little bit hot round here, and it's for only just 4 skiers into this competition. The time right now, Central Daylight Time. It is 23 minutes past the hour of 8 a.m. Dockside, we've got Christopher Horwood from Canada. We'll see what he does when the opportunity for him to ski presents itself. Here comes Nicholas Nelson of Mexico. Looking in great shape, no worries there for him. All 6 buoys, 13 meters. Continues on. All right then, so continuing on. Whilst we got a little bit of time, let me tell you a little bit about 2U healthy snack bars that come to you in a whole range of flavors, from apple pecan to bananas Foster, which is my personal favorite, along with mint dark chocolate and salted caramel dark chocolate. They're the type of snack that you need for you to stay on your game. 2U snacks. Grab you some at your local store, or go to 2usnacks.com. All right then, here we go. Right here, right now, this is Nicholas Nelson. This is the 12-meter line. All of our skiers in this series up to this point have cleared this line. Round number 1, looking in good shape. Round buoy number 2, allowing that ski to carve up underneath him. 12 meters. Continuing to roll, nicely done. And every skier so far that has skied in this series has run through 12 meters. Some remarkable stuff out there. Taking into consideration that in the previous World Junior Championships that were held in Spain, the top score, well, the score that was needed to advance through to the boys slalom final was halfway down 11.25 meters. So every one of our skiers at this point has managed to get to that particular line. And there you can see him going through with the 6 buoy count on 12 meters. So a lot of fandom out there, and plinting in with their comments as we take a look halfway down the shoreline in our slalom tower with Diego Restrepo there, our chief scorer for this event, doing his stuff on his laptop, along with our officials. 11.25 meters coming back for Nicholas Nelson. 11.25 meters. Round number 1, a little bit down course off number 2. Can he make a... No, tries to make a play on 3. So tying with the score of Simon Oldman with 2 buoys on 11.25 meters. That was Nicholas Nelson of Mexico. And you can see he got a little bit back on the ski round buoy number 2. Number 1 was fine. But then the tip of the ski rose up off buoy number 2. Couldn't get it back down in time. Tried to make the play on 3 and unfortunately was unsuccessful in that regard. So there we go. That was Nicholas Nelson. He puts himself in a tie for 3rd place right now after 4 competitors. But in respect to a possible score that would see him go through to the sign-off in the slalom final, he could find himself on the outside looking in. Next competitor up from Canada is going to be Christopher Horwood.
So next year, Christopher, 55, 14, 55, 14, yellow.
All right, so here we go. This is Christopher Horwood from Canada. We are on skier number 5 of 13 in this series, so a little short of halfway down the list. All right then, so continuing to roll. All right then. Okay, so looking at our skier, Christopher Horwood, successful through 14.25 meters of that. There was very, very little doubt. And for those competitors and their respective entourages on site who are watching this event using their portable devices, I do have an announcement that the medical partner is on site for COVID testing. From 9:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time to 12 noon across from Lake 2. COVID testing is available from 9:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time to 12 noon with our medical partner on site across from Lake number 2. So, Christopher Horwood, looking strong. Took a little bit more out of number 4 than he would have ordinarily have liked, but he's good though. He gets around all 6 buoys. He's in good shape, and he's run 13 meters and gets ready for the 12-meter line. So, Christopher Horwood there taking a little bit of an elbow slam there around number 3. But going across course on number 4 and leaving himself not too much to make up for on... All right then, so looks like we had a little bit of a mix-up on the slanting dock, such as the line lengths. Went in on 60 meters, so now the line length that you're seeing him come into the course on is now. Okay, so now the complete story comes into play. He started on 18.25 meters. He opted up through to 14. This is now 13 meters. A rather unusual way of going about things, but hey, there is some room, still some room in the slalom game to exude a little individuality out there. Started out on 18.25 meters, opted up through to 14.25 meters. He ran that, and he also ran this pass, which was 13 meters. A little bit of a shoulder charge there into buoy number 1. Yes, and around the starting dock there is a good throng of competitors skiing for Chile, and they're on the dockside right now about to send in their competitor, Gustavo Kretschmer. But we still got some outstanding business with Christopher Horwood, who is out in the water and will be approaching the course on the 12-meter line. Now, for the purposes of these World Championships, there isn't a seeding order within each series. So it's a random draw within each series. So the best skier may not necessarily be starting last towards the end of this particular series too. But there we go. This right now is Christopher Horwood. About 2/3 the way down on that particular pass of 12 meters. So he ends up with 4 buoys on 12 meters. He's around buoy number 1. Keeps the ski running, keeps it in motion ahead of him. He does the same thing on buoy number 2. But number 3 brings the handle up and on his inside, which results in slack rope. And that produces a cascading effect into number 4, which precludes him from running any further buoys beyond that point. So there we go. That was a 4 buoy count on 12 meters for Christopher Horwood. And now, next competitor up is Gustavo Kretsma. Okay, this is going to be 14.25 meters for his opening pass. Round the turn island, the boat accelerating up to 58k or 36 miles an hour behind the Nautique. It's a 14.25 meter start. This is Gustavo Kretsma from Chile. An independent skier skiing for that nation. And Chile brings in an extraordinarily large contingent of skiers. Skiers that ski for the team and also independently. We're going to see a good few of them between now and the end of the elimination series in boys slalom. But not looking bad out there on the opening pass of 14.25 meters, allowing everything to flow in the appropriate direction. And a good effort there from Gustavo. We are on skier 6 of 13, so just a little shy of halfway in this series. For those of you that are keeping up with the running order and keeping up with the scores on the IWWF scoring website, which you can find at iwwf.sport. And, click on the link that will navigate you to that area. So here we go. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Handle up a little bit high, but managing to shuttle it down low to keep his flow going from one buoy to the next. It is Gustavo Kretsma from Chile. From the start through to the finish, and I don't know how much he's practiced at this lake or how often he gets to train here in Santa Rosa Beach. But certainly the expression that he gave at the end of that pass looked one of amusement, I would say. But still getting some tips and some pointers from his coach, Pipe Miranda. Who himself will be competing in the World Championships. It will be the World Elite Championships as part of Team Chile. He's been selected once again to represent that South American nation alongside his brother and some other well-known Chilean names such as Emil Ritter and Valentina Gonzalez and a whole slew of other competitors, and they should provide some pretty stiff competition for a lot of other nations coming into the Open World Championships. That will take place in October, exclusively live on TWBC. Here we are in the U-17 World Championships. Gustavo Kretzmer from Chile, round number 1. Good strike here on number 2 on 12 meters. Staying patient, which is the critical thing on 12 meters, and then allowing yourself, oh no, and getting in a little bit deep off number 5 and goes down there. And I think the handle popped before the wakes, and if that is the case, then that will be 4.5 on the 12-meter line. That would vault him up into about a tie. Actually, will be outright third at this moment in time. So Gustavo Kretzmer, looking at where he is ranked so far in this boys' 2 slalom event. At least so far as this series is concerned, he's in about 5th place right now, 4th or 5th place. We'll try and get the updated leaderboard for you shortly when we combine the scores from the previous series and those scores that we know of in Series 2 thus far. And we'll keep on updating that as we progress on. So looking at this instant replay and seeing Gustavo Kretzmer looking okay. Everything looked calm up until the point he got round number 5. He got broken forward, and then he continued to deliver load against the boat when he was in no real position over the tip of his ski to fully survive something like that, resulting in a score of 4.5, 4.5 on the 12-meter line for Gustavo Kretzmer. So as we continue to liven ourselves up and wake up here at Santa Rosa Beach, the time right now is 20 minutes to 9 in the morning. Good morning to each and every one of you that is here on site. And also greetings to all of you watching from further afield. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. Okay, so coming in on 16 for the next competitor, it is Reed Meinhardt, an independent competitor from the United States of America. So looking in good shape for the opening pass. "16-meter opening pass just been confirmed by my good friend on the headphones, Mr. Vincent Stadelbauer. 16-meter opening pass and just allowing that ski to just run wide and performing a technique known as backsiding, which requires the skier to maintain a high tempo and high water speed coming across the wakes and into the turn, directing the ski out wide and using that additional width and space to allow the speed to naturally bleed off the slalom ski, while the slalom skier rolls in and completes the turn and using centripetal force, reconnects with the line and then goes across course, and there's very, very little in the way of speed change whether you execute the turn or whether you provide resistance against the boat. There's certainly more than one way to skin the cat that is slalom skiing, but certainly for my money, however long you can backside these turns for is certainly going to help your cause in plenty of ways. All right, then. This is 14.25 meters for Reed Meinhardt. So, not looking too bad right now. Reed Meinhardt looking okay and getting through that second run, which is 14.25 meters. I'm sure some of you out there who are watching this broadcast are also taking a look on another browser tab as to what the results are doing. It's been scored in real time here. We thank Diego Restrepo for doing that for us. And so far as the 12th placed skier right now, that score is 2.5 at 12 meters, just to give you a perspective of where we are so far as admitting skiers through to the final. Now, he's currently in the 12th. The likelihood of Julius Auer to get through to the finals is very, very slim at this point. He would have to hope that every skier between now and the end scores less than that score in order for him to advance. But as we go through these skiers, we'll get a better idea as skiers are eliminated one by one. And lead and skiers who establish the lead climb themselves up the ladder. But the question is, will they climb themselves up high enough and have a kind of score that will sustain challenges from here on out to get through to the final? That is Reed Meinhardt. It is 30 meters, and he is on fire out there, folks. Good effort, and continuing to roll through that pass. Just a reminder that our research team here at TWBC went back to the Junior World Championship results in 2018 and found that in order to qualify through to the boys slalom final in those championships, it took a score of halfway down 11.25 meters, and right now there's every indication to show that a score in excess of that will be needed to ski in the 12 skier final. And the reason why I make that assessment is the fact that we have carryover skiers that would have ordinarily skied in the World Championships had these championships been held on schedule this time last year. But because of the worldwide pandemic that was raging at that time and still continues to be present to this day, we're carrying over those skiers that were eligible to ski in 2020 over into 2021. Thus, there will be a small smattering of skiers that are beyond the age of 17 and are skiing here because of carried over eligibility. This is Reed Meinhardt. This is 12 meters. He's round buoy number 4, 5, and 6. Nicely done. Reed Meinhardt, an independent competitor of the United States. Okay, so looking at this pass from Reed Meinhardt on 12 meters, certainly one of the most exciting junior prospects that we've seen from the USA in recent seasons, and he came onto the scene in leaps and bounds last year at the the Good Waterski National Championships, the 78th Good National Waterski Championships in Zachary, Louisiana last season. He won, I believe he won the event in his particular boys division, and producing a pretty darn good score this year as well in the 79th Good Waterski Nationals over at Water's Edge, just outside Joliet in Will County, Illinois. Needs a score of 3 to take the lead, but he realistically knows in his heart of hearts that anything more beyond the 3 will give him a shot at possibly making it through to the finals. Oh, and he goes for an Air Caldwell into buoy number 4. Oh, wow. I tell you, some great skiing there. And for those of you that watched our webcast of the 79th Good Waterski National Championships and saw the elimination round in the U.S. Open, there are going to be some comparisons made between his attempt on buoy number 4 and the attempt by Adam Caldwell to get outside free ball at 41 in the elimination rounds of that competition. Just take a look at this. Boom! Look at that. That is spectacular. I don't care who you are. And I believe that's going to be a 3 buoy count, isn't it, at 11.25 meters. Didn't get the ski outside buoy number 4, mind you, despite that effort. And I think in some form or fashion, the skier has to be reminded that the skier has to make keep contact of the water in order to get full credit for that attempt on that turn. But here we go. Reed Caldwell just looking at his attempt on here. Another Air Caldwell. Boom! And by Caldwell, I mean Adam Caldwell, who I'm sure is recovering in convalescence right now, having sustained an injury that broke 5 of his ribs, 4 up front and 1 towards the back of his rib cage. And we certainly wish Adam Caldwell the very best of luck going forwards, as I'm sure he'll probably take a little bit of time to check in. And I'm sure that he'll be messaged very, very soon and be told that Reed Meinhardt that he's taken a page or 2 out of Adam Caldwell's book, at least in this instance. All right, then. So we got Benjamin Soucy from France. Our next competitor up here in the IWWF U-17 World Championships in Series 2 of the boys' slalom elimination round.
So next on the water, Benyani, 14-1-4, yellow, 58.
All right, then, here we go. This is Benjamin Soucy. La France. Premier passage, 14,25 m. There you go. One, 2, 3, and 4, and number 5, and we'll attack buoy number 6, but not too much. 14.25 meters, a great effort there from Benjamin Soucy. One of our taller skiers in this event, it would appear. And that's going to make life a little bit easier for him in terms of reaching out to outside of buoy's width. Now, there's 1 or 2 schools of thought as to how much of an advantage a taller skier has. Obviously, you're going to see skiers like Nate Smith and Freddie Winter and the like, that stand over 6 feet tall, and they obviously have an advantage. But there are skiers that stand a little bit shorter, such as the likes of Dane Meckler, who produce scores into 41 off, 10.25 meters. And they are relatively short in that regard, and the reason why that they're able to stay competitive is the fact that he's able to use his closer center of gravity towards the slalom ski to affect those high performances. And if he gets into a position, which does happen a lot in slalom skiing at this level, if he gets into a position where he has to recover from the odd wayward turn and the odd bubble, then Dane is actually in a better position to react and come through, rather than someone who is a little bit taller, who has to take a little bit of distance down course to stay with the run. All right, with that being mentioned, this is Benjamin Susi. He gets round all 6 buoys on that pass of 13 meters, making it look very, very stylish indeed.
Next lap, 12, 1, 2.
So, looking good there for the effort there. It's 13 meters, 13 mètres la corde, as would be expressed in his native French language. So now, is looking in very, very good shape, and 13 meters looked absolutely no different there from 14.25 meters, an absolute carbon copy. And now 45 seconds has elapsed, skiing with A2, I believe. So now, pour Benjamin Susi, le prochain passage est 12 mètres la corde. 12 meters coming up. Entrance, buoy number 1. Going cross course, nicely done. Excellent skiing. I like what he's doing out there, and on that slalom course, and 12 meters, and again, an absolute carbon copy of the run before. A little bit of more resistance against the towboat. You would expect that, of course, but not changing his turns one iota. So as he's down on the other end, waiting for his pass. More than 3 buoys are needed for the lead here on 11.25 meters. Gets buoy number 1. Oh, a little bit down. Whoa, a whole lot down course on number 2, and spurning his opportunity to move up the rankings and possibly pointing himself through to the next round of the competition. That is Benjamin Susi of France. All right, so that is Benjamin Susi. Gotten a little bit inside on buoy number 2 and just could not continue for the balance of that run. So 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, where does that put him on the slalom results right now when we've combined the skiers from the round previous, the series previous to this, and combined it with the Series 2. Well, Reed Meinhardt is still in a tied lead with Carter Reese with 3 at 11.25 meters. James Bryant with 2.5 at 11.25 meters is slotted in third right now. Simon Oldman, Nicholas Nelson, and Benjamin Susi with 2 at 11.25 meters share fourth spot. And then it continues down to there. We've got the likes of Tim Beer, Nicholas Fay, and Andrew Broskus, and Gustavo Kretzmer. So basically, the score of 4 and 12 meters currently holds a tie for 11th and 12th. And 60 meters for Mateo Chico of Mexico, right here and now. 60 meters, working that ski, staying rather crouched with his slalom style, rather hunched over, which isn't exactly going to help him much when it comes down to 11.25 meters and the like. But we'll see how things pan out for him very, very soon. Okay, so Mateo Chico from Mexico. So, looking...
Hey, when this guy's finished, they're going to do another cheer for the Chileans.
Looking good. Mateo Chico of Mexico. So officials looking in on what's going on with Mateo Chico, who went in on 16 meters. This is now 14.25 meters. A reminder to our good folks watching that the running order in each particular series is a random running order that is not seeded from worst skier to first within the series bracket. Not in the junior worlds, at least. It is a completely random running order within each series, and each series is determined by the skier's personal best score. When it gets down to about Series 1, you've got skiers that have run, I would say, at least halfway down or deep into 11.25 meters, may have actually recorded a score into 10.75 meters when these personal bests are examined a little bit more closely. So we are about a little over halfway. We're on skier number 9 with Mateo Chico out of 13 in this particular series. Here we go. This is now 30 meters on the green loop. Entrance buoy number 1 gets a good strike there. Round buoy number 2 takes a bit of a hit. He's got to try and keep his head up and not let it dip forward too much. He's already got a crouch slalom style and doesn't want to compound that any more than he already has. He gets through 30 meters and now will have the chance to attack the 12-meter line right here on the slalom lake at the Pecos Waterski School in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. All right, then, 12 meters now for Mateo Chinco of Mexico. Round buoy number 1 and number 2. Getting in a little bit deep there and a little bit deeper still on buoy number 4. So it looks like it is going to be a 3.5 buoy total on the 12-meter line for Mateo Chico. And as our Chilean cheering team bring on their latest competitor, we see the tail end of this effort here. We've got Mateo Chinco going through this performance on 12 meters, getting in a little bit deep and just couldn't really dig himself out of that hole he made for himself. All right, then. So now our next competitor is Juan Luis Piwanka.
Oh, that breeze feels good.
All right, then. So here we go. Juan Luis Piwanka on 14.25 meters. Like what he's doing out there, in full control of his performance out there. And certainly the Chileans coming in with a good cadre of skiers, not only those that are on the team, but those who are independent skiers. And it'll be interesting to find out what the team situation is after we get done with the elimination round of competition. And as been the case for a few World Championships now, movement can be made in the final rounds of competition as well as the elimination rounds in both the girls and the boys overall, and indeed the team competition. So that should provide for some exciting action for our skiers going forward, including Juan Luis Piwanka. As we look at Dominic Kuhn from Austria.
There'll be one more before this.
Okay, gotcha.
Here we go. Juan Luis Piwanka from Chile. Oh, dropping it down hard off buoy number 2. Like he skied this course a few times. Certainly exudes confidence out there and gets round all 6 buoys. Good solid effort there from start to finish there for Juan Luis Piwanka. No two ways about that. It's a solid run. Keeping his balance, not doing anything out of the ordinary to go cross course. So there we go. That was Juan Luis Piwanka. Here we go. Juan Luis from Chile. Skier number 10 of 13 in series number 2. Current lead is being shared by Reed Meinhardt and Carter Reese with 3 on 11.25 meters. This is 12. Good strike off number 3 into number 4. Staying patient. And much to the delight of his Chilean supporters, getting around all 6 buoys on 12. And Juan Luis Pawonka a little bit narrow there on one of those turns on his 135 side. He's right foot forward, which means he can take more advantage out of his 2-4-6 side turns. On the left-hand side of the course, allows for him to be a little bit more aggressive on that side. There are a few skiers out there that do have the knack of being able to turn aggressively on both sides of the course. But those skiers talented in that regard are very, very few and far between. My name is Tony Lightfoot, your announcer for the IWWF U-17 World Championships. Great to have your support and your viewership. As needs 3 at 11.25 meters to establish a lead by himself. He's round buoy number 2. He's down course. He's round number 3. Yes, he's going to make a play on 4. He's got the lead. And he's going to make a play on the entire pass because as he gets round buoy number 5 and round the 6, does he do the S-turn? No! Oh, my word, he was that close to running it, but he does have the lead. It's going to be 5 1/2 for his effort there. So, Juan Luis Pawonka, so close to making it all the way through that particular run. It all started off buoy number 1. Head down a little bit, but he stayed with it. He allowed the ski to come up underneath him, and he made up a lot of that deficit back on buoy number 3, which was his neutral side turn. Now, number 4 was a slightly different issue. Yeah, he managed to get on the back of the ski this time around to get cross course. Broken over on 5, but that wasn't too much of a deal breaker. He gets around number 6, carries a lot of speed towards the end, and he just has to throw that line away because, quite honestly, his shoulders are too valuable to be injured in such a manner. So there we go. Juan Luis Pawonka now gives himself a 2.5 buoy lead on top of the next best skier or skiers such as Reed Meinhardt and Carter Reese. And if we were to take the results from the 2018 Junior World Championships into consideration in terms of the qualifying score needed to make it through, then it would appear that he's done enough, because in those championships, skiers who scored 3 and above would have been admitted through to the final of those championships. But we are 3 years hence, and in a whole new world of skiers who, for these championships at least, are aged 17, and we also have a smattering of skiers who were eligible for the championships who are aged 18 now. So here we go. This is on the water. Dominik Kuhn of Germany, of actually Austria. I beg your pardon. Der Austrischer Dominik Kuhn. Very, very good style. The the son of a famous Austrian competitor from way back in the late 80s, early part of the 90s, Claudia Kuhn, who I'm sure is watching along the shore side. Also along the shore side, all right, and also along the shoreline is the famous figure of Franz Oberleitner, whose career representing Austria extends way back into the late 1960s, early part of the 1970s, and brings that experience to his coaching role for Team Österreich. "13 meters. He went in on 14.25 meters. And makes 13 meters look very, very good. So Dominic Kuhn, and just keeping that ski out of, keeping that ski ahead of him, keeping everything flowing, and working from side to side. Für Dominic Kuhn, 6 Buoy, 13 Meter. So now, continuing on, our skier from Austria is Dominic Kuhn. It's going to be 12 meters. Our team from TWBC working their hardest, providing the coverage here from Santa Rosa Beach. Für Dominic Kuhn, Österreich, 12 Meter. 12 meters now. Round buoy number 1. And and collapses round buoy number 2 a little bit earlier than anticipated, so it's going to be 1 1/2 on 12 meters for Dominic Kuhn. He'll be immensely disappointed with that. He had the kind of start that he needed to continue on with this run. He got round number 2, but unfortunately that's where his run ended. So there we go. That is Dominic Kuhn, half a buoy, 1 1/2 buoys on the 12-meter line to bring us to our final 2 competitors in the Slalom Series 2. That the back of the ski lifted for him a little bit coming into that turn, and that was a little distracting for him to the point where he fell round that second buoy. So, as our Mexican fans enjoy the festivities here for this particular event, we're going to go on to our final 2 competitors in Series 2. We'll see Martin Labra take to the water soon, but before him, Charlie Westland of Sweden. All right then, folks. Now the towboats are parking up and getting ready to swap out handles. Charlie Westland. Okay, so 14.25 meters. .25 meters for Charlie Westland. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good strike off number 1. Now continuing to roll with this particular pass. Round number 2 and 3, 4, 5. And no worries there for him. Charlie Westland of Sweden getting through that particular run. And while we look at this in replay on a rather simple pass there for Charlie Westland, let me give you an indication as to where we stand so far as our slalom results are concerned. Starting with number 12, I'll read these off to you. Sebastian Galindo right now from Colombia from Series 3 is currently in 12th spot right now with 4 on 12 meters. Gustavio Krechner of Chile, number 11 with 4.5 on 12 meters. Andrew Boscus with 5 on 12 meters. He is in 10th. Nicholas Fay with 0 at 11.25 meters. Tim there with half a buoy on 11. And the following skiers all producing scores in Series 2, such as Benjamin Susi with 2 at 11.25 meters, who is involved in a three-way tie for 5th with Simon Oldman and Nicholas Nelson. In position number 4 right now, James Bryans with 2.5. This is at 11.25 meters, but don't forget. Carter Reese and Reed Meinhardt also with a score into 11.25 meters, sharing the second spot with 3. And one Luis Pawonka in the lead with 5.5 on 11.25 meters as Charlie Westland sinks into water and gets ready for his next run. It is going to be 12 meters. All right, so Charlie Westland still continuing his battle to become one of those 12 skiers to make it through to next round of the competition. Now, let's bear in mind, folks, that in the next series of slalom skiing, there will be 14 competitors. One Luis Pawonka right now has got to wait for about 3, possibly 4 skiers before finding out if he has made it through to the next round of the competition. So here we go. This now is Charlie Westland. Entrance, buoy number 1. Good strike off number 1 and 2. Good for 3. Nicely done round buoy number 3. Continuing to roll. This is 12 meters, and he has a very good handle on it. Loaded up where he needed to be. Soft where he needed to be as well, especially on the tail end of a couple of those turns. Slalom skiers got to have cat-like reflexes to react effectively to certain situations, including riding on the back of the ski, or in this case, riding a little too far forward, allowing the ski to do what it's absolutely designed to do. And there, Charlie Westland skiing on a Maple slalom ski, which was last produced maybe about 2, possibly 3 seasons ago. But still finding effectiveness out of that particular brand of ski from the late, great legend himself, Andy Maple. And we just saw a glimpse of Charlie Westland coming back in on 11.25 meters, and we'll take a look at the instant replay here of Charlie Westland. So a little bit of a short setup there on the bottom end of the course. Almost as soon as the boat straightens up, the skier needs to be on his way out with the entrance gate. And Charlie Westland getting round buoy number 1 and just falls in on the turn and just has no way of getting back up. So it's going to be 1/2 at 11.25 meters. Half on 11.25 meters. Currently putting him in a tie with 8th place with Tim Beer. As we now get ready for Martin Labra to take to the course on the slalom lake. Not too sure why the boat is delaying at this point, but it looks like that delay has now been taken up. So, Martin Labra. Right, Martin Labra now for Chile, who produced an exceptional jumping performance yesterday, as far as I was able to recall. Coming in. Okay, 14.25 meter start. Martin Labra of Chile meets up with the handle, then goes cross course. In beautiful shape here. No two ways about it. And there you go. Good skiing there. That is Martin Labra. All right, then. So we're continuing to roll right along. We've just seen Martin Labra and going through his particular run. All right, then. So here at the announcing point, we got Neely Ross. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, why, thank you. Why, thank you. And it's been pretty good this morning in these championships. I kind of missed the first couple of days a little bit, being elsewhere. But by your estimation, how have these championships gone so far?
Oh, I think they've gone amazing so far. A lot of the junior skiers are really raising the level, and we've seen some amazing scores so far. So excited to see what's coming up.
All right, including Martin Labra, who's just run through 30 meters. I believe he produced a good jump score yesterday. I think, did he actually make it through to the finals?
I think so, and he tricked amazing also.
Good, good. So obviously in the frame for a high overall finish for Chile. But last time we actually saw each other was at the King of Darkness, I believe, and then about within less than 24 hours you were making your way up to Canada. How was that little excursion?
It was a great summer, lots of great training, and it was awesome skiing, awesome weather, way better than Florida.
Excellent stuff, yeah, and I experienced a little bit of 50-degree weather up in the northwest corner of the United States, you know, so making the adjustment between here and there has been a bit of a struggle for me for the first few hours, but I'll get it done. You're competing in the U-21s, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so how's your training and everything gone up to this point?
It's been pretty good. I'm really excited to get out on the water and start skiing. My brother's skiing this morning in U-17 slalom, and he'll also ski in under 21 slalom, so we're excited.
All right, and with that, I'll let you go and get set to look in on Charlie Ross, our independent Canadian skier who will be skiing penultimately in the Boys Series 1. Thank you very much, Neely. We hope to be talking to each other a little bit more between now and the end.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got Martine Labra on the water. Oh, look at this. This is 12 meters, making it a little bit late, but making it nonetheless. Great skiing there from Martine Labra. All right, so Martine Labra there, a little bit exposed there into number 3 on 12 meters, but he kept his patience. He allowed the ski to fully rotate. If he needed to bring the handle in to take the slack out the line, so be it. And he kind of safety checked that 5 and got round number 6. Almost left himself too exposed there, but he made sure that he had enough room to get round buoy number 6. So there we go. That was Martine Labra. Now, you're asking yourselves, what is the kind of score that Martine Labra needs to make it through to next round of the competition? The answer to that question is it's still very much in the air, because we have 14 skiers to go in Boys Series 1, but for our money right now, certainly a score deep into 11.25 meters or definitely into 10.75 meters is definitely going to do your chances a lot of good. This is 11.25 for Martine Labra, round number 2. Kind of makes an attempt on buoy number 3, and not too sure what was going on there, but I think it's going to be a 2 buoy count. All right, then. So, looking at Martine Labra, a little down course off number 1, barreling in on buoy number 2, and just got broken over and lost his edge there. Okay, so looking at Martine Labra again, this view from the boat is going to provide us with a little closer look on this particular effort. He manages to get round buoy number 2. Now, if we could slow this down just a skosh, inside buoy number 3, so it's going to be a 2 buoy count at 11.25 meters. All right, then. So that concludes the Series 2. We've got 14 skiers to go in Boys Series 1 as we continue on the IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships. We'll be back right after this. All right then, folks. So welcome to continuing coverage of the IWWF Under-17 World Championships. We're just moments away from starting the final series of men's of boys elimination round. Aslan skiing, and joining me here in the announcer position is Glenn Williams. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm good, thanks, Tony. This is a privilege, mate. The two of us have been commentating in different universes, basically, for the last 10 years. This is the first time we've ever sat together and announced, so this is pretty amazing. I enjoy watching the webcasts, of course, TWBC from back home in New Zealand, the coverage that you do. So a privilege and an honour to be sitting next to you, Tony.
Oh, why, thank you very much, and right back at you. I mean, you announcer for the World Open Championships in Putrajaya a couple of seasons back. You did an exceptional job there, and certainly looking forward to working with you in this environment here with the boys one slalom elimination round. So far as the results, how they're going so far, I'm sure that you're probably curious to see. The cut point continues to rise because in 12th place with a 5 on the 12-meter line is Andrew Boscus. Then Nicholas Fay is in 11th place with 0 at 11.25 meters, and it goes on and upwards there, all the way up to 5.5 on 11.25 meters. That is the top score right now. However, because this Series 1 has 14 skiers, we won't know until at least 3 skiers into this deal who has made it through to the next round of the competition. So, when we get past the skier number 3, which just happens to be Blaze Grubbs, then we'll have a pretty darn good idea. But we've still got 2 skiers to go before him. We have Florin Path of Italy going second out on the water. But from Spain, Danny Tiexador Jr. will be our next competitor in this competition.
Yeah, that's right, Tony. And, of course, the cut at the moment, the top score, as you said, 5.5 at 11. I don't think the cut will end up being quite that high, but to me it's starting to look like maybe 4 at 11, at least 3. You're definitely going to have to get around 3 boy, I think, to make this U-17 boys slalom final.
Yes, indeed. And, these waters here at Santa Rosa Beach ski extraordinarily well in all 3 events, especially slalom. I mean, Regina Jacques has actually been out here and set world records a time or 2. So, I mean, there's got to be something to be said for the water, its texture, its viscosity, and all that kind of stuff, all that technical jargon that we throw at you. But looking at that opening pass for Danny Tiexador Jr., it looks very, very simple and exhibiting a position that's very, very similar to a skier that I've been watching over the last couple of days, one Robert Hazelwood out there who's looking particularly good on the pro slalom scene right now.
Absolutely. So I've just had some breaking news. This is unofficial, of course, but I've just heard that Martin Labra's 2 at 11, combined with his trick score from Sunday and his jump score from yesterday, is unofficially a pending under-17 boys world championship record in overall. Wow. That's an overall. So we've got a little bit of time to go, and of course some skiers that still haven't slalom in this event, but that is potentially a new overall record at a under-17 world championships for Martin Labra from Chile.
Fantastic, and it just so happens that in terms of provisional overall results so far, he is currently in the lead in the boys' overall competition. Now, take into account that we haven't gone through the entirety of the boys' slalom event yet, so maybe that overall boys' pending world record and the fact that he is in the lead may be a little bit misleading right now, because you have the guys such as Blaze Grubbs and Federico Jaramillo. Well, Federico not so much because he doesn't jump, but then you've got others such as Paul Duplan-Freiburg and Demir Falaritov from Ukraine. So we don't really want to put the cart before the horse in respect to the overall competition. But so far as Martin Labra is concerned, he is performing on a whole nother level right now.
Yeah, and also we can't get too confused as well with the ages, because I've got a feeling that a couple of the top contenders in the overall at this event are possibly too old to break the under-17 record, because we're skiing a year later than we should be due to COVID.
Yeah,
so there's a little bit complicated, but at the moment we can tell you that unofficially Martin Labra has broken the junior overall world record.
Okay, so I guess we can go down some of this list and see if we can put some asterisks next to people, I guess, if they're somewhere between 17 or 18, if we find out.
Yeah, it's hard though. We don't, unless we're going to start checking passports, it's hard to exactly get. But I mean, we saw a 60-metre jump yesterday from Paul Freiberg, but I'm pretty sure he's 18. So it was a magnificent effort, but I don't think it will be a new under-17 world record. Anyway, back on the water with slalom, we've got the Spanish athlete. This is the 12-metre line, I believe.
Absolute TX-Door.
Yep, absolute must-run pass. He has to run this pass to have any chance of getting through to the final. Through the entry gates he goes, round 1. Good, solid start. He's,
nicely done,
nice
round
and
number 2.
early here. Into 3. On time and early as he comes around 4. Heads across to 5. And there you go, 12-metre line.
Like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever.
Whew, yeah. And in this first instance, I would say our first top banana for our skier from Spain, Diani Tiexador. You know, more and more I see similarities between this style, and Robert Hazelwood. Except with Danny, he tends to counter-rotate into his 2-4-6 side turn with a little bit more in terms of extremity. You know, I mean, Robert Hazelwood kind of directs his shoulders and just really works the outside like you see there off buoy number 3. And then he comes into his 2-4-6 side and just tries to keep his entire below the waist package moving out and allowing the ski to just whip round at the end. So we see Ronnie Barton-Bischoff along with US team coach April Coble-Eller along the shoreline. I'm sure that they have skiers in the mix as well, the first of which is going to be Blaze Grubbs. Now, bear in mind, folks, those of you that are watching are wondering why there's such a wide variety of performances and personal best.
Okay, Tony, here we go.
It is a mixed
11.25 now.
All right.
Big moment coming up. He needs to get a piece of 4-ball, I believe. He's got around 3. He's heading to 4. Has he just booked himself in the final? In fact, can he run the 11.25? Round 5, he's going to be late for 6. He's working hard. He's scrambled 6 and out the exit gates. Oh, what a sensation. Runs the 11.25 metre line.
Oh, fantastic effort, and he knows it as well. Great skiing all the way from the top and the bottom. But I tell you what, it wasn't without its faults, though. But on 11.25 meters, you are bound to make 1 or 2 errors. But the main thing is that if you do make an error, that you react accordingly, like allowing the ski to run down course a little bit to gain some angle at the tail end, and also allowing yourself to move the handle down. But I tell you what, Glenn, just take a look at this edge change at the buoy number 5. Good extension here, but then dropping, and almost getting a fin release there off number 5. Brilliant pass.
Beautiful. Almost a Hail Mary there on 5-ball, wasn't it? But it's what he needed, and he gets out around 6. And our first skier onto the 10.75 metre line. We're only on our very first competitor in Series 1. We've still got 13 slalomers after this, and at the moment the cut is on to the 10.75 metre.
All right then, so he is in the lead right now. So let's see what he has got as the boat accelerates up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. Right now, this is Dani Tiexador Jr. of Spain. Oh, drops in hard on buoy number 1. Oh, look at this round buoy number 2, keeping the ski ahead of him. He makes the play on 3, tries to make it for the wake. So he's going to get massive, 2.5 for that.
Massive score, absolutely huge. That is, a lot of junior worlds have been won in the past with 2.5 at 10.75. So it's not going to be the case this year, but that is sensational skiing.
Oh, right you are, Glenn. And I mean, just look at his gate shot here. A little on the back of the ski, mind you, but managing to extend all the way out on buoy number 1, then just whips the ski across. Number 2 was always going to be a little bit suspect. All right, so wanting to ski as hard as they can to get through to the next round of the competition. That is mission 1, but also put a score high enough that will seed them later on in the final round as well. And I think that with that score at 2.5 at 10.75, that is definitely a shot in the arm in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. I think it back to the great Chris Parrish. He held the junior world's slalom record for a lot of years at 3 at 10.75, if I remember rightly. It was the benchmark for a long, long time. So that to score 2.5 from our first skier in Series 1 is unbelievable.
Absolutely. So on the starting dock, getting ready is Florian Paff and his coach Elisabetta Galli from Italy. A few last words of advice, and there is the current leaderboard, Gianni Tiexador Jr., followed by our remaining skiers such as Martin Labra and the like, including Juan Luis Piwonka. So now we got skier 1. So in this boys 1, 13 skiers remain. So we're still about 2 skiers away from knowing what it's going to take for absolute certain to make it through to the next round of the competition so far as a viable target. But 2.5 at 10.75 meters, that's going to take some beating.
Yeah, that's a sort of score that can get you on the podium at a Junior Worlds, but at the moment these guys are just trying to get into the final. So Florian Paff up next, Italy's number 1 male overall skier, I guess you would say, across all 3 events. I'm presuming he'll start on the 14.25 metre, the 28 off pass. Not any wind at all out there at the moment. In the previous couple of days, in the morning, we've had a slight tail breeze from the start dock end here at Lake 2 of Picos Waterski Centre, but this morning it's absolutely calm. Those Nautique flags are dead set, flat set out there at the moment.
So Florian Paff, who competed in the recent Junior Masters competition on the hallowed waters of Callaway Garden just this past May, known more for his jumping ability, which we saw in full effect yesterday, and he has a pretty reasonable slalom ability, at least enough to where it places him in Series 1, because all of these skiers are pretty darn good.
Yeah, he finished 3rd in the jump elimination round yesterday. I think he went, from memory, he went about 56.3 metres. 2 Frenchmen atop of that jump seeding, which you'd have to say Europe would be very happy with that. The top 3 scores in the boys' jump yesterday, all from Europe. So congratulations to European water skiing. Let's see how they fare in this slalom elimination round.
All right, so that is Florian Paff from Italia. Looking at leaderboard courtesy of the IWWF results feed that I have in front of me. Danny Texidor Junior with a 2.5 at 10.75. Juan Luis Piwonka with 5.5 at 11.25 meters. He could make it through to the next round of the competition potentially. Then you've got skiers such as Reed Meinhardt and Carter Reese. So.
Okay, Tony, 13 metre line now. Yeah. Round 2 he goes. Bit of spray in his face, but he's on time and early at the moment. Gets quite deep on 3, but it's under control, really. He's just making his way down this pass. 13 metre line, 32 off. No problem at all there from Florian Paff.
Just looked like a walk in the park there, Glenn. I mean, from one end of the course to the end, and I tell you, I mean, you want to try and get your confidence up a little bit with 14 and 13 meters, and he certainly did that with the opening 2 passes. Now the heart rate is up, the adrenaline is flowing, but you've got to try and temper that to a certain extent, because when you get down to passes such as 12 meters, sometimes being a little bit overly aggressive at the end of the turn could result in dire consequences. All right, so here it is. It's going to be 12 meters for Florian Paff, who trains over in San Gervasio quite extensively. And San Gervasio was another one of the pro tournaments that were covered by TWBC back in the early portions of July. We'll be heading back there again next season in July of 2022. we'll see.
Okay, 12-metre line now from the start dock end. Florian Path, the Italian. Must run past this. He knows it. Italy know it. Everyone on site knows if you don't run 12 metre, you're not anywhere near the final at this stage. He seems to have started pretty well here around 3, across the 4 ball. On time and early as he makes his way now to 5. Oh, geez, arm in the water on
nice.
5, but he's okay. And 6 boys on the 12-metre line for Florian Path from Italy. And that's exactly what he needed, Tony, as he shortens the rope down to 11.25.
Yes, and exactly what I said as he dropped down. You know, he was aggressive behind the boat. And I mean, he got the aggression behind the boat. Now the really critical thing with running 12 meters is you've got to develop your resistance behind the boat whilst maintaining the same kind of posture in the turn. It's a bit like golf, really, in that respect. You know, you develop your swing, you develop your default swing, and then the distance is determined more by the club than with as opposed to however hard you swing the club.
Yeah, well, I think that sums up why I'm no good at slalom, Tony, because I'm absolutely rubbish at golf. So,
No, but you do see the concept a little bit there. There are certainly ways and means to get from where you are to where you need to go, you know, and sometimes being aggressive, it's good, you know, as long as it's channeled correctly, but channeled incorrectly, you know, it might dump you in the water a little earlier than anticipated. All right, now this is 11.25 meters. Take it away, Glenn.
Okay, into 1 boy he comes. Got to get a good start here. He's in great shape at 2, but he's fighting hard. He's not bad for 3. He's around 3. Can he get the 4 ball? I think he will. And can he run this pass? I'm not so sure, but he goes to 5, and look at that, big 5 ball. And he runs the 11.25 metre line. Foreign pass from Italy, and the crowd goes wild because this is a sensation.
Yes, absolutely, and dare I say, he had the absolute patience of a saint on some of those turns because he was in danger of actually bringing the ski hard round a little bit too soon after the turns, and that would have been curtains for him. Coming off that island, a relatively short setup into the slalom course, but just take a look at this, Glenn. Round buoy number 1, dipping his head down. I tell you what, this guy is determined. He is on fire out there on the slalom course, just allowing the ski to rock up underneath him at the tail end of the turn, just waiting for the line, waiting for it to go tight, like here, for example. Round buoy number 4, straight path into number 5, takes the snap of the line, and then just allows the ski to roll up underneath and get round buoy number 6. There were doubts whether he could run this in this situation. But I think those doubts have been answered.
This is unbelievable. This cut now is starting to look looking like almost like you've got to run 11.25. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of skiers left to go, but geez, at the moment, the skiing is looking very strong at the moment in this boys' slalom elimination round. Here's 10.75. Current lead, of course, is 2.5 on this pass. Let's see if he can't get near that 3 ball. Round 1 he goes, across the 2. He's out of 2. He's going well here as he fights for 3. Ooh, just drops the handle, I think.
Yeah, he attempts
2 on the 10.75. Solid score though. Florian Path from Italy.
Yeah, he was going to attempt an Air Caldwell into number 3, but he valued his ribs a little bit too much there, I would say. But tell you what, though, some great skiing there from Florian Path. And I mean, he wanted to try and make a play on 3 to get above Danny Tiexdor Junior. But, I mean, he got broken over off number 1, but he had a good core strength to keep everything going. Handled down a little bit, was considering throwing that ski, but his instinct was to let go of the handle and just ski to the wake and just call it a day, because I believe 2 at 10.75 meters could well be enough to send him through.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, I think 2 at 10.75 will get you through to the final. And the standard is super high here, but that's a very strong score in a Junior World Boys Elimination round, 2 at 10.75. Well, Blaze Grubb's up next. The eyes of the world of water skiing will be on this young superstar out of the United States, of course, from Sacramento in Northern California. This is his second site, though. He lives there at Balacra course, Lake 3. It's the Grubs' home, but they do have a house here right on Lake 2 at Picos Waterski Centre. So actually, as he takes off here from the start dock and turns around the island at the start dock end, he'll be turning right around in front of his front porch. So give him
that's always nice.
It's always nice, isn't it?
All right, Blaze Grubs. 12 skiers remain.
That's right. So, and we're looking for 12 for our finals. So,
so if he takes the lead at this point,
he's in.
He's in. But taking the lead at this point is going to take something.
Oh yeah. I still think the cut maybe it's starting to look like 5 at 11. I'm not sure, but the cut will not end up at 2.5 at 10.75. I wouldn't think, because that is just a massive score.
All
it
right.
Really is.
So let's have a look and see what it's looking like on the leaderboard right now. In third is 5.5 at 11.25 meters from Juan Luis Pawanka, our best score out of Series 2. Then Florian Path with 2 at 10.75 meters is in second, and Danny Tiexador Jr. with 2.5. So it's basically 2.5 at 10.75 if he wants to get straight into the next round of the competition. Game on. This is going to be a start at 14.25 meters, I would imagine. I can't imagine him going in on anything shorter. And just slicing and dicing away through this run. What do you reckon to that one, Glenn?
Well, that was a walk in the park, basically. A walk in his backyard, or a slalom set in his backyard, so to speak. There's no problem at all here for Blaze Grubs. Actually, we're just enjoying a bit of Dutch Brew iced coffee right now, courtesy of Blaze's mum, Nicole. Thanks very much to the Grubs family and Dutch Bros. I understand they're one of the sponsors of this event. Geez, look at that 2-ball there from Blaze. Really nice.
There you go. But she can't bribe us with this, can she?
Well, we have no effect. We have no effect on the score.
No, of course not. Of course not. But we thank her very, very much indeed. It's very, very tasty coffee.
And we're backed up, of course, by the 2 U bars.
Oh yeah, you
from
want
the
one?
fonts. I've actually had one already, Tony. I'll be okay. They're very nice, though.
They are. They are.
Thanks very much to the Font family.
They've got flavours such as goji cranberry. They've got bananas Foster. They've got the regular granola bar if you want something a little bit more on the lighter side. We've got salted caramel
Tony,
chocolate.
I've been watching you do webcasts for the last couple of years, and I've seen you eating quite a few of these. So obviously they're healthy.
That's how
they
my
work
energy
well.
stays up.
Okay, back on the water now. Blaze Grubs from Northern California, representing the United States. He's the team captain for the US of A. This is the 13-meter line, 32 off.
Almost getting in a little bit too deep there off buoy number 2, and loading up a little bit too hard for parts of this length. Yeah. But we're going to take a look at this. But I mean,
no real problems. I think it was always under control there. 32 off. 13 metre for Blaze.
And this is where conditioning really comes into play, Glenn, because, I mean, on a pass of 13 metres, for most mere mortals like us would run and would struggle a little bit to run it, being close to our maximum, in terms of conditioning. But for someone like Blaze Grubs, who is, like, supremely fit out there, This barely registers in terms of its conditioning. He just runs the pass and now gets ready for something a little bit more substantive, which is going to be 12 meters.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's the first couple of passes for Blaze are warm-up passes. He's a super fit young athlete. He's 18 years of age. I don't think he's probably having Dutch Bro coffee when he gets up in the morning. That's getting him going. A couple of 2U bars. This starts to get a bit more serious now, though. 12-metre line. The concentration will be on as he makes his way around the turn island. 12-metre line.
And there we go, past the Past the block of flats there with the USA flag being draped on the outside. Here we go. This is Blaze Grubbs, 12 meters. A pass he knows he has to run. So it's down to United States versus Spain right now, because if he comes up short on 10.75 meters, then our first competitor will be through to the next round of the competition would be Spanish. But let's take a look here.
Wow, this looked like a great pass to me, Tony. It was super easy for him, really. He was on time and early the whole way down this pass.
A little bit on the back of the ski. I see similarities between him and one Dane Meckler out there on the pro scene. Almost standing at around about the same height, built very, very similarly. And has plenty of control on that slalom ski. Slalom ski is different between the two of them, though. Dane rides a good and Blaze rides a D3. As we look on along dockside, Jaime Palomino Blanche from Mexico is about to take to the water. So another one into that iced coffee stuff there.
Yeah, I don't think that's a Dutch Bros coffee, though.
No, I don't think so.
She doesn't look quite as happy with her coffee as I am. Okay, big moment now, folks. Big moment for Blaze Grubbs. Big moment for the US of A. 11.25 metre line, 38 off. Round one he goes. He's got 2. He's looking pretty solid at the moment. 3 boy. Heads across the 4. Can he run the 11.25 metre? Blaze Grubbs, I think he can. He's on time and early for 5. And around 5 he goes and across the 6. And there it is, folks. Blaze Grubbs, USA, runs the 11.25 metre line.
Oh, he had that pass. He had that pass run from about the deep water start, I tell you. That was just fantastic. You know, that was one of the questions that I had for Will Asher in amongst the whole hilltop thing. I basically asked him about how early into 10.25 meters do you know if you've actually run the pass? And he basically said the deep water start, you know. So, I mean, that gives you an idea of how focused he's in. Or whether he was joking, I'm not too sure. But I think at around about buoy number 2 on this run, Blaze Grubbs pretty much had this run done.
Okay, just confirming Blaze's age. He's 17 years of age. I think I might have inadvertently said he was 18 a little while ago. So he is 17 years of age.
Well, then it's game on then, so far as potential world records go, because I mean he's in the frame so far as the boys' overall record is concerned, and we'll get updates on that from our good friend Diego Restrepo, who is our scorer for this event. 2.5 is the lead, so if he makes a play on 3 and gets to the wakes afterwards, then he is through to the next round of the competition. Let's have a look and see. Buoy number 1 takes a good strike there. Oh, he's good for 2. Doesn't. Oh, and he gets 2.5, which provisionally puts him into the next round.
It's a great score, but I think you see his reaction there because he was on that out of 2 ball. I think he had an opportunity of getting right down that pass, possibly even running it out of 2 ball, but just something didn't quite go well on 3 ball here. So I think he'll be a little bit disappointed. I think he knows he had a really good start.
But I tell you what, it's going to be a really, really hard task for anyone to unseat him from the next round of the competition, because for that to happen, one of our remaining skiers has to score less than 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Yeah, he has the look of a man who's disappointed with his effort, but really he's taken the lead right now and has every indication of being part of that boys slalom final when that takes place tomorrow, Glenn.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be into the final. I know it's looking like you have to get a couple at 10.75 at the moment, but I'm sure that the cut will. These guys will be in. I'm sure these guys that are on 10.75 will be into that final. We'll wait and see though, because the conditions are good. So it's one of the world's best slalom sites. Of course, we've got that sensational Nautique towboat. So. You never know. Maybe everybody will need to be into the 10.75 to make it into that slalom final. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, certainly the pressure mounts for our skiers continuing on with the U-17 Boys Series 1. We are now on to, 11 skiers remaining. We have a lead that's shared two ways between Danny Tiexador Jr. and Blaze Grubb. So a little early, maybe about one or two skiers away from confirming that both of them are through to the next round of the competition. But a shared lead with 11 skiers remaining is what we're seeing right now from our results.
Yeah.
Now, whenever we look down the list of scorers and seeing how far down they go so far as people who could potentially make it, it gets a little bit more complicated. But right now, it seems that in 12th place right now, with half a buoy in 11.25 meters, is Tim Beer. So any prospect that skiers would have had to making it through to the next round of the competition based upon a score on 12 meters is now chucked out the window, gone.
That's right.
They have to get deep into 11.25 meters, and the deeper the better.
Okay, we go to Mexico now. Jamie, spelt like Jamie, but it's not how you pronounce it. Army, is it?
Yes,
Amy. Yeah. Now, this young guy did a little bit of training at Ski Fluid, Kai Leeds site there in Orlando. I was driving the boat a little bit for this guy a couple of weeks ago. He's a very good slalom skier, definitely getting deep into 11.25 meter line in training sets.
And actually skied in the junior competition, then the junior challenge at the San Gervasio, a pro-am slalom competition in the early part of July, and I think came through with the win on that one.
So we presume 14.25 metre start length. He broke forward a little bit on one there, but I don't think he was in too much trouble.
But then he just recovered well enough and got into his stance. Now, he is right foot forward, which means that his turns are less complicated with 2, 4, and 6 than they are on 1, 3, and 5.
Just to break in there, Tony, a bit of drama here. We have a gate review here, so this is the time when the whole world holds their breath and waits. Hopefully the gate's okay. I didn't actually notice. But
neither did I, but I mean, if we can find a...
So we are reviewing the entry gates here for Mexico. This is a bit of drama, a tense moment. I tell you, someone who doesn't get tense is that next guy on the start dock there, Federico Jaramillo. He's one of the most relaxed customers there is. Probably one of the favourites, you would say, in the slalom event, but he does not look phased at all. He's always super smiley and relaxed. I think Corey just given him a bit of a neck rub there. There's a bit of tension on side, of course, as we review the gates on that opening pass.
A resident here, and we'll be starting college pretty soon over at Arizona State.
Arizona,
along with his sister, his elder sister.
Geez, that Arizona collegiate team's going to be pretty strong, isn't it? You add those twins in there. That's
at least in the western region, anyway.
Yeah.
But so far as nationally, it certainly takes teams of extreme depth to succeed in the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships, which this season will be taking place over in Zachary, Louisiana.
Okay, good news. We have successful gates on the opening pass. So here's pass number 2, which is the 13-metre line for Amy Blanche of Mexico. Geez, he's got a good tight turn on that 2-4 side. And that's 6 boys. So that is relief for Team Mexico as he completes that 13-metre line.
And absolutely pounding the wakes after each turn, just allowing the ski to roll up underneath the line. And I mean, it's great to see on this instant replay how that manifests itself. It gets the line underneath the ski and then continues on, just allowing the ski to do exactly what it's designed to do, and that is to be thrown onto its inside edge. The more and more extreme the edge, the more and more the ski is going to react by turning and going across course, just rolling up underneath and then just continuing to ski. Amy Blanche through that run, and that is 13 meters. walk in the park like he knew what he was doing. So Jaime Blanche, just trying to get to grips on the pronunciation. Hey, please.
Okay, 12-meter line now. Jaime Blanche from Mexico. Okay, round one.
All right then. So
looking at two. He's on time and early here. No problems whatsoever at the moment for Jaime. Round four. He'll get to 5. And there we go. Complete pass on the 12-meter line. 35 off.
all right then. Good little performance there. Right now where he stands in terms of our 12 skiers, he is currently in, what is it? 14th position. And he'll move up with every successive buoy or fraction thereof until he gets high enough to be within striking distance of qualifying through to the next round of the competition.
So this is the pass, course 11.25. He's sat on the dock there. He's watched the previous 3 skiers run this pass. He'll be feeling good. He'll know the conditions are good. He'll be feeling confident. But he is, 2 or 3 is not going to cut it on this. If he wants to make the final, he's got to at least get, I think, the 5 ball here on this 11.25.
And a very, very relaxed atmosphere on the dock with Federico and his sisters around the starting dock area before he takes to the water. No sign of nerves there.
No, very laid back. Impressive. 11.25 metre line. Now, geez, not a good start on 1. He's into 2. He's a big 2 ball, though. He's back on this. Round 3, breaks forward on 3. He needs a big 4 ball, and he gets it. Look at this. He's on time for 5. He's got 5. Can he get the 6? He's working hard. Cross the 6 in the 11.25 metre line. The big fist pump from the big skier. Sensational.
Excellent. Our 4th skier to make it through that line leg pass, and as many skiers on Series 1. All of them have gotten through 11.25 meters, including Jaime Blanche.
This cut is insane at the moment, Tony.
Not exactly the best number 1, though, but I tell you what, he more than made up for it on number 2 because that was his strong side turn. Now, being self-aware on the slalom course is certainly key because you know darn well that if you're left foot forward, your number 1 side turn is not going to be the best. So you're going to have to work with it the best that you can in any given situation. And knowing that if you're still on top of the water by the time you get to 2-4, you're always in with a chance because you can just whack the living snot out that turn and just continue rolling.
Very impressive. Very impressive. I've like you, Tony, I've watched a lot of skiing over the years, a lot of high-level skiing, and to have the first 4 boys in Series 1 complete the 11.25 metre line is really, really high standard.
Okay, we're still in the under-17s, yes. By the way. Let's not forget that these competitors, except for those that are carried through from last season, are all under 17. 2.5 for the lead. If he gets more than 2.5, he will be immediately through to the next round of the competition. But he's going to have to settle with 1 1/2. And by that stretch, it means that the 2 skiers that are tied with 2 1/2, who are Danny Textor Junior and Blaze Grubbs, they have now been promoted into the final round of the competition because they currently hold a 2-way tie for the lead with 10 skiers remaining.
Yeah, this cut is insane at the moment. At this stage, 1.5 at 5, and he's not actually guaranteed of being in the final yet.
No,
that's
absolutely
crazy.
Not.
I'm sure he'll get there. I'm sure he will, and his smile tells it all. I think he knows that as well. But this is just crazy how the standard of skiing here, under 17 world champs, and you're having to run the 11.25 to make it into the final.
Ooh, this is some fantastic skiing. 1.5 at 10.75 meters for Palomino Blanche from Mexico. But that score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters means that 2 skiers now are through to the next round of the competition for absolute certain. That's Blaze Grubbs and Danny Texdor Jr. And 10 skiers starts off with Federico Jaramillo of Colombia.
Defending champion, of course, from this event in Spain 3 years ago now, 2018. He took out the gold in this event, so he's the defending champion. There's a great shot of driver Mike Ross, of course, from New Zealand. I know a lot about this guy. A lot of experience. He's driven a few world championships over the years, but it's good to see him out there driving such a high level of skiing and getting some great scores, you've got to say, Tony.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Mike Ross has driven several major international events across the years, you know, and father to Megan Siegert. I'm sure that she's looking in from time to time wherever she happens to be. I believe it's just outside Knoxville in Tennessee, where she and her husband live very, very close to a major boat manufacturer's manufacturing facility.
Yeah, and Megan's actually coming down here tonight. I think we'll see her on site tomorrow. Okay, 13 metre here for the defending champion, Federico Jaramillo. He is not mucking around here. He's super relaxed, super casual on the dock. I wish all skiers could be as relaxed as this guy on a start dock. Unbelievable. But here he is, 13 metre line. This is the first time we've had a 32 off start at these Junior World Championships.
Okay, so a 32 off would put the 10.75 meters from the short setup on the or would that be the eastern end of the slalom course? So, Federico Jaramillo used to starting at 32 off, as competing in events such as the Swiss Pro Slalom in recent seasons. So he's had a taste at pro action, and we will see what he looks like on 13 meters. What do you see here, Glenn?
Well, I see a confident slalom skier running a very simple pass for him, the 13 metre. It is not a simple pass by any means, but he certainly makes it look like it. Very familiar with this slalom course, of course. He's got a house, his family have got a house here at Picos Waterski Centre, so he knows these waters very well. But that's about as easy as it gets on the 13 metre line for Federico Jaramillo, the defending champion in this under-17 boys slalom.
All right, then, working around dockside, we've got our next skier around that area, Vincenzo Marino, and his coach, Elisabetta Galli, on dockside, just making sure that everything is in order, ski and gloves and Lord knows what else. So, here we go. Entrance gates, buoy number 1 for Federico Jaramillo.
Yeah, 12 metre line, of course. First skier to run the 12 metre line from that western end. And that's another simple pass. Magnificent slalom skier, this kid. World champion at just 15 years of age in Spain 3 years ago. Junior world champion. He'll be looking to, it's a rare thing actually to win slalom twice at Junior Worlds, I would think. It does happen with the trick event, and it has happened with the jump event as well, but I can't think of too many times where 2 slalom titles have been won at Junior Worlds. Because to do that, you know, like I said, basically you have to win as a 15-year-old, which it was pretty tough. Beautiful to watch as he heads down to the start dock end, and the rope will now be shortened to the 11.25 metre line.
All right then, so 11.25 meters. Started in on 13 meters, which means that he will be attempting 11.25 meters, one pass earlier and in an opposite direction to those that have attempted this pass before. So needed to run this pass. He is the defending champion. Anything less than a full pass on this particular run will admit Florian Paffer to the next round of the competition, but doesn't want to grant that Italian an easy path through to the next round.
Look at that.
Because he's gotten the 6 buoys at 11.25 meters that keeps his challenge very much up and alive.
Easy as you like for the defending champion, Federico Jaramillo there. He just cruises that 11.25 meter line.
So just looking at this right now for Federico Jaramillo. Taking this pass all the way down, and the 11.25 meters is definitely, I wouldn't say a walk in the park, but close to it. From what I can see, 2.5 is already through to the next round of the competition. We've got 10 skiers remaining. Those two are the lead. The next one to go would be Florian Paffer.
Good shot there, of course, of our judges there, the judges, slalom judges tower. Got our gate judges there, of course, video judges. Also watching boat pass, that sort of thing. So it's a very hard-working judges crew, of course. 8 days of World Championships here because the U-17s is immediately followed by the U-21s. Here's Federico Jaramillo. Now this is 10.75. 39 off, of course. He's a little bit late for 3, but he's still on this as he heads across the 4. He's around 4. Can he run it? Not quite, I don't think. He's going to get 5.
He's going to try and sell this. There you go.
I'll give him 5. I think so. We'll wait and see. You don't think so, Tony?
I'm a little unsure until I actually see the opposite replay angle. But
Yeah.
You're saying 5, I'm saying 4.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. It's a judge's call. I thought I saw him on the outside of 5 ball. We'll wait and see here on the replay. It doesn't matter. It's a good score,
angle.
and he's definitely through to the final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No two ways. He's taken the lead as a result of this performance. Let's have a look at buoy number 2. Whacks that ski round, but loses a little bit of his grip and resistance against the boat, which dropped him a little bit short there on that particular buoy into buoy number 4. Got broken over, and
Wow.
I think he might have made a play on 5. I'm not too sure.
I couldn't see on that angle. I think that angle was harder to tell than the first angle. But the judges will let us know, I'm sure.
5 from the boat or no? So the judges are calling 5, but they are taking one last review of this before they continue on to the next competitor. Now, this is the best angle that we can find right now to suggest that he made it round buoy number 5. Got him broken over, and let's have a look and see. Five buoys confirmed there. Well done. 5 buoys at 10.75 meters for Federico Jaramillo, and he is through to next round of the competition. That target score of 2 at 10.75 meters still very much in play. Anything more than that, and you're immediately through. If you equal 2 at 10.75 meters, you're going to have to wait to see if there's a skier that will score below that, or knowing for certain whether that score at 2 at 10.75 is enough to go through. In amongst all of that, we've got our next skier from Italia. It is Vincenzo Marino.
Okay, Vincenzo Marino. Now, I don't get his start line length. I'll guess at 14.25, but it's possible it's 13. We'll confirm that for you.
Yeah, I believe it's 14.25 meters. The line isn't swinging out that wide from the shots that I'm seeing, but we'll get confirmation from our officials nonetheless.
No issue whatsoever there with that pass. A good, comfortable pass. Okay, there we go. As we watch the replay here, we've got the leaderboard, of course. Federico Jaramillo, 5 at 10.75 is our leader at the moment. At the moment, you have to run the 11.25 metre line to make it into the under 17 boys slalom final at these IWWF World Championships. It's hard to see that holding. That would be a massive jump on a normal cut.
Federico.
Yeah, we're just seeing if we can get our leader, Federico Jaramillo, into the commentary position. Tony's going to ask him a few questions about that great skiing out there.
I most certainly am.
Okay, 13 metre line now for our Italian competitor, Vincenzo Marino. 13 metre. Should be a warm-up pass for him. The first couple of passes always seem to be warm-up passes for these good guys, and then we get into a little bit harder when we get to shorten the rope. This is early and on time at the moment. Round 5, cross to 6, and he runs the 13 metre line, and now we've got Tony Lightfoot with our leader at the moment, Federico Jaramillo.
All right then, Federico. What's up?
Pretty excited. It was a good set. It feels really good out there. Great driving and just great conditions overall.
Excellent skiing out there, and we're going to take a look at the instant replay on your attempt at 10.75 meters. Kind of give us a little bit of an insight as to what you're thinking and what you're doing out there.
Well, I was a little fast at the gate, so I came into one a little hot, and then I just patient out of the buoy, 2 hands long into 2. Got a little heavy, so I was just fast into 3 as well. I was like, okay, be patient. Kept the ski in the water, and then out to 4 I was a little long. Heavy again, got pulled out by the boat, and then just kind of had to get 5.
Well, excellent stuff there. So great skiing, and you're the defending champion from 2015, and I mean, when you go out there, I mean, are you more conscious of what it will take to make it through, or are you just skiing just to ski right now?
Well, it's always important to make the final, so that's the first thing on your mind. Get to the cut, and then you just kind of relax and keep skiing, having fun.
All right then. So I'm guessing you'll continue to have fun. You're the lead skier. You're through to the next round of the competition. So congratulations on all of that, and you're also skiing in the under-21 competition, I believe, yes? Yep,
that's right.
And what about the Open World Championships in about halfway through October?
That's a bit up in the air right now. I have school. I'm missing school right now. So just kind of have to figure it out as I go.
Yeah, and Federico just chuckled because, well, there was he had a little message in his ears from our technical director, Vincent Stadelbauer. But best of luck in all your endeavours, including skiing and in school. And we look forward to seeing you in the U17 boys slalom competition, and also beyond that, the U21 as well. So congratulations and best of luck going forwards.
Thank you very much. Always fun.
All right, then. Excellent stuff. So turn that microphone off, and now we turn on to our competitor from Italy, Vincenzo Marino.
Yeah, and the good news is he's just completed the 12-metre pass, the 35 off line. He's shortened now down to the 11.25 metre. This is crunch pass, of course. At this stage, he needs to run this pass. So if he doesn't run it, he at least needs to get down to 5 ball, I would think, if he's going to make his way into the final.
Is that a Ricky shot?
Okay, here we go. Italy, and this is the 11.25 metre line.
Oh, look at this.
Marino, round 2. He stands up out of 2,
no.
and he's lost the handle, and it's all over for the Italian. He won't make his way into the slalom final. It's cutthroat out there, folks. It's so tough.
But He put the other Italian through.
Oh, that's
though.
nice of him, isn't it? But I don't think he'd be that happy right now. Oh, you can see the drama. It's read his face, folks. He is such cutthroat out there at the moment, having to run the 11.25 metre line. And he's gone down around 2 ball here, and he is out of this World Slalom final for sure now.
Wow. I mean, a little bit bumpy there into that number 2. But that ski was like bouncing around all over the place in number 2. Couldn't really get it settled down. So now that means that Florian Paff has been promoted through to the slalom final. We've got, 9 competitors remaining. And 9 spots open. So we'll make that count again. Yes, there is 9 skiers remaining. Starting off with Alexander Geschel from Austria. Wow, so that was a little bit of a surprise there from Vincenzo Marino. Jaime Palomino is our next skier on the bubble with a score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And let's see who our skier is from Austria. It's Alexander Geschel.
Yep, and I believe this is the 14 to start, but we'll just confirm that as he makes his way down from the start dock end. And a pretty simple opening pass for the Austrian.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's pole. So we've got something wrong with our running order there. I'm not sure what's going on there. But this is, of course, Paul Freiberg, who massive jump yesterday, 60-metre jump, leads the jump event. One of the favourites for the overall, you would think, in this 2020 IWWF World Championships held in 2021. Big, strong lad, of course, out of France, and you know, he didn't trick super well by his standards. 7,500 points. He is a 10,000 point tricker, but he did jump 60 metres. So his overall campaign is going reasonably well at the moment. He's going to look now, of course, to make the slalom final and increase his overall points.
Okay, so if that is the case, Alexander Geschel is a scratch, and who we're seeing right now is Paul Duplan Freiberg. That immediately means that Jaime Blanche is through to the next round of the competition, meaning that
Jaime Palomino is in, the Mexicans.
1.5 is the score to advance. Actually, it's back down to a score onto 11.25 meters. We'll have to get that confirmed, of course, but.
And now we have Paul Freiberg running the 13-metre line.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Continuing to roll right along. Because of that scratch, it means that...
Yeah, so the scratch from the Austrian ski, I'm not quite sure what the story is there. Some sort of an injury. That changes the picture a little bit. Quite sure why he is scratched, but...
From what I'm looking at here, 5.5 at 11.25 meters is enough.
Okay, looks relaxed, doesn't he? Back in on the 12-metre line, coming up from the start dock end. Paul Freiberg. Favourite in the jump event, of course, with that 60-metre effort in the elimination round yesterday. Probably the favourite in the overall, although we've seen some great skiing from Martin Labra this last couple of days, so there's going to be a tight battle between those two, with, of course, Blaise Grubbs thrown into the mix as well. Here he is. 12-metre line from the start dock end. This big, strapping Frenchman. Oh, geez,
Oh.
what's happened here? This is some sort of an upset. Oh, I can't believe it, folks. Paul Freiberg has gone down around 2-ball on the 12-metre line. Unbelievable stuff, folks, and you can hear the anguish on site. The French team are in disarray as he misses the 12-metre line, possibly misses now out on their overall title, although you'll have to work that out, folks. You need a mathematician to do that. But this is a huge upset, Tony, in this boys' slalom elimination round.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff that we're seeing right now in...
Wow.
So now that puts Juan Luis Pawonka through to the next round of the competition with 5.5 at 11.25 meters from what I'm seeing right now.
And, you know, I haven't got a calculator on me, and I haven't got the brain of a calculator, but this possibly is maybe he just handed the overall title to Martin Labra. I'm not sure. We're early on in these worlds. A little bit of water to go under the bridge, and of course Blaze Grubbs is still in the fight, but this is a big moment in these World Championships, Tony. 1.5 on 12 from the French champion is not what he would have expected.
All right, so what scores do we have that go through to the next round of the competition, I hear you cry? Well, Danny Tiexador Junio from Spain, and I'm reading out of competitor order here. 2.5 at 10.75, he's through. Florian Path with 2 at 10.75, he's through. Blaze Grubbs, 2.5 at 10.75, he's through. Jaime Palomino Blanche with 1.5 at 10.75, he's through. Federico Jaramillo, our leader, with 5 at 10.75, he is through. And the skier that's made it through, the latest one, is Juan Luis Pawonka from Series 2, has made it through to the next round of the competition. Wow. This is some drama right here.
That's big drama. That is big drama. We're going now to the Ukraine, of course. Their young competitor here. Yes, Damir Flaratov. Now, I'm going to say, I don't want to talk him down a little bit, but I think he's possibly in this top seed of slalom because of his overall ability, Tony. You know, I think the world rule is the top 5 ranked overall skiers at the tournament get to ski in Series 1 in all 3 events. So I'm not sure. I mean, I know that he can run into the 11.25. I'm not sure whether he's got it. His PB will be on the 10.75. So he's a guy that is mainly skiing, I think, here for the overall. But I'm happy to be corrected. After I said that, he'll probably go out and smash through 11. But I've got a feeling he's in this series because of his overall abilities.
Oh, not looking bad at all on this opening pass. All right, that's 14.25 meters there for our Ukrainian Damir Flaratov, who I'm sure trains like most other Ukrainians over at the Sentosa facility just outside Dnipro, which has been host to a whole number of tournaments, both European title level competitions and world title level competitions and pro events as well in that part of the world. And Damir Flaratov jumped yesterday, didn't he? He jumped pretty darn good yesterday from what I could tell.
Yeah, he did. He's a strong overall skier.
Hey Bob, show me how to work.
He completes his opening pass, the 14.25. We'll be back in very shortly on the 13-metre line. And as Tony said, our cut is sitting down at, is it 5.5 now, I think, on the 11.25 metre line is our current cut to make the under-17 boys slalom final at these IWWF World Championships. Okay, so we're watching Damir now. This is 13-metre line.
Oh, not looking too bad at all.
Yeah, nice pass there.
Mm-hmm.
No problems at all.
Yeah, he seems to be in pretty good shape out there. I mean, there's no real cause for concern at this time. I mean, he's gone through 14 and 13 meters, and he's now getting ready for 12. I mean, these opening two passes are to get an assessment, really, of the water conditions and what he can expect when the intensity ratchets it up into the 12-meter line. Now, as long as he uses those passes to that effect and runs them, then, like I say, he'll have a good shot and a good idea of what's to come. I mean, if the water is moving a little bit, if there's some little quirks in the slalom course, he now knows about them for himself and isn't reliant upon information from other sources to kind of warn him a little bit. So here we go. We've got on the water Dimir Flaratov from Ukraine, trying to put himself in an overall competition right now.
He is, yeah, and this is 12-meter line now coming up from the start dock end. As you said, Tony looked pretty comfortable at 14 and 13. Let's see how he goes here on the 12-meter.
All right, let's have a look. 12 meters, giving himself 6 inches of space around each one of our 6 buoys to get to affect the turn, and then come away with a good pull and acceleration. And there we go, 12 meters, just made to look just crazy easy.
Yeah, that's a good pass here on the 12-meter line. 11 is coming up, and he needs to not quite run this pass. He needs to get down to 6 ball, though, to get around. I think the current cut is 5.5 on the 11.25. Okay, so his personal best in a tournament is 5 at 11, Tony. He ran that in Greece about 3 weeks ago. So he's got the form to get to at least 5 on this pass. That was at the European Open, so he's definitely got it going on in the slalom event.
Okay, so according to our sources, a score of 3 is projected to be, more than 3 is projected to be enough to advance through to the next round of the competition. That's because the tied scores of Reed Meinhardt and Carter Rees are currently on the bubble right now.
Here he goes now. He's around 1. Not too bad out of 1, actually. He's got 2. He's fighting hard. I think he might just get there. Round 3. Oh, no. He's fallen off around 3, and I don't think that's going to be enough, Tony. 2.5 at 11. We're not getting him into the final. It's a solid score.
Which means now that between Carter Rees and Reed Meinhardt, there are one more score away from being thrown into the next round of the competition. Puts it in a runoff at 3 right now. So any score between now and the end with less than 3 will put both of them through.
This is super interesting, Tony, because the cut is actually going to end up where it always ends up in under 17 boys. It always ends up at about 2.5, or 3 at 11. And it's, we had all those guys running 11, and we had people at 2.5, 3, 5 at 10.75, and it was looking like the cut was going to be a record, but it's going to end up where it's been probably for the last decade in under 17 boys slalom. So very interesting.
And looks like the rain is starting to come down a little bit. I'm not too sure if the competition is going to be delayed as a result.
I was going to wait till the end of slalom, but if we end up...
So a little bit of a rain squall just coming through, and while that is taking place, we'll cut to a break. This is continuing coverage of the 2021 U-17 World Waterski Championships. We'll be back right after these. All right then, folks. Continuing right along, we will continue on with the U-17 World Championships a moment now as the boat makes its way back. And you just saw a commercial there for Masterline and a few other of the great products that are used on a consistent basis by our water skiing athletes. If you want shown in the best way possible, commercial production space is currently available at TWBC. You can get into Vincent Stadelbauer by going to waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com. You can find out full details of the Waterski commercial production arm of the Waterski Broadcasting Company. And so that way your product could be shown on webcasts such as this. All right, then. So, continuing on with the Series 1 elimination round, and a lot of drama ensuing right now. Reed Meinhardt and Carter Reese are just one score below 3 and 11.25 meters away from both of them skiing in the next round of the competition, because the cut line has been reduced by a few skiers who have come up short on their performances, the latest being Damir Flaratov. So a lot of activity going on, a little bit of a rain squall coming through, and looks like we're going to have to be a little bit patient with the rain, and there is a bit of a rain delay. We see April Coble-Ella, the coach for the U-17 team. There's only rain on one end of the course, apparently, so it's worth the risk of going out there and taking the conditions as they are, or whether an extended delay period is necessary. So, the remaining skiers that we got are Lake Jones from the United States, Camille Bamara from Morocco, followed by Evan Kraus, Charlie Ross, and Nicholas Antonsen. Let's not forget that the skiers in each series are not actually seeded. It's a random draw within each series, so hopefully that will alleviate the confusion. It's the only World Championship where that happens. The U-17 and the U-21s are random draws within each series. You just saw the leaderboard and saw that Frederica Jaramillo safely through to the next round of the competition. We got six skiers that are provisionally through. We've got Juan Luis Pawanka with 5 and 11.25 meters. We have a tie between Danny Texador and Blaze Grubbs, both with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Florian Paff with 2 at 10.75 meters. He's through. Jaime Blanche with 1.5 at 10.75. Frederico with 5 at 10.75, and they're through. All of those competitors that I mentioned. As it stands right now, 3 and a quarter buoys or higher at 11.25 meters will secure that skier to go to the next round. And we will rejoin continuing coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-17 World Championships right after these. All right then, folks. Good morning to you. It is still the morning, a little after 11 a.m. here, Central Daylight Time in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Top banana to all of you good folks out there. This is the 2021 IWWF U-17 Waterski World Championship. Got 5 skiers to go in the Series 1 slalom competition. And we're going to bring on Lake Jones to see if he can attack the score that he needs in order to advance through to the slalom final. So let's have a we'll quite possibly take a look at the leaderboard if that is available. It should show Federico Jaramillo in the lead with his score of 5 at 10.75 meters. There is Texador Junior and Blaze Grubbs, both with 2.5 at 10.75. Lauren Paff in fourth place with 2 at 10.75. Jaime Palomino with 1.5 at 10.75 meters, and the score continues beyond that with Juan Luis Pawanka from Chile. He's through. And two skiers waiting to see if both of them will take place in the slalom final. Reed Meinhardt and Carter Rees, because they're waiting and hoping that there will be a score that is produced below theirs in order for both of those competitors to be admitted through to the boys' slalom final. Here we go, continuing on. After a little rain delay, this is Lake Jones. I don't think we could ever find a more appropriate name for Lake Jones here. On his opening run, this is 14.25 meters, safely under his belt. So good strike off number one. Looking strong and looking in good shape. Little bit of an inverted grip, which means that he's left foot forward and his handle grip is left hand up. It most certainly is inverted, and for many years I actually skied with an inverted grip, left hand up, left foot forward. Tends to neutralize things a little bit, maybe a little too much in places.
Got it. Thank you.
So they're sitting on around the dockside area with not too much in the way of distraction. Is Charlie Ross and his father, Drew Ross. Charlie getting ready for his run out there very, very soon. Good strike there on these buoys, just allowing the ski to work its way outside the buoy line. And there a pretty looking pass there from Lake Jones as he gets ready to work his way into the mix in the Boys Slalom Series 1. All right, then. So as we continue to roll right along, he's going to get ready for 12 meters, but obviously his target is going to be around the area of the 11.25 meter line, where a score of 3 1/4 or more will see him safely through to the next round of the competition. There are other permutations for scores that are exactly 3 buoys on 11.25 meters, and then obvious consequences for him and for some of the skiers that have skied before if he gets less than 3. All right, then, let's see what we've got there. This is Lake Jones as a little bit of a wind gust comes up. Decent skiing there and working his way through on that pass on 12 meters. Now it becomes target skiing. Anything more than 4, anything more than 3, and he's in. Anything less, he's out. And 2 skiers would have made it through as a consequence. Or if he ties for 3, then he'll join that tie with 3 at 11.25 meters and enter into a possible runoff situation where he'll have to contest 2 other skiers, 2 spots to go through to the next round. So just look at him go on 12 meters, and now 11.25 meters is in his sights. Now, the boys' overall competition is some things have changed in that regards. Not necessarily the top skier so far. Martin Labra still in the lead in the boys' overall competition. Blaze Grubbs enters the overall battle with 25.80, about, I would say, about 170 points behind Blaze Grubbs. And Blaze Grubbs, he's through to the next round of slalom. And here we go. This is a 3 1/4 on 11.25 meters. That's the score that he needs at least for Lake Jones. He's round buoy number 3. Little on the back of the ski, round number 4. And I'm not even too sure whether he actually made it round number 4. The expression on his face. So it looks like provisionally for Lake Jones, and we'll see this on the instant replay, and he certainly made no attempt to sell a 4 or a portion of. But as it stands right now, there are 3 American athletes that are tied with 3 at 11.25 meters. And if it comes down to a runoff situation, then only 2 of those 3 would be admitted if the event stopped right now. Looking at Lake Jones there and seeing his attempt on number 4, and we'll have a look at the view from the boat. This will give us a little bit more of a clearer picture. All right, so looking at this one final time, there is a confirmation from the officials that suggests 3. And inside 4, that's definitely 3. That is a 3 buoy count there for Lake Jones. So him, Reed Meinhardt, and Carter Reese all tie with 3. And for all 3 of them to make it through to the next round of the competition, 1 of our remaining skiers would have to score less than 3 for all of them to make their way through to the next round of the competition. Next competitor, and we very rarely see this, a competitor from Morocco, Camille Belmra. Camille Bamra, who has been making a bit of a name for himself in recent times, competed at the Junior Masters competition not too long ago on the Memorial Day weekend in May. And certainly one of the newer nations to be represented in a World Championship level competition, and that's always good to see. And won the Under-17 European Slalom Championships that occurred a couple of weeks ago over in Cesania. So he certainly has chops in this event. Yeah, and I mean, you can make that assumption just by the sheer fact that he's in Series 1, for crying out loud. But already a big old winner this season in the European Championships. Now, obviously, Morocco isn't in Europe, it's in Africa, but the region that Europe is in is actually called ENA, which is Europe and Africa, so he is eligible to ski in the European Championships and actually scored a win in the Under-17 competition in boys slalom just a couple of weeks ago in Spain. All right, then, here we go. We've got Camille Bamra from Morocco. Not often we see that flag. Let's see if he can extend his stay out here to participating in the boys' World Championship Slalom Final in the U-17. Kamil Bemra. Just amazed at his efficiency there. Even though he is on the back of the ski for a good portion of that run, he just seems to have some brilliant balance and just great technical ability from one side to the next. A little bit squatted down with his knees, and that's probably contributes a lot to his stance being a little bit towards the rear. But I'll tell you what, he's on fire out there. He's gotten through 14 and 13. 12 meters is going to be a slightly different kettle of fish there for him. So, coming to you from a nation whose capital city is Rabat, and for many people out there, whenever they consider the nation of Morocco, they are immediately transported to the likes of Casablanca. Here we go, Kamil Bemra, round buoy number 1, round number 2. This now is on 12 meters, round number 4. Continuing to roll that ski out on number 5, a little bit flat-footed into 5. But now he's put himself in a really, really good position here, because anything more than 3, and he will score Morocco's ever first World Championship final appearance. So, as we Kamil Bemra, quite literally coming out of nowhere within the last couple of seasons. I don't think he competed in the 2018 Junior World Championships. I believe this is his first appearance, and representing the North African country of Morocco. So, needing 3 1/4 to put himself immediately through to the next round of the competition. Here he comes. Good strike on number, a little bit on the back of the ski, but he's been known to control that well. Looking and go round buoy number 3. Can he make a play? And it's going to be a 4-way tie for 3 places between 3 skiers from the United States and 1 from Morocco. All of them tying with 3 at 11.25 meters. It is going to be a pack jam between Lake Jones, between Reed Meinhardt and Carter Rees, and now Kamil Bemra from Morocco. So all of those skiers have got to be on ready standby with their handle, with their ski and their equipment, because if all of the remaining scores exceed 3, then there would be a potential runoff situation. Wow. So let me read off to you those skiers that are tied with 3. Carter Rees, Reed Meinhardt, Lake Jones, and now Kamil Bemra. And now we're down to our last 3 competitors. We've got Evan Kraus of Canada, Charlie Ross of Canada, and Austria's Nicholas Antonsen. And knowing what I know about those 3 competitors, the likelihood that any of them would score less than a complete pass at 11.25 meters, never mind less than halfway down that run, the prospect of a four-way runoff for 3 spots looms large. Here we go. Evan Kraus, who skis up in Alberta in Canada. More often than not at the lakes of Castingstone in Predator Bay, Canada, which was the home of the Elite World Championships in 2009. And that I was fortunate enough to be a part of on the announcing team there. Rolls in with his shoulder.
Charlie, what are your numbers?
I'm going to start at 8.2,
Okay.
36 miles an hour,
Okay.
28 off, please.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you like. I like it because right now it's. I like it.
It's perfect.
All right, this is now 13 meters for Evan Kraus. Not looking too bad out there with this particular run. 13 meters, though, it's a pass that you can't afford to be complacent with. However, he was a straight path into number 6. So, looks like we've got on the announcing spot, we've got Camille Bemra. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that last name right. So, how's that last name pronounced?
Yeah, exactly. It's Camille Bemra.
Bemra. Okay, so we're looking at your performance there at 11.25 minutes. Tell us a little bit more. Talk about your skiing.
At the beginning, I was a little bit stressed because all the skiers had been very good. So at first buoy, I tried to turn a little bit harder than at 12, but it looked like it wasn't the good way.
Okay, so now you've got yourself potentially in a runoff situation. As it stands right now, you're going to go back out and ski for a spot through to the next round of the competition. This is your first World Championships, right?
No, it's my second one.
Your second World Championship. So you skied in Cesenia 3 years ago, right?
Yes, exactly.
How did you ski in those championships?
I was really young, and I didn't ski that well. I did 5.5 at 55, and I'm very happy to be here.
So you scored 5.5 at 55, 18.25 meters.
Yes, exactly.
And now you scored 3 at 38 off, or 11.25 meters.
Yes.
That's remarkable improvement. Who do you credit for giving you this newfound ability to be a short line slalomer?
Especially my dad. He helped me a lot to ski and improve, and he gave always his best to let me ski a lot.
Well, I mean, he must be Coach of the Year, because to get from 5.5 at 55 to where you are right now is absolutely incredible. Hey, listen.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before I let you go so you can get yourself warmed up for skiing?
I just hope I will have another chance to ski better in the finals. And I will take my ski and go give my best in the runoff.
All right, then. So best of luck to you. It's Morocco versus America.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's have a look and see. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a rain shower coming in that I'm sure is something that Evan Kraus is well used to coming out of the northern realms of Canada. But we'll return with more action. This is the 2021 IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships at Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. We'll return right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, folks, we're returning to live and extended coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-17 World Champions. We're rejoined by my good friend here from New Zealand, Glenn Williams. How are you doing there, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks, Tony. A bit of a rain delay, quite a substantial rain delay, actually. Yeah, fairly heavy there for a while. The sun is shining again. We've got this young athlete out there at the moment. He completed his 14-metre pass, then his 13-metre pass, then he had probably a 25-minute delay. So he's just had a warm-up pass. I think he probably, he could run whatever he liked on his warm-up pass. But now he's about to come back in on the 12-metre, is it, Tony, I think?
Yeah, 12-metre line. Yeah, and this is Evan Krause from Canada. Now, let's bring you up to speed with what's going on so far as our potential runoff situation. We do have a potential runoff situation in the mix with 3 skiers remaining. That exists between Carter Reese, Reed Meinhardt, Lake Jones, and Camille Bumrah. So yeah, we could have. So we got that to consider. But before we even broach that potential scenario, we got Evan Krause coming in on 12 meters. Now, in respect to that runoff situation, any skier between now and the end that scores less than 3 will instantly promote all 4 of those athletes into the boys slalom final. Round number 2, is looking pretty strong out there. Round number 4. He goes on number 5 and should have no problems getting around number 6. That is the 6 buoy count on 12 meters. And good effort there from Evan Krause there, Glenn.
Absolutely. Very hard to have such a big delay. You know, he left the dock, he ran 14, he ran 13, then we've had probably a 25-minute delay for a heavy rainstorm. So this young bloke, he's had a little bit on his mind. He's been thinking about what he's got to do, but he's settled into his way nicely here on the 12-metre line, completes his pass. So the aim here will be to get a little bit more than 3. If he can get a piece of 4 ball, he's clear into the final, and that would be a lot more relaxing for him. If he gets 3, then he's on that log jam and potentially looking at a runoff, which he would like to avoid, I'm sure. But if he gets himself in any trouble around 2, I guess, Tony, then the aim is to make sure he gets 3. Because you're better off to be in a run out than to miss out completely.
Wow. Okay, so we've got coming up next, we've got Charlie Ross, who's on the starting dock there with his father, the famous Drew Ross. And Charlie Ross himself has been making a name for himself, competing in that Swiss Pro Slalom a few weeks ago and running through 10.75 meters for the very first time in his career. But we're now looking at his fellow Canadian. This is Evan Krause. Needs more than 3 to advance. Look at him go. Oh, getting pitted out. Does he make a play on 3? I'm not too sure. It's going to come down to our replay official, I suspect.
He's confident. Or is he? I don't know. Even he's not sure. On first look, I thought he might have snuck around 4 here, and it's so critical, Tony, that the difference between 3 and a piece of 4 ball is massive in the context of this elimination round. So he's across to 3, definitely gets 3. Now he's fighting hard here. He needs to get his ski outside of 4 ball. Ooh,
suspect.
I think I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt there, Tony. We're going to wait for the judge's call. And if he ends up with 3, of course, he's got a prospect of a 4-way runoff. If he ends up with the judges feeling that he's got a ski outside of 4 ball here, then he's clear into the final.
Let's have a look and see one more time. Let's go frame by frame here, if we can possibly manage that. Oh! I think I'll
Yeah, that time
inside.
I did not see the boy, so I think he went inside 4 ball there. So joining the
a 5-way runoff.
The bunch. It's looking like a 5-way runoff at 3 at 11
for 4 places.
Wow.
All right, so that prospect looms large. Evan Krause joining 4 other skiers in a possible runoff situation. And here we go, Charlie Ross. Here we are with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Has been known to go in on 13 meters on an occasion or two, but here he is on a slightly easier run for him. And just look at his ease across the course. That is a 6-buoy count at 14.25 meters. The under-17 record holder with a performance that he produced earlier on this season. Now, in recent times, they opened up the restrictions to actually creating junior age category world records, and because of his stellar performance over at the Swiss Pro earlier on this season, that performance there created the U-17 boys world slalom record.
Yeah, that's correct, Tony. In the past, you could only set a junior record at a junior world championships, but now you can do it at any record-capable tournament as long as you're the correct age. And Charlie, of course, with that world record, under-17 world record at the Swiss Pro-Am, I think it was, back in late May or
mid-May.
Mid-May, yeah. Great shot there of April Coble, herself a former junior world champion.
And also former Masters women's overall champion from back in the day. All right, so we've got Charlie Ross now. Nervous times here with the two skiers on the dock. Good skiing going across. There we go. 6 buoys like he knew what he was doing on 13 meters.
Yeah, obviously a lot of good genetics in this young guy. Some real pedigree, of course. Son of the great Drew Ross, of course. Sister of Neely Ross, and the current world record holder in the under-17s. Of course, because of the delay in these worlds due to the pandemic by 12 months, he is going to have to ski against some slightly older skiers at these worlds.
But he does pretty well against them, that much I can tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been Canadian national champion. I believe he took the Junior Masters slalom title, to the best of my recollection. He was invited to ski on the hallowed waters that are Robin Lake in Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain, Georgia. There's our current leaderboard. Federico still very much in the lead with his run at 5 at 10.75 meters. He has absolutely no worries whatsoever about skiing in the boys slalom final. The only one that is worried, or the only 5 that are worried, are the ones that are currently on that bubble right now. So, take it away, Glenn. 12
meter line. He starts from the start dock in, past number 3, around 2 he goes. He's pretty early here at the moment. He hits for 4, across to 5. And that's a nice pass there on the 12 meter line from Charlie Ross.
All right then, so that 12 meter pass it is, and looking in very, very good shape. And this next pass is going to be, I won't go so far as to saying a chip shot or anything like that, because 11.25 meters on its own is a difficult enough pass. But I mean, you've got to take his record into consideration in terms of running this, and say that the prospects are pretty high that with the current water conditions that he has to face, that getting more than halfway down on 11.25 meters, or even more to the point making it, still quite high.
Yeah, well, I mean, first job, of course, is to make the final. And to do that, he needs to get a ski around 4 ball, so I guess that will be the first aim. But you did right. If he's feeling good, there's no reason why he can't run this pass. The conditions are perfect. The boat, of course, the #1 tournament towboat in the world, the Nautique.
Yeah, I'm confirming that number 3 mic is off.
Here we go. 11.25 meter line. Will not be too long, and we will be on. Charlie Ross from Canada. 11.25. A piece for 4 ball will get him into the final. The world record holder in the under-17 slalom. Across the 2 ball he goes. A little bit slow out of 2, but he's okay around 3. Oh, big bubble!
No, and he's down!
Oh, this is a massive
word.
upset. Tony, this is one of the biggest upsets at these World Championships. Devastation for Charlie Ross in Canada. He only had to make it. If he had made his way to the wakes, he would have been in the runoff. And now, I wouldn't say that he's 100% out of the final. Waterski, he's not out yet. He is clinging on by his fingernails at the moment, though, to make this world slalom. So all 5 of the skiers, he scored 3 at 11, are now into the final. There'll be no runoff. But I guess the potential is we end up with a runoff at 2.5 yet. It's that is a possibility, because that is now the bubble, I believe, 2.5 at 11.
I just wasn't too sure what happened there, because I mean, he looked in fine shape with the first few buoys, and looked like there were some bumps on the end of number 3. But
honestly, I think he was looking to run the pass, Tony. He was thinking about 6 buoys here. Maybe just for a minute there, he needed to just make sure he got the 4. I'm not sure. I'm not going to. There's no way I'm going to criticise him. He's such a talent. Yeah,
and the ski just grabbed on the outside, and it was just curtains for him.
Well, that is tough. That is tough to watch, folks.
Well,
record holder.
And I tell you what, I could just hear the collective sound of about 5 collective pairs of gloves, 5 collective pairs of bibs, 5 collective pairs, 5 vests, and 5 whatever's not needing to be used now.
They're reaching for the talcum powder now and toweling off, because
talcum powder? Do they still use that these days?
Well, I don't know. We'll find out. But what is actually happening now, Tony, though? Because the boat is not taking the next skier. The boat, we have a judge on the radio now, so... Okay, we have a request for a rewrite here for backwash on 3 ball. A little bit of movement on 3 ball. And Tony, we definitely did see a little bit of movement there on 3 ball for Charlie Ross, but I've got to say that it's kind of been here all day. I don't know
any more or any less than any other skier.
And that's the call the judges are going to make right now, because it's been there all day, folks. It really has. This is a little bit of drama here at the moment at this under-17 boys slalom elimination round.
At 38.
All right, then, with all of that taking place, we have our very last skier to take to the water. It is going to be Nikolaus Antonsen from Austria.
Yeah, okay, reride has been denied there. I mean, you've got to ask the question, I guess. It is a little movie on that 3 ball. So, well, let's just update here, Tony. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 boys from our last competitor at 11 will get him into the final.
All the 3s are in.
But if he was to score 2.5, he would be involved in a runoff. Do we have a potential?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So 2.5 is good enough for a runoff. Less than 2 would put Charlie Ross through.
Yeah. So Charlie Ross is not done yet. He's hanging on by his fingernails, though, you'd have to say.
And, you know, there's no escaping it, really, because in the last World Championships, what did it take for people to advance?
Well, I think it was a 2.5 or 3. Yeah,
I mean, it's
3. And it's been like that for probably 10 years now. It's 2, 2.5 or 3 to make the final. Nothing changes. Now, at the start of Series 1 here, we thought it was going to, it was looking like it had to be on 10.75.
Yeah.
But once again, it reverts back there, doesn't it? Because I think, Tony, the pressure starts to come on some of these last skiers. It's tough out there. It's still a good score to get. Anything more than 3 at 11.25. Remember, these guys are under 17 years of age or under 18 years of age. It's a tough score to get.
Well, I'll tell you what, just looking at this list of skiers that are through to the finals, I mean, you've got Ricardo Reis, you've got Reed Meinhardt.
Oh, that just moved them all up.
Juan Luis Pawanka, then you've got Danny Texador, then you've got Florent Paff.
Top 12.
Blaze Grubbs, Jaime Palomino Blanche. Federico Jaramillo, he's through, obviously. He's the lead scorer with 5 at 10.75.
Okay, so
all right then.
And
so
don't forget that not only is Charlie Ross sitting on 2.5 at 11, but so is James Bryans. So there's 2 skiers there that are watching this set from our last competitor as he completes that 13-metre line.
All right, and looking through some of the other skiers that have made it, I mean, I saw Federico Jaramillo, there's Lake Jones, there's Evan Kraus, and the one that stands out, representing the country that's never skied, they're themselves through to a final round before in their entire existence. That's Morocco.
That is cool. So Morocco have made their first ever Worlds final. In the history, the 75 years of IWWF, for the first time Morocco have a skier into a final at a World Champs.
And I spoke to Camille as well after he skied. I did a quick interview with him, and then I interviewed him off mic and asked him about his situation. And apparently he has a very, very nice water ski facility just outside Rabat, you know, and you'd expect desert all the way around, but it's like beautiful green foliage and everything, and he's about the only skier that skis on it. So wow. I mean, okay, this isn't his first rodeo, mind you. I mean, he has skied in the previous World Junior Championships, but he only scored 5.5 at 18.25. Wow. So that's a good rate of improvement, I would say. Big moment coming up now. Our Austrian competitor, this is 12 metre. 12 metres there for Nicholas Antonsen. Absolute must-run pass. He starts quite nicely on 1. Out of 2. Heads across the 3. Austria trying to make their way into the World Slalom Junior Final. And this is a good 12 metre pass. 6 boys. Well done. We'll shorten on to the 11. Now the equation is if he gets more than 2.5, he's into the final. 3 is into the final. If he scored less than 2.5, we'll have a runoff between Charlie Ross and James Bryans. And of course, if he happened to ski 2.5, then he'd be involved in that runoff as well. So there's still plenty on this. Yep, a lot of permutations, a lot of things can either go in his direction or not. Wow, this is so much drama there, Glenn. I mean, how can we take much more? Well, it's not even. We're not even anywhere near the final yet. This is just the elimination round. Look at it. There's the leaderboard. There's some very good scores there. All right, so we're looking at that Nautic towboat powering up and bringing in our skier on the water, Nikolaus Antonsen from Austria. Big moment, massive moment here. He needs 3. Oh, yeah. If he can get a clear 3, he's into the final. Round 1, not a bad one actually. He's got a pretty good start. Round 2, back on his ski, but he's across the 3 and he's through to the final. Can he go on and run this 11.25? He doesn't need to. He doesn't. He's got 4, but he's into the final, folks, and well done. He's in, and the Austrian's wrapped. But that's devastation, of course, for Charlie Ross in Canada because he's not going to make the slalom final. So what that 4 does is it puts him above 5 other skiers when it comes down to seeding the running order for the slalom final, and I think that was secondary in his mind, but once he realized that he got round number 3 to the wakes, then he had to have a poke at 4 ball and see how much of it he could get to move himself down the running order. Yeah, so 3 at 11.25 metre ends up being the cut to make it into this under-17 boys final at the World Championships. And congratulations to all our finalists. We're going to show you the top 12 with the entire leaderboard shortly. Once we do that, we will have a bit of a break and we'll be back with the course, all the girls jump elimination series of them. I think there's close to 30 jumpers in the girls. We'll have that coming up. But won't be too. Congratulations to all our finals, of course, finalists. About 5 or even 6 skiers made it in the 10.75, which is wasn't that long ago. If you made it in the 10.75, you were
we're going to win the event. But nowadays, of course, such is the level of junior slalom skiing, there's at least 5 or 6, I think, that made it in
and
the 10.75.
And three at 11.25 meters just has that uncanny knack of still being significant 3 years later.
There you go. There's our leaderboard, folks. Federico Jaramillo with 5 at 10.75. He'll go into the final. It's a top seed. We've got Danny Texador with 2.5 at 10.75, joined by American Blaze Grubbs also at 2.5. Florian Path, the Italian slalom well, with 2 at 10.75. We've got Jaime Palomino with 1.5 at 10.75. Great slalom skiing from the Mexican. Then we move our way down to Juan Luis Pavoca from where's that?
Chile.
Chile, of course he is. Yes, and then of course Nicholas Antazam from Austria, our last competitor, joined by 3 Americans: Reese Carter, Reed Meinhardt, and Lake Jones. And then our final 2 competitors into the final were Camille Belsman and Evan Kraus. Congratulations to our slalom finalists.
Es hat geregnet inzwischen und das war sicher nicht das Einfachste und die Polen sind alle abgegangen früher. Also das Wasser hat sich sicher von irgendwo verändert. Nehme ich an, ja, und der ist ein Favorit gewesen. Der ist die Nummer 2 der Welt und der ist weg. Also das Wasser hat sich durch den Krieg wahrscheinlich ein bisschen weicher. Geht auch noch mehr weiter. Und das war deswegen war es lustig. Vielleicht habe ich es versucht, das ist drinnen, morgen werden die Karten also nicht gestattet gleich in der Review. Das ist auch gut, aber das erledigt. Und dann kommen erst die anderen, die müssen nachlegen. Danke, super, wir hören uns morgen. Danke dir. Danke.
Well, okay, a big old skier. Well, I wouldn't say big or indeed old. This is Reed Meinhardt, who's just found out that he's going to be slaloming among the 12 skiers in the slalom final. How are you doing?
I don't know. It just went the way I wanted it to.
Well, take a look at your own skiing out there. Give us your assessment.
I think I had a pretty good 1 and 2, and then I came into 3 at good timing. I didn't want to fall around 3, so I fell on my tail just a little bit, and then I couldn't quite make it to 4.
All right, then that's pretty good. But how old are you, by the way?
I'm 14.
Did you hear that, folks? This guy's 14. And you still got 2 more World Championships of eligibility to go, haven't you?
Correct.
And you're through to the final.
For trick and slalom.
For trick and slalom. So fantastic skiing there, Reed. I mean, I'd be over the moon. How about you?
I don't know. This is just crazy. I'm just taking it in right now.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so what you got coming up next? You're going to be in the trick final this afternoon, right?
Yep.
We look forward to seeing you there. And the slalom event is going to be in the morning, from what I can ascertain.
I think so.
All right, then. So before you leave the mic, any final thoughts or any thanks you'd like to give to a few of your folks or anything like that?
I'm just going to try my best next round and see what happens. I don't know.
You certainly got some stiff competition with the likes of Federico Jaramillo, who's about 3 years older than you, and the likes of, this wonder kid from Morocco to contend with. So is there anything anyone that you'll be particularly looking out for, or are you just focused in, dead set on your own skiing?
I'm just going to ski my best and let what happens happen.
Excellent stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he is Reed Meinhardt. He is 14 years of age. He is a World Slalom finalist, and we congratulate him and wish him the best of luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, then, and we'll continue on with coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-17 World Championships right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, folks, returning to continuing coverage of the 2021 IWWF Under-17 World Waterski Championships, coming to you live from Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. We have got the girls jumping competition. Joining me here in the announcing booth is none other than Kansas's own Cole Kalkbrenner. How are you doing?
Tony, it's so good to be able to be here and announce with you. I'm so excited about this U-17 girls division. They have just been skiing incredibly all weekend. The conditions, obviously, at Pico Ski School are always perfect, but, you know, it just seems to be something in the air that's electric. The girls are turning it on, and it's just a fun thing to watch.
That just reminded me of a Phil Collins song, In the Air Tonight.
That's right.
All right, so you're actually going to be a rather busy man if you're not already busy already with the lightning jump controls that you've installed here and a whole bunch of other places like Water's Edge and Mystic Lakes and that kind of stuff. And speaking about Mystic Lakes, they're going to be hosting the 80th Good Waterski National Championship. So you've got a lot on your plate.
Absolutely. You know, we are excited to be putting systems all over the country, but nonetheless here at Pico's, this was sort of our debut, but you're right, we are glutton for punishment at Mystic Lakes. We're going to be having the regional championships as well as the national championship. So it's about 3 weekends back to back to back, and it's going to be tough, but it's going to be fun. We got a great crew there. I know they've been sending me messages all day, really, and when you get back on the mic and things like that. So appreciate all the messages that are coming through, and we're looking forward to a big year in 2022. But who do we have on the water, Tony?
We have Sandra Bayer-Boda.
That's a mouthful. I'm glad you're here to help with the names. I butchered them all weekend and into the early part of this week, so appreciate you being back. How was the hilltop, though?
Oh, it was fantastic. I mean, notwithstanding the slightly cooler weather of around the 54-degree mark or 12 degrees C, but and the adjustment from there to here was a little tough. But I'll tell you what, the skiers there certainly made more of their opportunity to hit scores into 41 off and 39 off, men and women respectively.
Wow.
So look at this. This is Sandra Bayer-Boda. And our first landing in our girls jumping competition belongs to Sandra Bayer-Boda.
Well, you got to love that. You know, we're going to see the elite, some of the best juniors in the world right here. But a textbook opening jump, you know, you don't know what she's got in store for us to come on these next 2 jumps, but you got to believe that maybe that had some team point implications, Tony?
Maybe. We won't really find out the full extent of the team results quite yet until we've actually gone through this final elimination round competition category.
But if she's buying for the overall event, you know, you want to put that score in the scorebook, and that she did. Sandra, I don't know that I could find much wrong with that single cut there. We'll see if we get a little bit more from her, maybe a 3/4. 22.4. Something in mid-70s there. What's that?
73 feet.
73 feet, okay.
Okay, so now we'll attempt to actually translate between metric and feet, because as conversely to the national championships, which we saw here on TWBC and also on USA Waterski's YouTube presence, we announced it primarily in feet and inches, but with a smattering of metric distances thrown in for good measure. Because this is an IWWF World Sanctioned event, their primary measuring distance measurement method is the metric system, and we'll get that to you first. But here we go. This is Sandra Bayer-Boda. Oh, nicely done there, and came in with a lot more heat, a lot more speed, and the height looks pretty darn good too.
Yeah, Tony, I can't find much wrong with that jump. Beautiful single cut. One would think she's probably ventured into that 3/4 or what we like to call super singles, where you just start a little bit further off to the right of the wake. But just beautiful, beautiful form. Up and over Big Red there. Utilizing the rope, keeping it nice and tight. She's got a lot more room for improvement in the next few years. Got to be better than that 22.4, one would think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's got to be. And actually, as a matter of fact, 24.7 meters, 24.7 meters, or 81 feet. It's an 8-foot improvement.
Wow. Well, I'm
That's
sure
the
she's going to be.
difference, really. I mean, just putting a subtle wedge across the jump, hitting around 18 inches to the left side of the bottom right-hand corner, and then keeping that edge going is always a good recipe for success.
Yeah, she just continued to load all the way through the top left corner of that jump, and that's what you need for big jumps. And looks like she's electing to go with another single, so maybe she can improve again another 8 feet, get her upwards of 25 meters. I'm sure she's looking for something in the 90-foot range.
Using an arm sling low for a single cut, which is rather unusual.
About that same hole, might be just a tad bit further.
Yeah, I think it's going to be there and thereabout. I mean, you are going to max out a lot quicker with a single cut than you are with a three-quarter or full double cut.
But nonetheless, a great way to kick off this U-17 girls event.
All 3 jumps landed. You got to love it. Just driving in off that right, just extending off the top, and I don't see much wrong with that technically. 24.6.
That's right.
24.6.
Just about the same hole there for young Sandra, but obviously she has much more left in the tank, and I'm sure she'll be tapping into that in the years to come.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, if she maintains that kind of posture coming into the jump and just adds a three-quarter cut before going across the wake. I mean, if she comes across the second wake and she is in a decent enough position, then she can it's just a continuation of that single cut with just a heck of a lot more speed and more direction.
Absolutely.
All right, then. About to take to water is Lily Desty of Great Britain.
So Lily had a bit of a busy weekend thus far already. Seen her in the other 2 events, but now she's got jump skis strapped to her feet.
Yeah, behind that Nautique towboat, the boat that we're actually using in the jump event is exactly the same boat that they used for the jump event in the Masters tournament a few weeks ago in the latter part of May. So that's definitely got some grunt to it, I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely. You know, good and broke in here. They spend plenty of hours behind it here at Pico Ski School, exclusively towed by our official towboat, Nautique. Big thanks to them and all the research and development, R&D, and what they've brought to our sport, continuing to sponsor all of our world championships. I think that's a feat to recognize and thank them consistently, because it's companies like them that continue to give back to our sport for decade after decade, and we appreciate everything that Nautique has done. I know I sure appreciate skiing behind their boats.
All right, then. So the official boat of the Masters tournament and the official boat of the IWWF, the correct draft Nautique, 450 horsepower in that engine, the PCM 6.2 liter engine.
Our first three-quarter.
Yes, indeed, lifting up that right ski. Now turn. Oh, nice. Lifting off a little bit towards the back there, and her handle position is something I would question.
Yeah, you know, I kind of always tell them about a gas pedal when I'm talking to my young skiers and telling them to push the gas pedal down. That means turn the handle over to the left. And you see her, it's more upright position, so that left shoulder moves back to the boat a little bit. If she would just roll that handle over, peel that left shoulder back, she'd stay on the end of the line, keep everything moving to the left. So a tidy opening jump.
And what do you think a lot of the pressure should be on more on the left arm or more on the right?
You know, it's hard to say where these athletes are at in their careers with a sling, but really we'd like to load the sling, but we'd like to load that left arm and that shoulder back. You see when people start to unsling and the handle moves towards the boat, they're going to lose the load before the jump and not have that explosion that we saw that was in pole to plan for Freiburg. That was incredible. I don't know, Tony, if you got to see the replay, but really that's what we're looking for. I think everyone is looking for a jump like that.
Okay, it's 24.2 meters or 79 feet, so actually a little bit behind the 8 ball here compared to Sandra Bayabord has a best jump of 81 feet.
But knocking on the door. Knocking on the door. We are going to get her up and over that 25-meter mark, I'm certain. Get her a little bit wider here. Maybe see if she can peel that left shoulder back just a bit. But she's getting through the wakes great. Look at how quiet her chest is, Tony. Doesn't move an inch. Up and over Big Red. It's a better looking jump. Still a bit back, as you mentioned, though, as she kicks back there. Doesn't bring her hips through the jump and up and over the tips there.
So I see some good elements of good technique there from Lily Desti of Great Britain. But it all appears to be very, very methodical. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, as long as you're producing the distance, but still very, very, stiff, I would say.
Yeah, no, again, I think it all stems from the handle position that you pointed out on the first jump. It's just, as she's so perpendicular to the water, she needs to really get that parallel to the level of the water, the surface of the water, and things are really going to come together for young lady. But she did enough to take the lead there, Tony. 25.9 meters.
And that's equivalent to 85 feet for those of you that rely upon feet and inches more than the metric system.
Well, you mentioned it, Tony. I spent a few years, a short stint, if you will, of my life in Australia. So I got accustomed to metric systems and kilometers per hour, and it just seems to make more sense. I continue.
But they drive on the left-hand side of the road.
Well, okay, fair. That's a little bit strange. However, I continue to fight with my American compadres, and they will not relinquish. In fact, one said, "Long live the miles per hour and feet," in a text coming through. So,
oh, absolutely. Here we go. This is Lily. Whoa! And from our first free quarter of the day to our first crash of the day, that is Lily Desti, a fall on that jump. And you kind of get the feeling that she wanted to push a little harder on that jump. It's probably her last opportunity to hit this jump and create an impression going in.
Well, you could just see her chest. It is
exactly.
Opened up to the
Best
boat,
angle there.
And that handle just as far away as all that load continues to move the handle back to the right, and didn't allow that handle to keep moving to the left and get her up and over her skis. So just a bit back, but looks to be okay with a thumbs up there.
And here's another angle straight on, and skis were a little bit wide to start off with. And then if she'd have lifted that left ski, and kept it lifted all the way through the jump, not only would that jump have been more stable, it probably would have been close to 100 feet.
Would have been big, yeah. I agree. I see a lot of elements of technique that are going to take that young lady very far in her jump career. However, right now, just missing one key aspect, and I believe that's to be her handle position is just a little bit far away on the boat side towards the boat. So if we can get that sling arm more engaged and peel that left shoulder back, keep everything square, she is going to have some big jumps in the future.
Maybe she would benefit from a masterline handle.
I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely. If you have a chance to go over and see Russell in the masterline booth, he guarantees an extra 10 feet if you have a masterline handle. It's amazing.
Wow.
I know. How can he's an impressive man, but I didn't know he could do that.
Yes, indeed. It's
the whole Gay family here. We saw young Ella trick yesterday, so don't think we're going to see her strap on the jump skis, Tony, but I'm longing for the day. There's plenty of time for that. She's in the right hands to become, obviously, one of our world's greatest trick skiers. The legendary Russell, and, of course, world champion and world record holder, Anna Gay. But Masterline, On-Site, Eagle, wetsuits, big thanks to them for being here. One of our only distributors in the industry represented here at the IWWF World Waterski Championships.
And yes, indeed, they sell and produce a wide array of water ski accessories, and they have done for many years. You can find out more by going to masterlineusa.com, and certainly a good place to go. All right then, Michaela Todd from the United States of America in getting ready for our first of 3 attempts. Now, what do you know about Michaela?
You know, I know that she's a U.S. skier. She's also made the finals for the young slalom event, the young women's slalom event. So, very, very cool, calm, collected young lady. Seems to be one of our younger competitors, if I remember correctly. Not sure if you have that there, that data. But Michaela Todd, first attempt right here. Beautiful looking form, up and over the ramp.
And there, that's a pretty decent looking jump there, but you saw an element there of her lifting that left ski coming into the jump. It's, you know, you have to be committed to it. I mean, if you're gonna keep that left ski on the ground, that's all well and good. That's fine. But if you are gonna commit yourself to lifting that ski off the second wake of the jump, in my mind, you've got to keep going, because once you drop that ski down, at the very least, it's gonna roll your left shoulder over that left ski and put you in a compromised position. At the very worst, it could send you cartwheeling out the front.
Wow. So 30.6 and didn't get it all together for young Michaela Todd. I believe there is a lot more left in the tank, Tony. Just as you said, she kind of fell onto that left ski. I had this discussion with one of your counterparts, Troy, actually, yesterday. He's not a big fan of lifting the left ski, but I told him, you know, hey, if you're teaching a beginner how to go left and right on 2 skis, what do you mention? You mention put weight on your right ski to go left, and vice versa. So, to me, it's elementary, really. If you're going to go far, look at Ryan Dodd, look at Freddie, some of the best in the business, Jarrett Llewellyn, all of them carry their left ski. And I say it's not lifting the left ski as more as cutting hard enough to make the left ski come up. So if you try to lift the ski, that means you're pulling on the handle, and you don't do that. We'll see what she does here for us.
Jumping 100 feet on jump number 1. Let's see what she's got on jump number 2.
Oh, that's better. Not much better, but
a little bit more in control.
Absolutely.
Jump 72, 79, 72, 72, 79, 72.
So good now you're here. Yeah, it rained.
All right, then. So we're waiting on the jump distance there for Michaela Todd. Getting a little bit twisted into the bottom right-hand corner, but she still had enough direction, enough speed to create something out of that one.
Well. We have a very distinguished guest that just made her way to the booth. Probably one of the more jump-educated slalom skiers in the world. We're going to get her headphones on there and get her a mic that's turned on, and Tony can sort through that. But young Ali Garcia of Hancock Lakes. I don't even know, is that Lake Grove? Where is Hancock?
Lake Hancock.
Is where? In Lakeland, Florida?
Winter Garden, Florida.
Winter Garden. I get confused, all those beautiful parts of the country. But, Ali, we know that you know quite a bit about this jump event. We've got Michaela Todd in for her second jump.
Yeah, actually a third and last jump. Here she comes. Third and last attempt. 102 feet on the previous attempt. Oh, and almost falling into the same trap as Liddy Desty on jump number 3, but this time around the consequences weren't nearly as dire, so there she goes. I'm not too sure whether she'll register distance for that, but there you go. So, Ali Garcia, you're here for the under-21 competition. How do you feel about things right now?
I'm so excited. I've been up here since Sunday, and the conditions look amazing. The boats seem like they're all running great. I mean, you can't really complain about the setup here.
All right, then. So, I mean, you've been training a fair bit before this competition. How's it been going for you?
You know, it's always an up and down process leading into tournaments, but I'm pretty happy about how I've been building into this one.
Excellent, excellent. So, you start in the elimination round coming up on Thursday. Is that right?
I do not ski till Saturday.
You don't ski until Saturday. Wow. You got a long time to wait between here and there. I mean, you're on site, you're taking in the revelry, you're taking in all of the skiing and what have you, you know. So I mean, with that amount of time on the single site, does it kind of get a little bit stale to you, or no, or do you still feel excited, you know?
I think it stays exciting. I'm watching all of these U-17s, Team USA showing up and performing. I'm happy to be here cheering them on.
I was going to say, it'd be hard to be bored with the level of skiing that's going on thus far. So, Allie, we wish you the best of luck. I tell you what, it is a long time to wait, but I was wondering, where have you been hiding in beautiful South Walton, Florida here? I'm sure some beach time was in order.
You know, school actually started yesterday, so I've been doing homework.
Wow. She's studious as well as an incredible, accomplished slalom skier.
Okay. All right then. So we'll let Ali Garcia get on her way and and we'll continue on. Our next skier on the water is Matilda Turt also from Great Britain. Matilda Turt from Great Britain, our second of 4 competitors from Great Britain in this third series of seated jumpers.
If we had another running order, that'd be excellent.
Yep, I'll get on it.
So now, with the current lead score of 102 feet or 31.6 or 31 meters exactly, this now is Tilda Turr. I'm sure she's got plenty of support from her home fans at Gosfield Lake in Essex, where she ordinarily trains a little bit on the back of her skis. And a nicely executed jump there. So, yeah, it looks all right.
Yeah, no, Tony, I think it's okay. I think a lot of pulling on the handle there. Just if we could give her any encouragement, it would be to just relax her arms and let everything develop through the cut, and don't need to do it with your arms here. See, just as she moves through there, she starts to pull on the handle there, which transitions her onto the back, a little bit of her skis, and in the air, even kind of pulling that handle around. So, again, maybe this is just getting out a bit of nerves. That was her first attempt of here.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And coming to us out of the Gosfield Lake Club in England, I'm sure that I'm going to get a message or two from the likes of Vince Turp and Benjamin Turp and all the other members of the family who reside in the area. That actually used to be one of my old stomping grounds back in the day, where I lived primarily in the UK.
So 22.5. Well, Tony, you seem to get around the water ski world. It just it never ceases to amaze me. You go from Seattle to beautiful sunny Florida here and Santa Rosa Beach, and I mean, when you think about all of the events that you've got to call, what are some of your most memorable moments on the mic? I mean, I feel like I'm sitting in the company of greatness here, and I appreciate just getting this opportunity. So.
Well, I give off that vibe, but thank you very much indeed. We've got Tilda Turp on jump number 2, and yeah, I mean, there are a number of events, so many different events. I mean, wow, I mean.
Well, that was a better
jump.
That's
a hard question, it really is.
Yeah, we're hearing in our ear here that I think Vince
I would say
wants
my
to.
most memorable one, and it was actually Charlie Ross at the Swiss Pro this year.
I gotta believe that was amazing, you know, and I'm sure Vince wanted to hear something in the around Swiss Ski School. You know, we gotta give them a shout out when we can. Beautiful sights. I haven't been there in a while, so I'm looking forward to getting back there. But that Charlie Ross, I saw the video and I had to double take. I kept thinking, maybe did they not pull the rope in? What happened? And it was just flawless. I mean, first competitor in an international event, right?
Yeah.
To run the 39 or 10.75
Yes.
rope line.
Absolutely. I mean,
Just crazy.
Just to see the smile on his face was just absolutely priceless. All right, then. So on jump number 1 for Tilda Turp was a 22.5 22.5 or 74 feet. So a little bit behind the 8 ball here. Now, do realize that it's not a seeded running order within this particular section of the event. So when they are paired off and when they are sectioned off into a particular series, then the order is randomized and you get someone like Tilda Turp, who is about 3rd on here. Oh, look at that. Good strike there on jump number 2, and she's bouncing around on their skis, and she really loves the heck out of that one.
So, Tony, I apologize. I'm confusing you here because I'm asking you tough questions, but that was the 3rd and final jump for Miss Matilda. 22 fights her best this far, but I believe that's going to be much further. So she's shaking it off. She knows maybe it might have been a little bit of a haphazard set, if you will, but I think she did a great job. Mm-hmm. We're seeing a replay right here, Tony.
Yeah.
And it was, in fact, further, 23.5 meters or roughly 88 feet. Doing the math in my head, Tony, it's tough. Not a mathematician, but...
So about 88 feet, I would say. I mean, Bess, just a little bit that. 23.5. Looking at some previous jump distances. Yeah, I'll give you that. About 88 feet, I would say. And Tilda Turp.
So good on her. You know, you mentioned Charlie Ross's smile. It's so great to be in the Santa Rosa Beach area and just as these water skiers descend upon beautiful South Walton. I was walking through Publix and all of a sudden Charlie Ross walks by. You know, I'm in the presence of greatness in the Publix, and I don't even think he knows how impressive of a young man he is, but it's great to see all of these water skiers from all over the world, 25 different countries right here in beautiful South Walton, Florida. So this should be Danielle Halford of Great Britain.
Right then, so a 77-foot jump was recorded on...
Tony's making some corrections on our math. Apologize.
Okay, so we've got Danielle Halford. Check.
It's your switch, Tony. It's your switch.
This is talk back.
You need to switch on the gun.
All right then, so we've got...
So sorry about that. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we are bringing Danielle in of the Great Britain.
All right, so that you are right. That is Danielle Halford coming in. So here she comes, and she's coming in with shorter jump skis. That's the first thing I see. A little bit of slack on the line as she turns, and this is going to be interesting to say the least.
Beautiful. Turned out all right.
All right, like she knew what she was doing.
It did, yeah. The little paddle pops is what we like to call those. A little bit old school vibe, a little 1980s flavor for everyone all over the world.
Yeah, we saw plenty of that at the 79th Good Waterski National Championships over in Water's Edge. More common among some of our more senior athletes or more mature athletes in either men's 5, men's 6, or maybe men's 7. But those short jump skis still have relevance today, especially for those that are in the beginning stages of learning proper technique.
That's right. You just saw that there from Danielle. Look, it didn't start as tidy as you'd like, but what happened there is she calmed down, she got centered over her skis, and that was a beautiful looking jump.
Oh yeah.
.3 meters or 63 feet. So young Danielle is starting her campaign off just around that 20-meter mark. I'm sure she's looking for quite a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, from a three-quarter cut, 19.3 meters doesn't sound particularly long, but we'll see what she can do with the remaining jumps that she has, starting with jump number 2.
Yeah, a bit surprising on that distance there, but maybe just as you see, just a little bit back, maybe a bit of disconnection there.
Oh, she's getting really disconnected off the turn. How does she execute that particular jump? Now, that really troubles me that she leaves enough, I don't know, enough leeway in her jumping to accommodate some technique which is less than perfect.
Yeah, you know, again, I think every site is different. I think the site picture may be confusing her just a little bit. Maybe she thinks she's a little later than she really is, but she gets there with plenty of time and then settles herself and doesn't pull on the handle, doesn't, you know, come unstuck there, and it's a nice looking jump. So I think she just needs to be a bit more patient, let it develop, the boat come down the lake, let herself come down the lake in that turn, because everything else is all right. Well, she does improve 21.4 meters.
Or around 70 feet.
There you go, 70 feet. So I don't think she'll be concerned with the feet here, will she? She's looking for metrics.
Absolutely. We're all metric in the United Kingdom, despite the fact we actually invented feet and inches.
You guys, you are very impressive. And if anybody was wondering how impressive they are, you just come and ask Tony. He'll let you know.
And significantly, though, we still measure distances on the road in miles.
Yeah, that's a wonder. Why? But on any account, we've got a third and final attempt. Let's see if she just relaxes here. A little bit better, but just a bit of bow on the line. Better cut and edge up and over the top. I think that's going to be her furthest of the set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks okay. That last jump was definitely a lot steadier than the previous two. She wasn't nearly as rushed on this particular jump as she was with the other two. We'll have a look at the instant replay to kind of confirm that a little bit. But you know, in the beginning stages of jumping, you want to try and iron out your technique as much as you can and try and take out the kinks out of that slack rope and get yourself to where you're pushing on the right ski. Having said that, though, that is 23.1 meters, 23.1 meters, or the equivalent of 76 feet.
Look, had a 2-meter improvement at each jump, and, you know, that's what you like to see, that building each and every jump. That's why we get 3. This is an extreme sport, so we don't want any athlete to have to be, 100% committed to any jump that is too dangerous early in their set. Obviously, you're going to see the third jump. These athletes are going to push the envelope a little bit more than they might on first and second attempt, but that's what makes the jump event so exciting, and we saw quite a bit of drama. I think 2 that I can think of off the top of my head making it through, punching their ticket through the elimination round and into the finals on the third and final attempt in the U-17 boys event.
Wow. Okay. Now, so far as continuing on from your discussion about safe jumping, that kind of thing, where I'm from in Baton Rouge, I mean, I'm relatively close to Zachary, where Bennett's Waterski School is based, and I'm sure one or two of the coaches from there are actually present on this site. And what they typically tend to do is they cut and pass, and they do that close to about 75% of the time that they actually go out on jump skis. It promotes safe jumping, it promotes safe technique, and then you're not really pressured by actually hitting the jump so much. You're more and more just trying to work your technique and just trying to get all of that done and make it second nature, because the last thing you want to do is turn and question whether you've got enough weight on your right or if your handle position is close enough to your right knee and all of that stuff. It's got to be second nature.
Absolutely. And I consistently preach this to all of the young athletes that I have the opportunity to work with, but parents in general, they said, well, you don't want to teach somebody or teach them to pass. And I said, listen, if you're not that mentally tough to be able to commit to a pass and then know that the next set you're going to go over and take the jump, well, you're not mentally tough enough for this event, because it will bite. It's mean. But right now, on the water, let's see what we got.
This is Molly Lee, also from Great Britain.
Again, that handle straight up and down, vertical, but
I like that.
You like the vertical handle?
Well,
I like the handle to be a little bit parallel to the surface of the water, so rolled over.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly schools of thought on that one, but holding the handle up high actually brings the handle more towards the center. And I mean, if you're a developing jumper like Molly or Danielle or Tilda or Lily, you know, it helps to keep your shoulders up. Now, if you roll that handle a little bit, it puts more pressure on your left shoulder, but it also dips it at the same time. If you don't know what your body position is or conscious of it, then you could put yourself in a real compromised position.
Understood. Yeah, and of course these girls are at the beginning of their jump careers. So Tony, you may be right. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much, but hey, look, we've got a new leader, Tony. Looks like 25 meters or 82 feet.
I told you I like that jump.
I did.
Yeah, we'll do it.
All right, if you're on site there.
Yeah, we take too, because we were on the plane literally all day yesterday, and I had like a layover in Houston, so she was kind of planning some food.
It's a truck. Texas plates.
Another tidy truck. Another tidy jump there for young Molly Lee. I think it's going to be around the same hole. Doesn't look like she's bringing more speed here.
It's a white expedition. All right, then. So looking at Molly Lee on that jump there, getting a lot better distance on that particular attempt.
Yeah, after watching the replay, you're right. I miscalled that. That's going to be a bit further and an excellent, nice, solid, not solid jump. So great job from Molly.
And I mean, I'm seeing signs of encouragement here from our British girls in this particular series. Probably not expected to advance, mind you, but I mean, in their immediate futures, if they keep working on this, keep working on their techniques, then I see some success from them in the future.
Well, you know, with the great coaches that have come from the British, you know, it's pretty impressive to see all them, their youth advancing. So,
all right then, that previous jump was 26.4 meters or 87 feet. 87 feet. So, last jump coming in.
Great Britain's hopeful. Up and over Big Red, a little bit back, but wow. Tony, I think a similar spot, but
I mean, that looked pretty good, but I kind of get the impression that she flattened off to kick that jump. There are definitely a lot of schools of thought, and trying to extend your knees up on the jump is actually a pretty viable technique at the beginning stages. But what I'd like to see her do is actually give herself a little bit more room to actually cover more of the jump surface from the bottom right to the top left, and actually use the pull of the boat to actually extend all the way through the jump with a more aggressive edge. Now, one way this can be achieved is moving the boat out maybe about a skosh or two wider, so which forces her onto the bottom right corner and having to edge all the way up to the top left without extending the knees. She'll get more natural lift.
And I think that'll come with experience. You know, I agree with what you said, but maybe she's just getting comfortable with that 3/4 and bringing it up the middle of the jump and off the top left isn't a bad way to just dial everything in. And I think with experience, you're going to see her take each jump a little bit later and deeper into the course. And definitely the future's bright for that young lady. And I think her jump career is going to be illustrious for sure. That was a great, solid set. All three jumps, very, very calm, collected. So we're doing you see Dockside here, we're just doing a bit of a judges change between series, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we'll be on to Series 2, and Series 2 will actually feature 11 competitors, This is continuing coverage of the IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships. And when we get done with the simulation pass, we will continue on with the competition. But first, here are these messages.
Wow, there you go. My mic is picking you up really well. I'm not sure why. I can hear in my headset, I can hear when I click the button. I mean, I can hear that through your mic. So. My mic should be up. My mic should be up, isn't it? Still on? Huh, the light is off. Still on? Test, test, test.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder. Introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, folks. Looks like we got the continuation of the Under-17 Girls Series 2 jumps.
Anne-Marie Wroblewski from the US of A. She's a Midwest hopeful.
Uh-huh.
A little bit of a colder climate, so...
And she's getting set to go into her first semester of studies at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
I bet that makes you smile, because that is going to help that women's slalom team immensely. She is a bit of a slalom specialist, but you know, the last time I got an opportunity to see her ski at the Junior US Open in 2020 and then 2021, I kept on thinking, man, this girl can trick and jump as well. So looks like we're doing a bit of back of the envelope math here for Anne-Marie, but with this Series 2, seeing how many people we'll take for our 12-woman finals through. We're in this elimination round now, but Anne-Marie looks like she's going to open up her campaign with a single cut. Very solid opening single, somewhere in that 83, 84 foot range.
Yeah, not bad there with that opening jump. We're going to see more and more capable jumpers here in the Series 2. But let's not forget that it's a random draw of skiers in each particular series. They're not seeded, they're not ranked within that particular series. And that's unique to the Junior World Championships and U21 Worlds. Distance coming in for Anne-Marie Wroblewski, 24.4.
Let's see. To feet, 24.4, 81 feet, I believe. 80 feet. So
about 80 feet, yeah.
You know, Tony, I have a lot of useful skills. Well, I have a lot of useless skills, I should say, but I do take pride in my metrics to feet. I don't know why or how or for any reason for needing that other than watching jump.
Or either that or you're an engineer, and you've certainly engineered a great solution so far as the Lightning jump system that's been installed in a number of places, including right here at Pico Ski School.
Well, thank you for bringing Lightning jump controls up, but I can guarantee you, and if any of the engineers at Lightning jump controls are watching this, they know that I am far, far from an engineer. So they don't want to, nobody that's watching at home, don't be confused. I'm not the brains behind this. Just enjoy the fruits of his labor.
Here we go. Oh, and taking in a little bit of pressure off that turn and coming into the ramp a little bit late this time around. So
yeah, Anne-Marie bringing some heat into that jump. I tell you what, if she would have connected with that one, we surely would have had a new leader.
Absolutely. And I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Cole Kalkbrenner, one of the good folks from Mystic Lakes in Kansas, who will be hosting the 80th Good Waterski Nationals next year, and for the season after that, I believe.
Yeah, no, it's next season, and we're excited about that. We're also excited to have the Midwest Regional Championships, which is the second largest tournament in the world, behind the 80th Good, or the Good Waterski National Championship. So.
And the prospects are still very much there for the U.S. Open of water skiing to make a return there as well.
Oh, definitely. I don't know that we can do 3 in 1 year. That might be a little bit much of an ask for our team. But I can't say that enough about the whole crew at Mystic Lakes. They come together more of a family than anything. We talked a lot about the ski family and the ski world, but yeah, it's definitely a community atmosphere there, and hope that everybody listening, wherever you are in the world, gets an opportunity to ski at beautiful Mystic Lakes, because I've traveled the world looking for the most beautiful site, and I think I call home one of the best water ski sites in the world. So big thanks to all of the Mystic Lakes crew for opening up their doors for the 80th Good U.S. National Championship. So Anne-Marie right now, she has a 25-meter jump in the books. She has a pass on jump number 2, but 3 here. We're looking to really up the ante, set the pace for these U-17 World Championships with the likes of world champions to come. She's going to have to bring the heat. She does, and does not like what she sees. You hate to see that, Tony.
And that might just have eliminated her from future contention in the jump event, those 2 passes.
One would believe, yeah. Historically, it takes somewhere in that 38-meter mark. That might be even a little bit high, but 25 meters just isn't going to get it done to ski yet again at beautiful Pico's Water Ski Center.
All right, then. The extent of her jumping is 24.4 meters or 80 feet. All right, then. Next competitor up, another individual competitor from the United States of America. It is going to be Elizabeth Hall.
Well, this young competitor has taken the scene, coming hot off a national championship. She is your current Girls 4 national champion in the U.S. She also has a fresh PB there at the Wilmington site that I think you were maybe privy to see, and I know she was excited about it, somewhere in that 120-foot mark, or 38 meters like we talked about. So we could be seeing the makings of this set start to take place here. I'm sorry, the cut take place here. It is uncertain thus far, but it's exciting to let this event build and the drama that will be for sure.
Elizabeth Hall. The remaining skiers will feature Lara Bramell, Nelly Allard, Samantha Hill, Amelia Mendez, Ariana Sacco, Maria Sutsura, Brooke Baskers, Josefina Krug, and Celia Stern.
The linguist that you are, Tony, it never ceases to amaze me. But Elizabeth Hall certain to be our first double cut attempts. Had a great familiarization set. Again, really starting to understand what this jump event consists of and finding herself in each and every course that she has the opportunity to ski at. Made great adaptations at the U.S. National Championships in Wilmington, Illinois, Water's Edge. But here she is at Pico's Ski School. This is the IWWF U-17 World Championships. Elizabeth Hall, first double cutter of the event.
Gonna see what she's got. Jump number one, handle up a little bit high. That's gonna stall her turn and send her towards the jump, but not exactly in the most stable position. So
third pass in a row there.
Because according to these whip flags, they're
a tailwind. Yeah, I wonder if that surprised her or confused her, because that is actually the third pass in a row. We saw Anne-Marie have 2 attempts at a 3/4, couldn't get it together, couldn't take it to the ramp. And then yet our next competitor on the water, Elizabeth Hall, unfortunately getting a little bit deep and rushing the turn and just letting go, which is a wise thing to do, I think, like you mentioned, Tony.
Yes, now, certainly with the tailwind, I mean, it provides for more challenging circumstances and conditions. So, okay, let's just say for like the first jump or the first couple of jumps, you've experienced slack line at the end of the turn. What do you have to do to not allow that to happen?
Are you asking me what I would do?
Yeah, what would you do?
Okay, so what I would do is I would bring it...
If I go to the dock and saying, I'm done.
No, you don't want to do that, right? I would bring it up the course a little bit. I would just basically turn my double cut into a large 3/4. Elizabeth needs to take one to the jump, put a little bit of pressure on the dock, in my opinion. She is a hopeful to make that 12-woman final. So I think she needs to just bring this up the lake just a little bit, maybe take it right up the middle of the jump, keep a nice tight line, and just work to get late. I always say that you can just relax, point your skis back at the jump. You don't have to commit to a turn here. Just point your skis back at the jump and let everything develop. That's a pretty darn good spot right there. We've got to jump up and over, and look at that, Tony. We've got our...
If she could ride it out, which unfortunately in this instance she couldn't.
Well, that is unfortunate because she's okay, luckily, Tony, but here's what the stage is. We've got a bit of drama unfolding. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of twists and turns in this event, but this is one of them right here. I'm going to unofficially say that this is the most important jump of this young lady's life, but also in this event, this is the most important jump of the event here, because now what she's done is she needs to not only put this third jump on to the surface, she needs to ride it away for a scoring jump.
Absolutely right, and a lot of twists and turns in this competition, more twists and turns than an Agatha Christie novel, I tell you. I mean, she got everything that she wanted out of that jump, and then brought the handle up high, and that just catapulted her over the tips of her skis.
You know, I think, to me, it looks like she just never put down the landing gear. She just continued to press all the way through the jump, and that's what you saw her chest it continued to move through the surface of the water. So that is unfortunate, but we're going to get her put back together, Tony, and I'm hoping for a big jump for young Elizabeth. She's again taking this jump event by storm, a U.S. national champion, can jump in upwards of 125 feet, does quite a fair bit of training, if I'm not wrong, with Scott Ellis and Marion Matthew Ellis. So wow, if you would want to line up, this young lady has the distinguished coaches in Scott Ellis, like we said, for jump. But, you know, if that wasn't good enough, which Scott is very capable in the trick event and judging or coaching. Russell Gay, I hear, coaches her in the trick event. So, man, the youth. Tony, would you kid?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you get that lineup for your coaching staff?
Well,
it's like the Yankees.
Yeah. When you go in for the Yankees to select your pitching coach and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, I don't understand too much about baseball. No, I know the basics, but so far as the coaching and going out for a specific coach of a specific discipline within baseball, it gets a little confusing for me anyway. But
well, when I make that parallel, it means the Yankees aren't really concerned about the economics of things working out. It's more so just winning at all costs.
Yeah, that's exactly the whole mantra behind George Steinbrenner, God rest his soul.
Well, they're probably the Goliath, or considered to be the Goliath in the baseball world, but our national pastime seems to be moving into the football arena, though, with the likes of the fantasy football and everything that's happening there. But Elizabeth Hall right now, this is the stage. She needs to ride away this jump. So let's see what she does here at the 6. Does she back off a little bit? Maybe a bit, Tony. I'm not sure if she changed her spot too much, but still rides the line out beautifully. Makes her turn for the jump here.
She has to land this.
Well, it's a good jump.
And she does.
It's a good jump, but I know it's going to be a nervous wait to see if she makes that finals, because she has so much more left in the tank. But what's great to see from this young competitor is that she actually knows where she is in the course. In past years, she was struggling to find her timing, and you can see there that was very veteran move. And of course you would when you've got a veteran the jump event like Scott Ellis as your coach. But as we watch this replay, you know she's not deep in the course. She knows she understands exactly where she is and where she needs to make this turn just to take it right up the middle jump. Still get a great scoring jump, but it's not going to be her best. So 34.3 or 113 feet, Tony.
All right, then. So 113 feet. Now, what is my crack reset?
While it is good enough for the lead, I would tell you it's she left quite a bit on the water. Still going to put some pressure on the following girls, though. It's no gimme anymore, Tony. They're going to have to take a cut, and they're going to have to get deep into the course here. And as this tailwind turns more to a crosswind, I don't think it's going to be much of a problem for the likes of the world champions to come. You mentioned, unfortunately, our world champion in this event, Sadie Ferguson, probably not fit to compete, probably not going to be able to continue after a jump crash, actually. It wasn't much of a crash, as it was just a malfunction with the landing gear in the familiarizations.
All right, then. So, looking back historically, our crack research team has come up with the distance of 35.9 meters. That was the minimum jump distance required to actually be a part of the final 12 competitors in the girls' jumping competition the last time the Junior Worlds was held in Cesena in Spain.
What a beautiful sight it was, and I was lucky enough to take in the sights there from the banks in Cesena, Spain at Botas place. But unfortunately for Elizabeth, if that is to hold true, she'd be one of the first on the outside looking in, Tony.
All right, here we go. This is Lara Brummel from Germany.
Look at that.
Nice, das ist sehr gut.
Now that was a three-quarter cut right there, and
yes,
I'm assuming that was some of your German, more linguistic talents there. What was that I just heard?
That was German via Duolingo.
Love it, love it. On any account, Lara Brummel. I've got Vince in my ear telling me that Tony maybe has a sponsor. Is this what I'm hearing?
Maybe not so much, but
on any account. What a great opening jump. I don't know that it's going to be enough to take the lead, but what it does tell me, Tony, is that she probably has the capability to take the lead.
Yeah, I think she's definitely taken the lead with that jump.
Oh, you do? Ooh. Well, it was very close.
34.9, that puts her 0.6 of a meter ahead of Elizabeth Hall, so she does have the lead. 34.9 meters.
Inching closer to that historical cut mark. I still think it's going to take a little bit more. We've had another year of training for some of these girls. We've got some 18-year-olds in this competition. This is the 2020 World Championships. This is not the 2021, so unfortunately for some of these girls that maybe might push the envelope here, they can't set a world record, and we saw that in pole yesterday because they are older and competing at an older age. Another year to develop their water skiing talents, but also their young bodies. So here we are, your current leader, Laura Brummel.
Oh, look at this. Oh, and getting released off the handle coming off the top of the jump, and that gives us an indication of how much pull she got off the turn into the ramp and releasing it instantly.
Well, what it tells me is she brought some pepper into the base of that jump and maybe didn't feel comfortable with it, maybe got forward with her chest, left shoulder down, and thought, you know, I'd rather live to jump another day. I still think it's a bigger jump, to be honest.
Oh, yes, definitely bringing in some red Tabasco into the bottom of that jump. Bam, look at that.
Boy, surely cost her just a little bit, letting go of the handle that quick. But, Tony, this is shaping up to be maybe potentially one of our finalists right here. Well, there it is. 36 meters or 118 feet, Tony.
Yes, indeed.
And we still have one jump yet to come.
All right, so that is 36 meters, 36 meter.
You know, with a name like Kalkbrenner and a name, my mother's maiden name, Schutz, you'd think I should understand what you just said to me, but you may as well have just been cursing me out. So, unfortunately for me, I took some Spanish in 7th, 8th, maybe 9th grade, and I need to brush up on it. I do use it from time to time, but not near enough. Got a good friend that I'm sure is hopefully watching this event, Christy Kingsmill, that would be very ashamed of my Espanol.
Oh, here she comes, jump number 3. This is a later approach.
Yes.
And doesn't quite release off the handle as quickly as she did on the last one, but I think a lot of that was because she was a lot stronger into the bottom of the jump and she held on just a skosh longer. It still overpowered her, but not by much.
Yeah, no, and I think this is going to be the longest jump of her set. Very close anyways. Similar hole, but this is kind of shaping up to what you're looking for right here in the event. Right now, as she comes across both wakes, that left shoulder just drops just that little bit handle away from her, and better on that jump. So I'm going to say it might be the longest of set, but just that load that she's producing is just a bit too much for her, like you said. Okay, so just a skosh further, 36.1. It is the longest of the set. 119 feet.
How far away do you think?
36 meter oil. So, a good effort, 119 feet. It's a work in progress, I do have to say.
Yeah, I am definitely a work in progress. Thanks for pointing that out, Tony. I know that my wife would agree.
No, I mean, just learning German, learning another language, it's almost akin to learning to play a musical instrument at an old age, I guess, but you have to start early. But
well, they say you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but I would love to get back into some sort of a new language or new instrument. I think it's important to continue to learn, lifelong learning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right then, our next competitor on the water coming to us out of Canada. I believe out of the French-speaking area of Canada, the province of Quebec. This is Nelly Allard.
Well, you know what, I've been surprised, or not surprised, but just absolutely blown away by the talent of some of these young Canadians. And that's just a testament to their youth program up there. So much, I know that Jared and Britta give so much of their time freely, and the Dodd family. It's just the McClintocks, obviously. It's just, the list goes on and on. So big thanks the Rini Ski School. It's just impressive. They continue to pump out incredible athletes, and not only great skiers, but great humans. I mean, it's just awesome to see and appreciate all these youth being good sportsmen.
Full double cup for Neely Allard.
And would you expect anything less from a Canadian athlete to be an incredible jumper or overall skier? This is going to be one of our better cuts of the event, up and over, and that is going to be your new leader for sure.
And exhibiting a lot of the technique used by her elder sister, Dominique Allard, as well, but charging into the ramp a little bit with her shoulder down and not getting too much off the top of the jump in this instance.
Yeah, it's almost, kind of trying to knock that jump over with her left shoulder rather than prop up a wall behind her. I love that analogy. The great Jason Stone of Stony Park in Australia, he used to give that to all of our young athletes, and it's stuck with me. But right here, you're going to see her come across the wakes. And as she gets to that second wake to jump, that left shoulder just moves down and up, as you said and saw on her live and opening jump. But she gets to the jump, no problem.
Oh, yeah. No worries. She looks safe all the way through. But there are very, very few competitors that will actually get away with shoulder charge in the jump and coming off the top. And one of them just happens to be the world champion, Jacinta Carroll.
Well, I don't know that there's anything that Miss Jacinta Carroll can't do. Just an incredible woman. But 39.3 for an opening jump. I think we have one of our finalists right there.
I would say so. If the previous minimum jump distance required to get through to the jump finals, the last time these champions were held were anything to go by, which is a 35.3 meter jump, then yeah, taking that into consideration. But we have some of the finest young female jumpers out there, so that target could potentially move either up, downwards, or
that's better.
Upwards. Oh, look at that fly!
That's over 40 meters there, Tony. I tell you what, 133 feet-ish, 130 in that realm for her opening jump. That is a big jump at 31.7 5-foot jump, or 51 kilometers an hour, and what is that, 150 centimeters? So incredible jumping. We've got a good set, the makings for a great set right here from young Nelly.
Yep, and I don't know, it looks like the wind's starting to twist around a little bit and starting to provide a little bit more lift for our jumpers, for Neely Allard.
As we see this replay, look, there wasn't much movement there off the top of the jump. Must be going into a replay. The judges might have need to go back and capture that jump, make sure that we give all of our athletes the best opportunity, because we don't want to lose that jump. That was a great jump, and in fact a leading jump, I would imagine, for this event. So we're going to take an extra few minutes, make sure that we get that recorded and in the scorebook. But with 130-ish, 39.4 meter jump, 39.3. She set herself up here with a great second jump. And what does she do now? Knowing that she's probably done enough to make the elimination, or make it through the elimination round and into the finals, do you charge? Do you find your spot? Do you pull the page out of the great Freddy Krueger's book and see where you actually can cut from to get on the jump here? But then you got to make that long walk down the shoreline there. So it's probably worth it at the World Championships, wouldn't you think, Tony?
Most certainly. She just wants to feel it out a little bit more, see where her limitations lie, and then use that experience to maybe push it a little bit harder in the girls' jumping final. We're still a long ways off from determining who's made it into the next round. Now, under the assumption that Sadie Ferguson will not jump in Series 1, that leaves 9 competitors remaining in Series 1.
All right, we do have our first 40-meter jump of the event, Tony.
Yeah.
40.1 meters.
40.1 meters, and the metric that was the metric distance. The feet and inches should come through very, very soon.
131 or 2 feet.
131 or 32 feet.
Look, I think there's a little bit more left in the tank for young Nelly. I think what you're going to see is a bit more, if she does take it to the ramp, if she's not just looking for a spot, she's going to take a little bit more of an explosive approach to her ramp work, and I think you could see a couple more meters out of her. She just didn't do much off the top, was in perfect form and perfect condition, but just didn't get that explosion, if you will, that we saw.
Here she comes.
She does take it to the ramp. A little bit more aggressive. I saw that right tip flap into her face there, so I'm going to say probably not too much further, if further at all, but similar hole. She is already the first competitor to go 40 meters in this event, so certainly setting the bar high for our athletes to come.
Right, so 40.1 on the previous jump, about 132 feet, and taking it to the limit one more time with the last jump. Good solid technique and just good extension off the top.
Well,
you do wonder, however, when she does lift up off the top of the jump, that she leaves a good portion of that distance behind her on the jump.
She does, yeah. And I may be wrong by watching that replay. It might be a little bit further than I thought. We'll see here as the judges triangulate using what's sure to be our splash eye system.
And looks like our distance should be coming through any moment now. I doubt whether that distance is going to be any further than 40.1 meters. In fact, I would surmise that it's going to be probably around the 38 meter area, so that should be the distance coming through. We'll get that confirmed to you in a moment. In the meantime, we've got Samantha Hill on the water now, getting ready for her first of 3 attempts.
So, Tony, it looks like we've got a bit of a simulation pass here. I'm not sure why that is, but again, we want to make sure that all of the conditions are absolutely as fair and as perfect for our competitors. So maybe just a bit of a malfunction in the boat or something. You know, we are using quite a bit of technology. I mean, weeks of preparation goes into by our technical controller and all of the judges and officials. And so big thanks to them while we got a moment, you know. South Walton, Florida. Tony, I know you've been to this part of the world. Have you had any opportunity to get to the beaches and some of the culinary experiences?
Not yet, no. I only just arrived in last night from the northwest of the United States.
Well, I tell you what, I have been all over the world and all over this country, and you are going to have to search far and wide to find a better venue, not only to water ski, but for the whole family to enjoy some of the most beautiful, crystal clear beaches. It's like sugar sand, white. It's absolutely incredible place to be. Some of these sunsets that I've taken in here in Santa Rosa Beach are second to none, and I just can't say enough about the area. It's an incredible place to come and visit for the whole family, not just the water ski enthusiasts.
So, looks like we've got the distance in on the third and last jump. It's 38.7 meters, 38.7 meters, 127 feet, which gives Neely Allah a distance of 132 feet, 40 mètres 10.
I'm going to learn German just through sitting next to you this week, aren't I? Oh, here we go. Now we're changing.
because Neely comes to us from the Canadian province of Quebec, which
Well, look,
is primarily French-speaking.
Tony, I'm going to tell you this just because we are good friends. I tune out a lot of what you say, so... And that I was just joking,
nicest
by the
possible way.
In the nicest. No, I'm just kidding. Again, you're one of our legendary commentaries, and I appreciate everything that you do. You travel the world and dedicate so much time to the sport that we both are so passionate about, and I'm sure everybody watching this webcast. So I think I'm safe to say from all of us around the world, thank you. And you're the only connection that we have to the skier on the water, and commentary can really make or break an event. So I hope that some of our youth, I know Fletcher Green, one of the great commentators that I've said of the youth, Colton Anderson in our area. We've got young Sadie Ferguson crutching up to us, so we'd love to get a word from her.
Here we go.
But we're getting our next skier, Samantha Hill, hooked up here. You see the doc cam. She is from the U.S. And here we go. We're back with our action. Just going to get young Sadie mic'd up, and then we're going to get some thoughts from her. Sadie Ferguson, world champion, incredible athlete, not only in this under-17 division, but you are in the open ranks. So an unfortunate fall, but one of the gutsiest performances I've ever seen out there to slalom. So tell us how you're doing. Tell us how your recovery is coming along, and would look forward to hearing your thoughts.
So I had a jump incident in for Mills and had to go into hospital and everything. I just got off the phone to the doctor, and my ACL is completely torn, which means I won't be jumping or tricking, but hopefully I can slalom in U21, and I'll go home and have surgery and recover.
Listen, Sadie, I can see you're fighting back tears, and I got to be honest, I almost am too. So our heart goes out to you. Again, I hope that you can get it recovered enough. We saw Taylor Garcia compete last weekend jumping with a torn ACL. So I know you've got a lot going through your head right now, but just know that there's better days to come, and you're going to get through this just like many other injuries that we're going to sustain in an extreme sport like water skiing. But keep your chin up. It was a gutsy performance. I tell you what, tell me what you're going to do. I know on and off the water, it's not just what happens. Regina Jaquez has had this injury, but let's watch this Samantha Hill's first jump here. Tony?
Yes, absolutely. Samantha Hill, jump number one. A little bit crouched down into that effort, but managing to land and ride it out. So a decent first jump there, and Cole, continue on.
Yeah, Sadie, we know that a lot goes into this. I know Regina Jaquez is fighting a similar injury, and she's targeting that date back for the Open Worlds, which obviously you have your sights on at Sunset Lakes in October, I think. So you've got some time. So you're just going to take in the scenes and cheer on some of your good friends. So is there anybody you want to thank, maybe, and all these competitors? Give them a little bit of words of wisdom.
I want to thank everyone. Everyone's been amazing to me through this, but I'm excited to be here and watch everyone else compete. But yeah, there's nothing really. I want to say thank you to everyone that has helped me.
Well, Sadie, that we know it takes a village, and again, I've had the pleasure and the privilege of watching you grow up, and it's just amazing to see you blossom into a fine young woman, and I know that you will take this in stride and learn from it and come back even stronger. So thanks and good luck to you in your recovery, and if there's anything we can do, let us know.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, so Samantha Hill of the U.S., she
31.8 meters on the first jump.
31.8 meters, so just over the 100 foot, 104 feet there. Samantha Hill did take out the Junior U.S. Open at the San Marcos River Ranch, Tony. So left a lot on the jump there. From the Northeast, I believe.
So here we go. Jump number two. Good direction and getting really pushed over the tips of the skis coming off the top of the jump there. Probably more a product of the direction that she got off the bottom right-hand corner or to the top left. Or she stood up rather early.
Well, I'm certain the Waterski Broadcasting Company is going to bring us this angle right here is going to be interesting. to me, this young lady, when she figures out ramp work, she is going to go quite a bit further because she's got her hydrodynamics working right here. Lots of speed, lots of load, and then a bit of a chest crush, like you mentioned. Just kind of almost stiff-legged, if you will. She doesn't move up and to the left there through that finish of the jump. But still, nonetheless, it's going to be better than that 104-foot opener that she had. Okay, 33.3, 109 feet. I'm sure I've got some viewers tuned in from the Northeast that are watching young Samantha Hill. If you can confirm that she's an old farm skier. I'm sure she skis with the great legendary Tom Hinman, maybe even the Hutch Haynes, Quinn Haynes contingent, some of the Kellers, of course.
Okay, continue to roll along. Got messages coming through. Apparently, Dominique Grandin-Alla is actually the cousin of Neely Alla. So I said they were sisters, and my apologies. But
thanks for keeping us straight.
Related in some way.
Hey, somebody's got to keep us in line, right, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we appreciate that more than you know. It's great to have the background here. But Samantha Hill, third and final attempt, up and over Big Red. That's a better jump.
Getting a little bit twisted into the bottom of the jump. It almost seems like she produced enough edge and enough push to going into the jump. And then she just let her right hip come away towards the boat whilst maintaining her edge, and that's what throws her forward.
Yeah, I think unloading, like you're mentioning, into the base can be kind of the reason for that chest crush there. She's not continuing that direction to the left, but we're going to see a replay right here. See if she gets more of the jump. I called it a bigger jump, but I really think it's probably a similar distance, which may not be enough to get her through. So it was actually less, 31.9 as we suspected. Just leaving a ton on the ramp there, Tony, like you mentioned, unloading and opening up to the boat. Coming off the top of Big Red is usually not the recipe for the big jumps, but Samantha Hill put it down the lake, 109 feet. She is she's not out yet. She's not out yet. We're letting this.
Yeah, Samantha Hill currently in fourth spot there with 33.3 meters or 109 feet.
Oh, it must be a Chilean on the water. Not sure if you guys at home can hear the cheers going behind me, but they are definitely vying for the Spirit Award, if you will. I don't know if we have one of those. This isn't a college event, is it?
There should be, like the NCWSA Nationals.
I tell you what, there is no greater platform than the collegiate water skiing. I long for it. I'm nostalgic for that setup and looking for what that is, where we're going to find that same camaraderie, that same spirit, if you will, like we said. It's just second to none. If some of these youngsters are thinking maybe their water skiing career is not going to be as much fun as they get older, I can assure you that the collegiate water ski ranks is second to none, and we are very fortunate that we've got the leadership that we do at the head of the NCWSA.
All right, then obviously you refer to Jeff Surday, who will...
Amazing young man. I mean,
yeah.
Jeff Surday just relieved him of his duties as president of USA Water Ski, but the contributions...
AWSA.
Yes, the contributions that whole family has done and for our sport in the U.S., just team and everything, it just ceases to amaze me. But right now we've got Amelia Mendez, Chilean skier right now up and over Big Red.
Oh, that left ski almost got out from underneath her.
Okay, so live to jump another day, Tony.
Yeah.
That was a bit...
But that spooked her.
That spooked me. That spooked me. When those tips drop up the top, it can be a scary thing, as you know. This is an extreme sport, and unfortunately for young Sadie, we saw that happen in the familiarization. Just not a jump that came unstuck, but...
Now, this is a really telling angle here. Up. Yeah, I mean, she just flat kicked that one.
Yeah, but missed it. It was weird. It was just tried to kick maybe 2 or 3 feet off the top of the jump, and it just tips went down. So,
and I mean, in snow ski jumping, I'm sure you've seen the Nordic jumping. If you kick too late, you're replicating that moment on NBC's Wide World of Sports with the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
You cannot unsee that clip, can you? It just trying to jump far, and when you see things like that, I know we were watching a little jump last night, and there was a crash that was about to come up from a good friend of mine, and I just mentioned let's not watch that. We got better days ahead. We'll put that behind us, archive that. We'll learn from it, but we're not going to rewatch it. We maybe watch it once and then move on, huh?
Speaking of dramatic crashes, Will Blair.
The Nationals. I tell you what a gutsy performance out here, right? Didn't he come back and do quite well?
Indeed. Yeah, he did. He did okay. He did fantastically yesterday, recovering after all of that malarkey.
Right. Well, it's unfortunate when we have malfunctions in technology that set back these young athletes, and I think that's what happened with Will Blair. But he came back with vengeance and did a great job. I'm proud of him. I'm sure the whole U.S. is. But right now, Amelia Mendez, much better jump. But like you said, it spooked her. Sat back on the ramp and not going to produce the distance big enough to punch her ticket quite yet. She's still got work to do.
All right, then, and let's remind ourselves that we are about 6 skiers in. We are over halfway through the Series 2 jumping competition with Amelia Mendez. Distance coming through and will be revealed any moment soon. Okay, it's going to be 31.3 meters, 31.3 or 103 feet, 103. So, that was on the jump number 1, 31.3 meters. So, third and last attempt, as she wants to make some inroads and possibly make it through to the finals. Then she's looking for something along the region of about maybe 3 or 4 meters on top of what she's already jumped. And if she can get it somewhere close to 40 meters, well, that does open up a lot of possibilities. Let's see what she's got. There you go. Better direction, more pull off the top. If you direct your skis off the top a little bit more, then you can actually use the power of the boat to extend your jumping a heck of a lot further.
Well, Tony, I know some of these top seeds are licking their chops because it seems that the wind is starting to turn around, and yet again, Pecos Waterski School in beautiful Santa Rosa Beach is producing some of the most perfect conditions we've seen. So Amelia taking advantage a little bit on this last, that wind direction change. Up and over, just a little bit further, 31.6 meters.
104 feet.
So, what is that good enough for, Tony? I've lost track here a bit.
31.6 meters. That puts her in 5th place right now with however many skiers we've got.
Well, one would think it's not enough. It looks like we've got 14 skiers remaining. Okay, thank you, Tony. I still think we're going to be upwards of that 35-meter mark here. Some incredible jumpers to come, that's for sure. Conditions, again, ever so slightly changing just here. We're getting a beautiful crosswind turning into a bit of a it was a tailwind, now it's a bit of a crosswind, and it looks like it's going to turn here to a bit of a headwind, so.
Absolutely. Okay, we've got our next skier on the water from Italia. It's Arianna Sacco.
had something pretty good from here the other day, but I haven't eaten much on site. All right. Young Ariana coming in for jump number 1. She is hooked up to that 6.2 liter ski nautique, the official towboat of the U-17 World Championships. Look at this. This has the makings for a leaderboard shakeup, I can already tell.
All right, here she comes, jump number 1. A little early, as a matter of fact, coming into the base of the jump, flattened off, and just didn't continue to push her direction off the ramp.
Well, she didn't come off on that far left, so...
No, she didn't.
I tell you, a little bit of a split there. Little heart and mouth stuff there, but I'm sure she's going to learn from that.
Skis, though.
Let's see what happens right here. This is the angle where you can tell quite a bit, Tony. And yeah, it's like almost she just let off, but boy, she barely got on the jump.
Yeah. Exactly. And let's not forget how powerful this boat is.
That's right, 450 horsepower.
And 465 foot-pounds of torque.
We are very fortunate at our club to ski behind a 6.2 liter nautique day in and day out, and it is definitely a monster. And you don't want to fight with it; you want to work with it, Tony. And these girls are so good at that. You know, we watched in the slalom events; they just use every ounce of their structural integrity, and they're so efficient on the water. They make it look effortlessly sometimes. But 31 meters there, 31.3 or 104-ish feet. 105 feet there. Tony, you doing the math? I don't know.
Yeah, it's 103 feet.
103 feet, so. All right. Ariana, second jump. She's going to improve upon that, no doubt. She had the makings of a big jump, just for some reason from second wake to jump, just kind of put it into cruise control. We need her to drop the throttle here, just about right there. Second wake to the jump, up and over. And
whoa, hello.
All right, we're going to wait for confirmation that she's okay.
But unfortunately, she just didn't have enough power at the end to fully take advantage of it. Now, the error that you'll see will come right at the beginning of the turn. She drops that right hand all the way down, and it starts untwisting her left hip towards the boat. Then as she gets to within close proximity of the jump, she tries to kick, and unfortunately, because her direction is changing across the ramp, it kicks in towards the boat and throws her out towards the back.
Well, you know, I just hope that young Ariana is okay, and she can kind of learn from that, what happened there, and move into her third jump, put that behind her, and put out a big score that, you know, obviously is very capable of making it through this elimination round. We're going to see another replay right here. It came unstuck from second wake to jump, and like you mentioned, she just opened up to the boat right about here, and that left shoulder comes up, unloads the line, and just doesn't continue her direction. So looks like she entered the water somewhat okay. Hoping both skis came off. That's sometimes where we can, us jumpers can struggle when the skis don't come up. We want that extreme connection. You know, we want those bindings super tight, thanks to the double stuffs and of Wiley's. But man, it can really hurt us if they don't come off when we do have an unfortunate event like that. However, you know, when speaking of Reflex, or speaking of bindings, it's hard to not mention the Reflex being a sponsor. I look onto our booth there, and big thanks to them. They have saved lots of knees and ankles in the history of water skiing. So, Reflex, thank you for all you do for our sport and the continued support of the Waterski Broadcasting Company, of course.
So the first jump distance for Ariana Asako, the first jump distance is 31.3 meters, 31.3 metri. My best Italian.
Or 103 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure we're covering all our bases here, because we are at the
World
Championships, and I'm Cole Cockburn, and this is Tony Lightfoot. We are bringing you all the action of the U-17 girls division here. We are getting down to the pointy end of finding out who's going to be punching their ticket into the finals tomorrow, which I am excited about, to say the least. And obviously, if Ariana can put it together on this third and final jump, she's going to be excited because she will surely be able to learn from this set and put one together here on this third and final attempt.
But maybe she doesn't realize that the wind has done a complete 180 degrees by now.
It is turning into the headwind, quartering out of the 11 o'clock, or so. I tell you what, it's going to make for some big jumps for these last top seeds. But let's see what Ariana has for us on her third and final attempt.
Let's see what she's got. Ariana Sacco from Italy.
All right, Tony, here it is. Much better jump. That's going to be the furthest of the
definitely
set.
More solid attempt.
But you noticed she did not take a very aggressive approach, so we could be fooled by the way she came off the top of the jump with the way we are calling it here off of the TV screen. We don't get to see from second wave to the jump until that replay comes, so didn't seem to be as an aggressive of a path through the jump course, so she doesn't look happy. I'm wondering if maybe a little bit hurt on that second jump or dealing with some pain that she's not used to here. But we're going to see the path is a little bit narrower path here. Not much of a turn. She just kind of points her skis, like I mentioned earlier, at the jump. And then right here is where she pours it on, drops in. You see the spray and crease, and she gets off the top of the ramp. That's a better jump for sure. Unfortunately, 30.1 meters, and that second jump, that second fall, had more of an effect than we thought, as I'm getting a little bit of flack for calling it too early. However, much better. I'm sure that was one of those you need to do to gain your confidence back. And again, well, it doesn't look like she's done enough to make it through. There's still much room for improvement and plenty of twists and turns. So maybe looking the outside looking in, but we don't know with virtual certainty quite yet.
So that last jump there for Ariana Sacco was 99 feet or 30.1 meters. 30.1 metri. All right, then, moving right along is our next competitor from Ukraine, Maria Suitsura. Okay, having consulted with one or two friends from Eastern Europe, the pronunciation on the last name is Maria Chuchura.
Chuchura?
Ukraine.
Of the Ukraine. They, oh man, well coached they are, the Ukrainian team. It's like a guarantee in the trick event. But right now we're jumping. Let's see what young Maria has for us.
Here we go, Maria Chuchura. Ooh, very exposed to the boat, but still able to get direction off the top of the jump, though.
Tell you what, I like that opening jump. I know a little bit of a unload right there before. Maybe she was too early, but if she gets her timing right and continues everything out to the left, I'm sure she's getting some coaching from an incredible guy. Young man, his name has escaped me. I haven't met him a ton, but the Ukrainian coach, Tony, surely you know who he is.
Yeah, I know the guy. I just can't remember the name so much.
All right, well, nonetheless, she's getting the tips and tricks, and she's going to come back with two jumps left, and I'm sure punch her ticket into the finals round.
I'm more than likely skiing out of the Sentosa facility in Dnipro, where the majority of the Ukrainian team tend to train. They have an incredible facility.
I was going to say I've heard great things. I unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to go to that 121 Worlds. That was just recent there. But the river being right there and the cable park, it brings in more people. It's more of a opportunity for people to gather and watch water skiing, which I know you and I love. But 32.4 meters on her opening jump. That'd be about 107 feet, but not going to be enough quite yet. Got more work to do here, Tony. She's pulling out wide on that ski nautique. Second of 3 coming at you. Young Maria needs to find her spot in the course, and if she does, I think we're going to be in store for fireworks. Lifts her left. That's a better jump.
Better looking jump there altogether.
Yeah, but still leaving the right hip behind, Tony. I don't think it's going to be what she's capable of. We have a little bike crash here. Hopefully okay.
No worries.
That's the second
I've
one
had
I've
scooter
seen
crashes,
here,
and the scooter crashes are far worse.
So he doesn't know that he's famous right now. If we could get a camera on him, that'd be kind of brilliant for our spectators. Oh, Calvin walks with... I think he walked by with a camera. I thought we were going to really put the young man on the spot, but you're watching a replay right here of a better jump. Still one to come. But like you said, Tony, that left's just beating the right to the jump, and unfortunately that is not a recipe for big jumps. Well, I should be clear here.
Not among the biggest jumps anyway, but I do have to say that she scored a bigger distance. The equivalent of 110 feet, it is 33.6 meters. 33.6.
So she's systematically working her way closer to that cut line. Historically been 35.9. Haven't done the math yet to know exactly what we are, but we're getting very close to being able to crown our finalists, if you will.
Yeah, so to speak, because we have 9 skiers in Series 1 and we've got 3 more skiers to go in Series 2, so 9 and 3 is how much?
Well, Tony, I'm no mathematician, but it sounds like 12. Hey, look, we've got a 40-meter jumper.
Maria Chichura coming into the course now from Ukraine. Jump number 3.
Get that right.
And I saw a couple of other crashes like that, and they were from the Nationals.
That can be scary when you let go of that line before, but what happens there is, Tony, is she is trying to commit to a late look and really push the envelope here. She knows that 33.3 or 33.6, whatever it is not going to be a guarantee. Right now, she's going to have a bit of a nervous wait, and so she doesn't like the look from second wake to jump. And when you get that deep into the course, I've had plenty of these where they become quite dangerous when you let go of that handle and still hit the jump. So it looks like she's okay, and thank goodness for that. Yep, you see right here.
She was looking for that ramp cam, which doesn't exist, unfortunately, for the time being.
Yeah, we had some issues with that at Nationals, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
But, that's all of it right there. The Waterski Broadcasting Company bringing you these incredible angles and always pushing the boundaries. Last week at the Nationals, it didn't really pay off for our equipment. Did we ever get that back, retrieve that?
What was that?
Out of the water. Didn't we have a skier hit the ramp cam?
Yeah, we did, and it still worked.
Wow.
And then we had one jumper who actually straddled it, going off it, and he didn't hit it, mind you, but...
Wow, the presence of mind to stay upright over her skis, going, dangerously close to the shore right there, and staying composed, and so...
And I tell you what, the camera work was on point there, because you kind of expect the skier to actually go up over the top surface of the jump, but following the skier impeccably all the way through to the, lack of a landing anyway.
Well, I'd expect nothing less out of this crew. Again, the Waterski Broadcast Company doing an incredible job all week, and I'm sure we'll continue into the U-21 championships. And, it's something to call out. They also are going to be broadcasting and bringing you live the Open World Championships in October. So no small feat, Tony, for you guys, and we appreciate everything you do, so thank you.
As well as 3 more pro tournaments interspersed in October.
It's going to be a busy finish to our season, but The work doesn't stop there, does it?
No, we're already planning for next season.
That's exciting. Well, we've all but inked a deal for you all to join me in Kansas next year.
Oh, absolutely. All right, then, here we go. Brooke Boskus coming in for jump number 1. If she jumps more than 40.1 meters or 132 feet, she would advance through to the next round of the competition. She is third from last in Series 2. We have 9 competitors to go in Series 1. And she's got some work to do.
Yes, she does. You know, not sure if that was a late look or what, but she is coached by none other than the legendary Mark Lane, and I am certain that she'll be getting all of the adjustments here as she sits in the water and waits for that ski nautique to come back to her. Brooke Boskus out of Arkansas. Is that the South Central region, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a powerhouse, if you will, of talent, and you're seeing it right here on this replay. Brooke Boskus, mom and dad and brother on site. We saw her brother actually competing also in all 3 events there. Just incredible athletes in the overall competition. So Brooke Boskus, very, very wise, high ski IQ. Nothing like the Ethan McKinnon that just walked by my... Well, he's got the ski IQ. Anyways, we'll give him that. Oh, there's a bit of a gesture, hand gesture to me, so it's good to see you too, buddy. But right now we've got Brooke Boskus on the water. Pass on jump number 1. Coming in for jump number 2, Tony.
All right, then. So as we continue to work right along here, we've got jump number 2 passing up on jump number 1. Just had a look at the jump and was probably the wisest course of action considering where the wind's turning right now. It's attempted to become a straight-on headwind, but here she comes. Good, solid, stout-looking second jump that was.
Tony, I can't say there was much wrong with that jump there. It is going to be upwards of that 35-meter mark. I think we're getting down to the pointed end here. You see her straddle that 600-foot buoy, cutting out wide, riding the line out beautifully, and of course you'd expect that from a Boskus. Sure, Brooke is looking on to a finals already after that first attempt, but we'll see. No, she has not done enough quite yet. So 34.4 meters. I would say right now it does put her through, but there is some question marks there yet to be answered.
All right, then. So a distance in excess of 34 meters. What was it? 34.5. We'll get the certified distance coming through right now.
34.4. What is that? 111 feet. 113. Okay, so I don't think that's enough right now. When you look at Elizabeth Hall's, let's see here. I'm sorry, Laura Brummel's 34.9. I think if I had to make a call right now, if I was a betting man, that would be the cut, 34.9.
All right, let's have a look and see what transpires. Coming in on jump number 3, just trying to get her spacing right on the jump skis and feeling the full power of that boat all
Better
the way
jump
through. That one, I think, is probably going to be a little bit further.
Yeah, I would say that's going to push upwards of 35 meters. I know I called it on the first one, maybe a little prematurely, but listen, there is not much wrong in the technique there. You know, this is a young lady that can't be pushing 100 pounds soaking wet, so using all of that technique to load the line and will her into the jump finals. Again, similar spot, splitting the 6 there with her skis. Looks to be a bit wider on this attempt. We're waiting for the distance to come through. You're watching the replay right here. Incredible angle to see how the jump event should look. Brooke Boskus up and over, full extension over the tips, a little bit back there. 37.6 meters for Brooke. I don't know if that's a PB, but that's got to be darn close.
Yes, indeed. There, that jump distance of 37.6. 37.6, the equivalent of
121 feet is my guess, but I'm not sure.
It's a Jackson 5 song. 1, 2, 3.
There it is, 123 feet for young Brooke Boskis. I think she's going to be happy with that score. She has put herself in an excellent position right there. There's still many, many big names to come, and twists and turns, I'm sure. But
that jump of a little over 37 meters slots her in second place right now.
That's right.
I believe that jump, though, has actually put Neely Alar through to the next round of the competition. Her jump distance was 132 feet or 40.1 meters, so we can put a nice little asterisk there to Neely's name.
Yeah,
the
40.
reason we can do this, of course, is the fact that we got 9 skiers in series. Yeah.
That would be the bubble mark, but again, right now, if everyone jumped their average, well, Sadie Ferguson is not in, so you might be right here. I think we've got our first into the final round.
All right, then. So, let's have a look at Josefina Crew. Jump number 1. Up and over, and I think that one puts her in about the top 4 at least, if not a little higher.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be over 37 meters, I don't think. That you saw that right tip drop just off the top, which means probably the left ski got there a little bit earlier than the right, and just not riding the line up and over those tips of those skis. Still probably a very big jump, and surely we're going to see more out of her on jump 2 and 3 anyhow, but we want to watch her here in our first attempt. Lots of speed. Just missing the kick there like I thought. A little early, 34.1. But I think that's going to be a bit of a throwaway jump anyways as we move on to her second attempt.
Absolutely. So, coming in on jump number 2, 34.1 meters. Now, 34.1 meters at this stage of the game would put her in 5th place.
So no guarantees yet. She's still got more work to do, Tony. Obviously capable of it, making that turn to the jump, driving hard from second wake in. It's a better jump.
Look at that.
It's a better jump. Still just missing the ramp, though. There's something there. It's just a little bit of timing off because she has the makings of a massive jump.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If she can time her spring right, time her lift correctly, we'll probably see a lot more in the way of distance, may even close the gap between herself and someone along the lines of Neely Allard.
So I apologize to, is it Neely and not Nelly?
Neely.
I apologize, Neely. Right now, watching a replay here.
Yeah, and just starting her lift on the ramp and just finishing it off maybe about 5 feet off the ramp surface, off the lip of the jump.
It's going to be too close to call between her and Brooke at the moment.
And I do fancy that she's actually hitting the ramp rather early.
Yeah, I think that's probably has a lot to do with the lift and the kick there. So, yeah, 34.8, not enough yet. This comes down to this third and final attempt. That is why you get 3, Tony.
Yeah, 34.8 meters would actually vault her into 4th place right now, only 1 place higher than where she was initially.
Well, it only takes one, and look at this. We have made an adjustment. We thought she might be early, but boy, she's brought it down. It's deeper in the course. This is a good spot. She turns and drives all the way up top left.
Yeah, that's better. Question is how much. Is it going to be more than Brooke Boscus' best jump distance of 37.6?
I don't think she's done it. I think Brooke has just sealed the deal there. Or, well, I should say Josepha has sealed the deal there for Brooke.
Well, he's on tower right now.
As we wait for that distance to come through, I'm sure Brooke is waiting with bated breath here. Historically, it takes roughly 35.9 meters.
And 34.3 meters on that one.
As we suspected. Not going to be it, you know.
That was for Josefina Krug, our jumper out there from Austria. That is 34.3. Yes, absolutely.
All right. So, things are shaping up here, Tony. We're getting a better picture of who is going to be in our finals tomorrow and make it through this elimination round. But congratulations to young Brooke and, of course, our leader in the event, Neely Allard, 40.1, 40-meter jumper. I'm sure we're going to see a couple more here coming up. But I'm writing it big in my scorebook right now. Brooke and Nelly have stamped their tickets to the finals.
Okay, so next competitor.
There's our leaderboard.
There we go. And Neely Allard through to the next round of the competition. So is Brooke Boscus. Waiting in the wings is Lara Brummel from Germany.
Well, unfortunately for young Elizabeth Hall, looks like she is going to be one of the first on the outside looking in. But again, you never can call it too early. Anything can happen. We say anything on any given Sunday. You know, friends for, I know, Tony, you've lived here long enough, but hopefully...
Al Pacino.
Okay, yep, Al Pacino. You have seen the great movie. So anyways, we have our first of 3.
I'll come find you after playoff.
Who is this? This is Celia?
Yes, Celia Stern coming in, jump number 1. Let's see what she's got on this ramp height of 1.5 meters high.
Red, white, blues, hopeful.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, she has just stamped her ticket.
I believe so. If it's anything more than the distance currently held by Lara Brummel, which is 36.1 meters.
So the bubble 36.1, like you mentioned, very close to that historic cut of Spain. Beautiful Cesena, Spain, to be exact. Tell you what, there's not much wrong with this jump. Maybe weight a little bit back. Could have been over her right ski a little bit more, but just an absolute ripper on her opening jump. Wow. Tony, we're wrong. She has not done it on jump number 1.
No. 33.9 meters. 33.9 meters. We'll see what she can come up with. It's going to have to be something substantial. I mean, she's looking for about 2.1 meters more than what she produced on jump number 1, just to put her on an even kill. Actually, 2.2 meters. I beg your 2.2 meters. I beg your pardon.
With this wind switching here, we're getting a little bit more float time maybe, but what we're not seeing is the speed. So if she can add the speed here, we may be in for a big jump. It definitely looked like it had the makings of a finals jump, but charging into Big Red, up and over.
Look at that. Held on to more of that jump.
I don't know if it's much further, though. You know, after watching the first one.
It looked better, but it just didn't look particularly far. That's the confusing part about that jump.
I think we're being a bit confused by our head breeze here now as opposed to that tail breeze. Sometimes in these U-17 events, a tailwind can be a bit of a help for these girls. You know, not weighing a ton.
Needing a little bit more speed coming in off the turn into the jump.
That's right, yeah. Okay, it is farther. Still more work to do. She is matching, what is that, Laura Brummel's or Elizabeth Hall's?
Well, Laura Brummel's jump was 36.1 meters, so her last jump has got to exceed that to thrust her straight into the next round of the competition.
Right. So 115 feet there. If I believe it's about 115 feet. She's going to need about, like you said, 5-6 more feet. Just under 1.5 meters there to punch her ticket. Does a great job of taking not as much angle as I'd like. The score to advance right now. She hasn't done it, but she's coming in driving. Gosh, it looks bigger. And I thought look, she even throws a fist pump. That gives me goosebumps. I'm excited here. We are going to wait for the judges to do their business. And look, the bubble score right now, 36.1. And I believe, Tony, that she's done it. She's pretty stoked. And I'm stoked for her. Okay, well, it is further. I'm hearing it come through.
Yep, the distance coming through any moment now with this competitor, Clearstern.
Well, this not being a seeded series, 35.3, and congratulations to Laura Brummel. You have a spot in the 12-woman final. Unfortunately, for the young U.S. hopeful, she is outside looking in at the moment. That doesn't mean...
Because that's her bubble, because that's the bubble score now, 35.3.
You got that right, Tony.
There we go. So, now we've got Girls 1, Girls Series 1. Next competitor on the water from New Zealand.
All
it is
right.
Courtney Williams.
Well, this young lady, I know you did some announcing with her father earlier today. I'm sure he's watching intently, knowing what it's going to take. Courtney is very capable of making that leap for sure and getting a spot in that finals, and that's what she's come here to do. I know her personality, Tony, and she doesn't have that, what I would call cruise control mode. She usually floors it.
Yeah.
So I believe the score to advance is anything over 35.3 meters. We're going to get confirmation from our booth. Our analytics team crunching numbers.
Was it AJ?
Courtney Williams, the pride of New Zealand, spends quite a bit of time skiing at Ski Fluid with the Kiwi over there. Obviously, we all know and love Kyle Lead. Just continues to produce incredible water skiers out of that unbelievable facility there in Polk City, Florida. One of my favorite events of the year is the Holy Cow Cup. Courtney Williams making her turn for the jump. She looks good, up and over, and there you go. I called it a little early last time.
Did she land it, though? Whoa, took her time.
I'm going to have to give her a little flick in the forehead. That scared me. Looks like she's done it on jump number 1. We've got Brooke, we've got Nelly, we've got young Lara into the finals thus far. Neely. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard for me to continue. I have a good friend, Nellie Roberts, that it's just hard not to pronounce it that way. So congratulations to young Courtney Williams pushing it down the lake on an opening jump. That is the farthest opening jump we've seen, 39.2 meters. Oh, I'd say 131 feet.
Yep, around about that distance. Yes, it is. Distance of 129 feet. 129.
All right, so making it easy on me, Tony. It is Nelly. Young Nelly Allard is in the finals and currently leading the event.
All right, so coming. So looking to try and take the lead away from Nelly Allard there with her distance, her target of 40.4 meters. And with that jump, I think it's going to be a little bit short, but she's still pushing.
Yeah, but it had the speed, you know, and I got to be honest, Courtney is definitely favorite event is jump. So you saw her compete in slalom, you saw her compete in tricks, but this is what it's all about. So you're going to see her push the envelope, see exactly how late she can take it and still get on this jump, because she's looking to jump in excess of 40 meters in that finals. And obviously, as you can see through the replay here, she has the goods to get that done. Had an opportunity to work with the Junior Worlds team back before Cessna, Spain, and got to go over to the McFadden, the famous lake, infamous lake, not for good reason, but, you know, it's still a beautiful place to be. I absolutely love visiting New Zealand. I'm sure they're just waking up over there, maybe. I don't know what the local time is, whether she's from the North Island. I think she is. Some of the most beautiful sights you would ever want to see there in the South Island of New Zealand. All right, Courtney Williams, third and final attempt. New Zealand is cheering her on right now. There it is.
Look at that.
Better than the second attempt. Not sure if it's going to be enough to take the lead.
Just to confirm, a previous jump distance was 39.9 meters or 118 feet, and I suspect that one could well be bigger than her opening jump, which was 39.2.
She gives a bit of a fist pump. Maybe she's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, happy enough that she's going to be skiing in the final round. Not quite as happy with the distance achieved to get there.
Well, you know, hey, so I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said 40 meters was roughly about 40 meters, 39.9 on that second attempt. Is that what you said?
Yeah. The second attempt was actually 35.9 meters, 118 feet, and we're still working on this third and last jump to get the distance for it.
It's going to be further than that, but her opening jump was 39.
Was 39.2, and that saw her through to the last round of the competition.
Okay, I thought I heard something differently, so I misheard you. I apologize, but already through to the finals. Await that third and final jump attempt. Not that it matters a whole lot. Didn't think it was as far. So 39.2. Great set for Courtney Williams. She's done what she needs to do. She's punched her ticket through this elimination round and into the finals that will happen tomorrow.
And that last jump, incidentally, was 38.3 meters. 38.3 meters. All right, then. Next competitor on the water, it's going to be none other than Kennedy Hansen.
So, Tony, I talked about this yesterday, and you want to, as an announcer, you want to relish these moments where you get to call greatness, and that's what young Kennedy Hansen has become. She's a world champion already. Okay, she's trying to repeat in the overall event, and that is one of the most difficult things to do. Jump, obviously not her most favorite, but I would say she is extremely talented. I got an opportunity to watch her fly in famils, and it definitely had the goods to get her through to the next round. So Kennedy Hansen, a Midwest native, now resides down here in beautiful South Walton, Florida. Needs 116 feet to advance. I think that's going to be light work for young Kennedy Hansen. Up and over the jump. And
early, though.
Very early, but has done what it takes to assure herself a spot in tomorrow's finals. A little hand gesture there, I think. Just communicating, if you will.
As you do. Distance coming through in just a few moments.
Just a bit of good Top Gun humor. Looking forward to that movie coming out here shortly, but
Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, you got to believe that Tom Cruise and / Maverick would have been a hell of a jumper. But hold the phone, Tony. Look at that.
There we go, 40.9, straight into the next round of the competition. No two ways about that.
Opening jump, early as you'd like, banking in the air. What could be? Because I think there's at least 3 to 4 more meters in this.
Oh, yeah. Especially if the wind turns around the way it should.
Well, it's all but died at the moment. I think it's a bit of, with the wind protection that we have over there in the state park, I got to believe that the jumpers in the air can't even feel that wind.
All right, so Kennedy Hansen already in the lead with 40.9 meters or 134 feet, has punched her ticket to the girls' jump final. Let's see if she can impose her will upon this field of girls' jumpers with this second attempt. Oh, nicely done.
Much better jump. Much better jump. Look, she fist pumps.
Technique. Absolutely textbook.
I think you're going to be very surprised with this distance. It is, she rode the line all the way out to the left. Maximum distance here. Kept her direction beautifully off the top left corner of the jump. Look at this, exploding off the top. A little bit of a bank, but not much in it at all. I said she was, maybe jump was her weakest event, and I think maybe she heard me or something because she wanted to tell me I'm a force to be reckoned with. That's going to be upwards of 43 meters.
Right, the distance is going to be revealed to us very, very soon. Normally, the longer that it takes for the distance to be revealed, the longer the jump tends to be.
Look at that. I got him to go out on a limb here and say that's probably a personal best. 43.2 meters. Very close to that 140-foot mark. I'm going to say 138 or so. But at 5 foot, 51 kilometers per hour, I mean, I tell you what, Mom is surely to be turning away from the lake here. I got to believe that Kennedy knows that she's done quite a bit here. This may be rudimentary, a little bit of a cut pass. See where she can get. But she is a world champion. Let's see what she does. She takes it right to the jump. Wow. What a set from young Kennedy Hansen. She's a world champion for a reason, folks, and that is it right there. You just saw a gutsy performance, already leading the event, but she wants to put an exclamation point on that 43.2 meter jump.
All right, mission accomplished. Into the dock.
So 42.5 meters, not as far as that 43.2. I heard 139, so I'll do some math here. 43 might be over 140 feet. It is. So, nonetheless, probably one of the better sets of young Kennedy Hansen's life, but this next skier coming off the dock is very, very exciting to watch. I had the opportunity to see her perform at the Junior U.S. Open earlier this year. Obviously very well coached as a Canadian. They just have an unbelievable youth program. And Shay O'Brien of Canada is about to go out and put on a clinic for us.
And just to let you know, that middle jump, 43.2 meters is the equivalent to 142 feet.
Wow. That is incredible. 5 foot, 51 kilometers an hour, 142 feet for our American viewers. That's knocking on the door of an open finalist, you know, let alone the under-17 World Championships. Wow. So Shay O'Brien knows what it's going to take. It's going to take about 35.3 meters. We've 35.4 meters to force a runoff.
Yeah, my son is 12 and my daughter is 18.
All right, so here we go. Shay O'Brien of Canada coming in for her first attempt. A very exciting, aggressive jumper. Definitely not an ounce of fear in this one.
It's raining.
All right, so on the water. We've just seen Shay O'Brien get ready for jump number one. And I kind of suspect she's going to take a 3/4 cut on this one, because here's what I'm seeing. A lot of direction, so a lot of change in direction so far as the wind is concerned. So she just doesn't want to be caught out here. Doesn't want to be caught napping. She's out wide, handling a little slow off the turn though. But it's a good solid effort that will probably send her through to the next round of the competition nonetheless.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Tony. Just so strong as you see this young lady come through. I mean, obviously taking her training on the water very seriously, as you can tell, but must be getting in the gym, because it's just such a strong athlete. Super balanced over her right ski. Like you said, maybe she was just letting it come down the lake, and that's what I think. That was some veteran moves there. 43.5, 143 feet on an opening jump and a 3/4 nonetheless. Wow. This is a special talent on the water right here. Could very well challenge for the gold medal in this event.
That puts her into the lead by 0.3 of a meter. That's ahead of Kennedy Hansen. And, I mean, there couldn't be any more different techniques to jump in between Kennedy Hansen and Shay O'Brien, because while Kennedy Hansen is very quick off the turn with her speed and getting into her technique into the jump, Shay O'Brien is demonstratively slower off the turn, but I tell you what, she is stronger off the wakes and could just hold her direction a lot more. And bear in mind that Shay O'Brien actually took the lead with a 3/4 cut, which you see replicated here on jump number 2 there, Cole.
Well, I love what I'm seeing right here. This is a little bit deeper in the course, a little bit more angle. Oh, and just gets a little left shoulder heavy and line drives it. I'm glad she takes care of that one, because that could have been a different story. But you know what's different from what I saw at the Junior U.S. Open just 3 months ago or 2 months ago, whatever it was? She was taking that double cut.
Yeah.
And she was taking a much more Kennedy Hansen approach, if you will. This is, to me, a more calm, collected Shay O'Brien. Seems to me somebody that has learned from some tough times, maybe, in the jump event, and really come out on top, because that right tip was down a little bit, but still, look, 40.2 meters. I mean, that's an incredible jump for...
That would have sent her into the next round anyway.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Look, that was the spot for sure. If she would have stayed with it, kept that left shoulder up, got the right hip through the jump, you would have been looking at somewhere of excess of a 45-meter jump or close to a 150-foot jumper. Sure, brothers are watching from home, our neighbors to the north. Spends a lot of time in the U.S. training. Shea O'Brien, third and final attempt, already punched her ticket, 43.5 meters, looking for more.
Here she comes. Oh, getting a lot of push off the turn, but unfortunately unable to hold on to all of that jump.
Hey, look, it's still a great jump. Doesn't get a right hip through, like we talked about. Maybe this was a bit of just, she knows she's done enough. She knows that she's probably going to be close to the top of the leaderboard, coming off the dock, maybe last or second to last, to be honest. So I think that might have been, let's just dial in our timing a little bit. Again, I'm seeing a lot of maturity from the last time I watched her jump. Who knows what great Canadian skier has had the influence. But 40.4 meters, great jump set. All three jumps over 40 meters. That's the first time we've seen that, Tony.
Oh, yeah, brilliant looking jump in there. 143 feet on jump number one. So that punched the ticket immediately, followed up with a 132. And I think that one is going to be around about the similar distance in feet with 40.3 meters. So, good stout effort all the way through as we continue to rock on to our competitor about halfway down the list in Girls Series 1. Her name is Alyssa Drake, coming to us out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
You just like to say that, don't you, Tony?
Oconomowoc.
Oconomowoc.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's she is definitely a Wisconsin native, spends plenty of time at Matt Reaney Ski School. I know Coach is on the shorelines. I saw him earlier today, got an opportunity to say hi to him. So great to see Matt and the whole Reaney team kind of starting to descend upon us, the greatness that is. Miss Paige Reaney will be competing, I'm sure, in the U21s. But Alyssa Drake, I've had the opportunity to watch this young lady grow up. She is systematically chipped away at all three events and just continued to drive herself to the top of the leaderboard, sometimes will her way to the top of the podium. And I just can't say enough about this young lady. She's going to be a senior in high school this coming year, weighing all her options for colleges. Her father, one of my good friends, sure Tony Drake is pacing somewhere, but Alyssa Drake, double cut, about the 580 there.
Yeah, certainly exploring her options so far as college is concerned. Actually visited Louisiana Lafayette not too long ago, but here she comes, jump number one, drops the handle. Didn't quite look comfortable with that one.
No, I suspected a pass on that one, and I'm okay with this pass, and here's why. So she goes out there. She knows the wind conditions have been a bit up and down. She takes a little bit of a later look, and you see right here as she puts down her right ski, she decides, I'm going way too fast, I need to scrub some speed. She tries to do that without getting out of shape, and still takes a look of where she needs to turn, but then makes a cut to the jump and holds on past the second wake so that she could see where she's going to be in the course. And I think what that was her experience, and one of our older competitors in this event. She's obviously over 17, so just turned 18 years of age, and I got to believe that you're about to see a big jump here that's going to punch her ticket into the finals.
Absolutely. She's going to need something along the lines of about 35.8 meters or something around about that distance, maybe a little bit less than that. Alyssa Drake is how many skiers from last on, so it means that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including her. So obviously the first 6 are already through to the next round of the competition, which includes Lara Bramel with a 36.1 meters. So if she jumped over 35.3 meters, the jump distance held by USA individual competitor Clea Stern. If she jumps that distance, 35.3 or more, then she's punched a ticket.
Alyssa Drake does back it up a little bit. Still tries to kill a little bit of speed, but great through the wakes, up and over. Look at that patented float.
That's enough.
And that is enough. Very capable jumper. I knew it was, she's PB somewhere excess of 40 meters, so didn't think the 35 was going to be too tough, but you hear a little rumble there, Tony. I'm not sure if that was thunder
or maybe
lightning.
Or maybe it's remnants of Rumble in the Jungle.
I believe that's probably what it is, but look, Alyssa Drake, that's got to be somewhere high 30s, 9 something or so. There it is, 39.1 meters, puts her into the final. She's done what she needs on jump number 2, pass on jump number 1. So I think she's going to be looking for more. It's a great extension off the top, but just not the timing she's looking for to get that driving cut and get her right hip through the jump to get that float that we saw out of Shea O'Brien and, of course, Kennedy Hansen. Capable of challenging our leaders is Alyssa Drake, but I don't believe she's been to that realm before. That over the 140-foot mark that's an elite group. I would say that's probably not a bunch of U-17ers that have ever made it eclipse that 140-foot mark. Okay, so she's a little bit deeper than the last one, but she decides to scrub speed a little bit more traditionally way and makes her turn to the jump. This is a better spot. Doesn't get it. No. So she'll live with the 39.1, but she throws her head back in disgust. But I'm proud of her. She's done what she needs to do. Young Alyssa Drake out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. What do we have? Did we have a rewrite or something? So these boat drivers, while they seem to be systematically robotic, they too make a little bit of mistakes. And Alyssa Drake's just going to get a bit of a victory lap here. She's already completed her 3 attempts. You see that that's obviously her bigger jump, I'd say. No, that's her 36-meter jump there. So 39.1. Good enough for 4th place at the moment.
Why does she have a rewrite?
So just a level set with our viewers here. We are just taking Alyssa Drake back to the dock. She has completed her 3 attempts, one of which being 39.1 meters, and enough to punch her ticket to the finals tomorrow. Shaping up to be one of the most incredible U-17 events we've seen. Now, of course, Tony, it is a 2020 World Championships. That's right, you heard me proper. It is not... we've got some older girls here using that experience.
Yeah. Absolutely, replicating the moniker for the Tokyo Olympics that just took place about less than 3 weeks ago. They still use the 2020 year, also with Euro as well, the soccer tournament.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, hey, look, I understand taking precautions. You know, I am not going to say that I was in favor of it, but don't want to get into that conversation right now. We're going to move on to the talent that is Lily Steiner.
So, jetzt haben wir das Außenweg und jetzt geht's los. Viel Spaß.
So I'd be remiss not to mention that we're missing young Sadie Ferguson from this Series 1 jump event. Obviously capable of jumping in excess of 43 meters. So my heart goes out to her, but like we had the opportunity to interview her just a bit earlier, and you saw her taking that approach that she's going to do whatever it takes to get back on the water and do some more rehabilitation before she takes to the water. And I think that's probably the smart move. She's got a long career ahead of her already. Joined the professional ranks, if you will. Been an open competitor, and you will see her. I know that this U21 she had their eye on that competition, but you will see her, I guarantee it, at the Open World Championships at Sunset Lakes.
All right then, our next competitor on the water from Austria, die Österreicherin, Lily Steiner.
So bilingual he is. More than bilingual, it sounds like, but
sounds like a couple of F-35s coming across our heads.
We've got an Air Force base, I'm going to try to say, base.
Yeah.
And at England, and we're in their flight pattern, so we get an opportunity to see some pretty cool planes all the time here in beautiful South Walton, Florida.
All right, then, here we go. Lily Steiner.
Wow.
Whoa, and she made contact with the bottom right-hand corner and got sent into an almighty spin coming off the top of the jump. Hopefully she's okay. She is moving around the water, although she's not particularly stable inside it because one of her skis is off and the other one, well, it's fixing to come off. Wow.
You just hate to see that on an opening jump. Obviously a very talented athlete, Lily is, and right now I'm just hoping everything's okay. She's doing a bit of a mental check right now, checking knees, ankles, elbows, making sure everything is intact. Doesn't look like her right ski got on the jump, so hopefully her team is ready for a fin replacement if necessary. Obviously making that's secondary to her health, so yeah, no, just doesn't get her right ski on. So, in fact, I think that turned out just about as good as it possibly could have, Tony, and I'm happy that she came in more on her butt. Might have knocked the wind out of her, but doesn't look like there was any twists and spins in the knees or hips. And, boy, she took a late look. She's not afraid, is she?
Oh, no, she ain't afraid to put herself out there on those Conley jump skis. Been a very valuable commodity, these jump skis in recent times.
Yeah, some of these manufacturers are struggling to get the necessary material. So it looks like the jump ski that twirled there off to the right, back towards us, Tony, hopefully came off enough to not twist any knees or anything of that nature.
And they are looking at the back of that jump ski, as a matter of fact, to see if the fin is still intact.
You hate to be prepared for a moment like that, but I definitely walked to the dock yesterday. My boy was in the event, so I wanted to make sure that we had extra jump fins and screwdrivers and ready to do a NASCAR pit crew kind of a switch over if necessary. It has been needed before. And look at this view right here. You're going to see it come right off the top. Yeah, again, I think that she came into the water just about as good as she could have, as it looked very scary off the top of the jump and then almost right-sized itself. So it's just checking, making sure everything is okay.
Yeah, she's putting soap in.
But she's putting her bindings back on, which is an exciting thing to see because you'd hate for anything like that for her not to be able to continue. And all right.
Holy shit.
That was a big one.
Danke. Okay, zurück zu meiner Diskussion.
Ja.
Außerdem habe ich jetzt noch die Blitzbringer da. Also dann ist es vielleicht jetzt besser.
Absolut jetzt besser. She went full on side of her.
Die checken Boxen, okay? Checken Boxen. Geht's auf den Gleit.
All right, then, whilst our Austrian competitor gets ready for her second jump, we're cutting in over to a little bit of U21 practice. Whilst one lake is being used for our U17 event, the other one becomes available for practice for the U21 event. The U21 practice started today.
You know, I was a little, I was a bit nervous when we talked about what we're going to do with both World Championships, U17 and U21, here at beautiful Picos Ski School. But it lends itself perfectly. We've got 3 lakes here. I mean, it's just incredible. We can have a practice lake consistently all week. We've getting these athletes, the U21 athletes, out on the water on the lakes that they'll be competing upon. So you got to be just almost in awe of what this site is, and it's been, and historically, just a training grounds breeding grounds, if you will, for world champions and world record holders, and just incredible skiing. So success breeds success, and of course, obviously, Corey has a lot to do with that, so wouldn't want to leave him out of this conversation for sure. But Lily Steiner has a bit of an unfortunate event happen on her first attempt, but we've got her all back together. Things are looking good. I think the skis are okay. She is going through all of her checklists there, her flight list, pre-flight list, if you will. And we're going to make sure that she gets it all together on second attempt and gives herself the best opportunity to punch her ticket through this elimination round. Local time, 3:10 p.m. I know we're coming to people at the breakfast table, maybe the supper table, even nighttime, bedtime stories here. Lily Steiner, no score yet, second attempt.
Des Weltersprung for Lily Steiner.
Another late look, wow. She did not back off an inch. Oh.
Wow.
I got to be honest, I was a bit nervous
that was
for that.
Out of control. I mean, that got out of hand really, really in a hurry, and maybe she was spooked after that first jump. You kind of wonder what must be going through her head around about now.
Well, look, we can only speculate here, but obviously that first jump shook her up. She's got her hips back a little bit here as she glides here, getting ready to make her turn towards the ramp. See a little bit of bow in the line. Maybe just doesn't get that right hip under the line, and the angle's expected. So again, being very late, I mean inches from nearly replicating what she did on the first jump. And I don't know if my heart has it in me. If I could tell her anything, I'd tell her to bring it back up the lake just a little bit. Give herself the space and time she needs to drive through that top left corner, because right now she's coming off 34.2 meters, very close to what she needs. Obviously capable of jumping much, much further, but just having a hard time getting it together here at the World Championships. Let's see if she adjusts her timing. She needs about 10 feet would be my guess for everything to settle down.
Oh, yeah.
See if she does that. I'm hoping she does. Looks to be about the 595. A little bit earlier, but see if she scrubs speed more traditionally. Here she does. This is looking better, Tony.
Der dritten Sprung for Lily Steiner.
Yes.
Jump. Yeah, better. Definitely. I think that one has punched a ticket and only just.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough set for young Lily. Obviously, going to look at this video and all of the great angles that the Waterski Broadcast Company brings to us, and she can learn a lot from this. I think you'll see here a little bit of a chest movement there and her counter away from the jump. You see that again with her cut towards the ramp, little hips back again. But I'll tell you, from the second wake to the jump, that left ski that's being lifted has a bit of a dip. And there it is, 37.2. It was enough again, coming off much better. I mean, probably a foot of room there, but still, there is a lot more left in the tank for young Lily. Glad we get to see her jump again.
But she's not going to rest easy, put it that way. She's going to rest easy knowing that she's going to be glad that she's made it through to the next round of the competition, but not nearly as glad of a path that it took to get her there.
So, Tony, I mentioned that it was 3:15 because I'm getting a little hungry here. My tummy's growling. I'm thinking it's time for a 2U snack.
I think so as well. Funny you should say that. Which one would you like?
You know, thanks to the fonts, I think I'm going to go with the, let's see here.
Pina Colada's calling your name.
I like that. I like the Pina Colada. Where's that one? Oh, Pina Colada for sure. So big thanks to the Font family. You can find those healthy snacks online or at even Whole Foods. So going international, if you will, here at the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation World Championships. So congratulations and big thanks to the Font family for bringing us these healthy snacks. Top banana. Tell me the story behind this. We can't see it there. I'm not sure, but apparently there's an inside joke that I haven't been privy to.
Yes. Here we go. All right then, so here we go on our next skier, also from Austria. Pia Mattersdorfer, der erste Sprung. First jump, good effort there, and I think she'll have passed. She would have come through and punched her ticket in there to the next round of the competition, just on jump number 1.
All right, so we're hearing some grumbling from the bay. You see the Austrian coach right there giving a little bit of coaching there, so I'm assuming there's some sort of a jump comm system. I think that's the most underutilized tool in all of jump training. I produce my own jump comm systems, and my athletes, they wear them all the time, and it's just so much. They can talk back to me, I can talk to them, and I just absolutely think it is a must to have that open dialogue about what they're feeling and what is actually occurring out on the water. And what just occurred there on that replay was a finalist jump.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Close to the 40-meter mark.
The jump distance will come through, and that will ultimately reflect what you've just said there. I think it's going to be about 38 meters, I would say. Was yet to get the distance, but as we continue to work on that, we will bring Pia Mattersdorfer in for the next jump.
Definitely one of my favorite names to say. Pia on the water right now.
36.5.
Second attempt. This is bigger right here. Up and over. Wow. That first jump I thought was a little bit further, but still enough, wasn't it, Tony?
Yeah, it was 36.5 meters, enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. That was a second jump.
$36.5, what is that, 120?
Something around about that area,
120 feet?
Most certainly. And yeah, actually 120 feet exactly.
37.1 meters or 122 feet. Yeah, I think she's got more. I think she's capable of producing a 40-meter jump, Tony. So after this elimination round, Tony, where do we go next? Is there some...
Yeah, there's going to be the boys' stricken final and then the girls' stricken final. we go boys first, because to allow for the women who are jumping to transition to the trick final if they made it in that final.
Wow. Okay, so we are going to actually crown a world champion today,
yeah,
but right
absolutely.
now, Pia making her turn to the jump on her third attempt.
Pia Mannersdorfer, der dritten Sprung.
Exploding off the top there. She doesn't like it. Probably the furthest of the set, or very close to that last attempt. It's enough. So she got an opportunity to go out there, feel the water, feel the boat, and get ready for our finals tomorrow. She's not loving it, but
looked a bit bemused, if I'm being honest.
Look, Tony, I'm in. There's no other place I'd rather be in the world than beautiful Pico's Waterski School, but the talent and these young ladies, the composure. I mean, we saw a crash, and then we see her come back, make the jump final. We see a very solid set of Pia. 36.8, so very close to her second meter. And maybe that's what she's frustrated about. She didn't build upon that third and final jump.
And I mean, so many moving parts have to be in sync. I mean, to make a jump as far as you want it to go.
Yeah, my guess is she just needed that fourth attempt, and I come back to the dock constantly after a tournament, and I know much like other skiers, I just want that fourth jump. I left so much out there, so I believe that's the way that young Pia believes, but nonetheless, she gets another opportunity.
And I think it's time for the Chilean crowd to get back into it. We have got Augustina Vaura. You can always rely upon our Chilean crowd to provide the spirit going into the event, especially when it comes down to the World Championships. There is Pipe Miranda putting in a few pointers, and he certainly is one to look forward to so far as jumping is concerned. He, along with Toti, are basically just going gangbusters right now so far as jumping is concerned.
Oh, absolutely. We give them a lot of credit for the jumping bit, but they're very accomplished three eventers as well. So, tell you what, I never take the opportunity, I never cease to take the opportunity to watch a Miranda on the water. I mean, you've seen some incredible skiing out of some of their skiers. Even young Martine Lambra.
Yeah, who is one of the top three competitors in the men's overall competition. Last time I checked, here we go. So right now is Augustina Varas from Chile, coming in, jump number one.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. I think that one has just punched a ticket, and in a huge way as well. Yeah, right off the bat, jump number one.
Right over 40 meters, not messing around here. Coming out throwing haymakers, much like Miss Kennedy Hansen and Shea O'Brien.
And I mean, I've seen competitors like Freddie Krueger and Ryan Dodd and all of the rest, get the job done on jump number one.
I'm sorry? Oh, I don't know how far that one was yet, but I guess 40 plus. No. Yeah. No.
So the jump distance coming through any moment now, where it should be well into the high 30s, I would say, as we'll look at Pipe Miranda giving Augustina. Oh, 46.5 meters.
Hold the phone.
46.5. Stone the Crows. She is thrown down.
46.5 meters. That is a absolute ripper of a jump. Massive
That's
jump.
That's over 150 feet
that
as
is,
far as I can,
to be honest, look, at 5 foot, 51 kilometers an hour, we are knocking on the door of what I would consider to be a world record. But unfortunately for this young skier, she can't do that at this 2020 World Championships. But 46.5 meters, I mean, that is incredible. That is actually knocking on the door of what Jacinta Carroll produced back in her time in this U-17 division.
Here she comes, jump number two.
And it's effortlessly.
Oh!
Look, This is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, it looks like she's out for a walk in the park.
Yeah.
I figured that first one was over 43 and a half for sure. I thought it was probably our new leader, but this is incredible skiing, and I am just excited to see. Well, of course, with a coach like Pipe, I mean, what he's telling her is to just keep your speed, break away a little bit easier, and then allow that right ski to come under the line and continue your direction. Peel that left shoulder back and drive all the way up, continuing to load that line. Look at that float.
Oh, look at that.
Extension. Holy smokes. 47.1 meters, Tony. That is 155 feet. I am amazed. I don't even know what to say. Which, if people that know me, that's few and far between. This is some of the best jumping that we've seen thus far. And mind you, Pole de Plan Fribourg has gone over 60 meters, which is close to that 200-foot mark. So, I'm thinking this is equally as impressive. And I cannot wait to see this third and final attempt.
Now, that first jump was 153 feet. The second jump, yet to get the metric on that one. I believe it's
47.1.
Yeah, 37.1. 47.1. That should be closer to 160 feet. Here she comes, jump number 3. And
I think it's further.
I'm not too sure, but...
you know what? That's got to be one of the best U-17 jump sets in the history. I understand that we are in an unprecedented time. This is actually a 2020 World Championship, and it was meant to happen last year. We had to put it on ice, but look at this young lady. She's smiling. I'm smiling. Just incredible skiing there for the young Chilean.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No two ways about it. She's through to the next round of the competition. She was through on jump number 1. Never mind the remaining 2 jumps.
That is incredible. That has got to be one of the best jump sets I've ever seen at 51.5 for a young lady. 47.9 meters or 157 feet. Look at the extension over those Goodman skis.
Man, that jump of 157 feet, that would put her into the top 5, or at least the top 10 in the collegiate nationals, in the men.
I mean to tell you what, I'm having to pick my jaw up off the ground. Young Augustina Varas wasn't even on my radar, and now I would say is definitely the favorite to take home a gold medal. Everyone will be chasing her in the finals tomorrow, including Miss Emily Wenzel and Sage Popbecker, which we are hoping we can get in before this storm hits us. Hearing a little crack, snapple, and pop.
Okay, so the next skier on the water, Emily Wenzel of Germany.
Just curious if that's normal distances for Augustina. That's freaking nuts. So we're working feverishly to figure out where Jacinta fell amongst this age group. Not that it's going to matter. You know, young Tim Bradstreet, his record is safe. Young Jacinta, I would say, you know, they're trying to catch me in age, but so Augustina can back it up tomorrow. But right now, Emily Wenzel of Germany driving in a late cut, but everything you need to do on jump number 1.
Der erste Sprung for Emily Wenzel. Deutscherin.
You know, we typically see cuts of this magnitude and this late with the boys. But, you know, Tony, I'm looking at this thinking we just had a 47.9 meter jumper in the women's division, or I should say girls division. It's hard when they're jumping that far to call them girls here. But now Emily Wenzel inches from near death here. Let's see where she hits the bottom of the jump. I mean, there couldn't have been a few inches in it.
Just not getting the maximum pull off the top, though, kind of like rocking back a little bit as she came off. But if she's to make that adjustment, wow.
Well, you know, you'd be worried about it because if she didn't get that right ski on, she would have suffered the fate of young Lily. So 41.1 meters, an incredible jump, puts her way into the final. Good enough for 4th place at the moment. And I'm sure we're going to see more out of this young lady in jump number 2 and 3.
Yeah, 41.1 meters. That puts her into about the 120-foot range.
Well, you know the wind must have changed.
Maybe into the 130s. Here we go.
Not backing off. Somewhere in the 560. That's a better looking jump. Doesn't get her right hip through the jump, and that's why she banked a little bit. But it's further. Doesn't back off much either, Tony.
No, absolutely not. I mean, she carries a lot of speed and still looking for more. No two ways about it.
Look where she cuts here. What's that, the 70, maybe 560? Very deep in the course, deeper than most of our men at the same speed. Our young boys, I should say. Young men, probably more accurate with this 2020/2021 World Championships. So it does increase to 41.9.
Marginally further than her first jump by 0.8 of a meter, but on both jumps, she's through to the next round of the competition. Incidentally, that first jump was 135 feet, and that one, I think, is going to be about 137, give or take.
You're close, but I'm not going to rack my brain there on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
So, here we go. Jump number 3.
Gives herself a little bit more space. I like where we're at in the course. This has got the makings for a big jump. Get those hips through, and you're going to see another couple meters tacked on to the end of that 41.9. Let's go. Oh, no.
Ooh, bottom right-hand corner there. Der dritten Sprung for Emily Wenzel. And I don't think that jump is going to be nearly as far as the previous two. So she's probably going to be among the first competitors to hit the water in the ladies' jump final. All right, so Emily Wenzel, she's made it through to the next round of the competition. I mean, that's definitely mission 1. Yeah, she barely got on.
All 3 jumps, just flirting with that corner. And I got to believe that there's so much more in the tank if she was hitting the middle coming off top left. So, you know, we see this strategy in the collegiate ranks quite often. Maybe late is better. But you saw this young lady fight it all set there on the corner and pulling on the handle and just not getting her hips through. So. So here's the drama that we have. Typically, you cannot set a world record in this contest due to, unfortunately, the pandemic that we are amidst. But we are checking to see if young Augustina would have been eligible for last year's world. Well, how do they do this? I'm not sure how they do it, but
I was about to ask Waldo.
The current world record holder, 46 meters flat. I believe that's Jacinta Carroll. Augustina would have obviously eclipsed that. And I had our analytics team in the booth go and look. Oh, Dominique. So I apologize. So Chilean Junior Worlds in 2017 is where this was set. Young Dominique at the time. She's now one of our professional water skiers that we see atop the ranks there. So 46 flat was the record. It was not Jacinta Carroll, which is almost hard to believe. But so Jacinta has the under 21 world record. But again, we're talking about the U17s here, and Agustina went 7.9, which is good enough for that world record, and equally impressive, even if it is not the world record. So we just got confirmation that she is aged out, and unfortunately for her, she is going to enjoy a gold medal, but not a world record.
All right, then we've got a little bit of lightning activity in the area and a little bit of inclement weather coming through, but this is continuing coverage of the U-17 World Championships for 2020-2021, and big thanks to my co-announcer here, Mr. Cole Kalkbrenner, who is instrumental in making sure that the best sites in the world are equipped with the Lightning ramp system. And get in touch with him, get in touch with the good folks at the Lightning Ramp Control by going to their page on Facebook, and we'll return right after these. All right, then, continuing on with our final competitor to go in the elimination round of competition in this, the 2020-2021 IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championship. So, that final skier is a competitor who will be attending her first semester of studies at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette in a few days' time. But before then, we're going to watch her jump in her final Junior World Championships of eligibility. This is Sage Potbecker.
Look at young Sage Potbecker. She is unbelievably excited. You can tell by the fist pumps. I mean, I'm excited for this young lady. Is really taken to the jumping scene. She's more of a slalom and jump specialist, if you will. But on any account, I think we are. She definitely has the talent to punch her ticket.
Pretty convinced that Sage's living in the truck. Yeah, he definitely is. Hey, we're going, bud.
That would have been cool if Clay made it. She's right there. I know. That would have been cool if Clay made it.
All right, so let's continue on. 3 jumps for Sage Potbecker to make it through to the next round of the competition.
Everybody.
All right, 45.3 to advance. 35.4.
Fantastic. Here we go. 35.4 meters, 116 feet is the jump needed for Sage Potbecker to be in the jump finals. And I think she may have done it. She might have done it with that, I would say.
Well, you know, honestly, Sage is a very capable jumper. She's capable of jumping over 40 meters, but I don't know. It's going to be close on the first one. I think that might be about a 36-meter jump, but she definitely has the talent to get it done. Let's see what we see here on this replay. This is one of my favorites. Get to see the turn up close and personal.
All right, so.
All right, we were thinking it wasn't as far as she normally goes, but 35.5 meters, and she has punched her ticket, so done everything she needs to do. So these next 2 jumps are more of a bit of a precursor to what we're going to see from Sage tomorrow in the finals.
All righty, so, well, she just punched her ticket through to the finals, but just. I mean, she got 35.5 meters. She needed 35.3. So it's about as slender as it gets, mind you. Let's see what she's got by way of an encore. Maybe she can start to move up the list a little bit here. She's currently in 12th. And that unfortunately means that Clea Stern from the United States will not be a participant in the finals. She drops out of the top 12 and is relegated to 13th. Let's see what Sage can do on jump. Oh, and coming off the wake and just feeling the massive surge of power from the 6.2 liter PCM engine from the Correct Craft Nautique towboat, and did not respond in the best way. Well,
honestly, bringing the pepper there, you know, like we said earlier, with some habanero heat that was coming into the base. I mean, to tell you a little bit later look, and this is kind of what I suspect. Sage is a very, very smart, and she took it very late. And if she would have been in a good spot, like you mentioned, Tony, if she would have been through the wakes, maybe she would have taken it. But I think this is a bit of a learning. She's finding out what she can get away with, push the envelope, because she's going to have to do that to catch young Augustina who went 47.9 meters.
Yeah, we're still reeling from that effort, mind you. 157 feet. And had Augustina been 1 year younger, that would have been a world record.
Well, you know, it's unfortunate for her because one's got to believe. I heard our analytics team going through and looking back, and she had some 45 and 46 meter jumps last year, so it was definitely doable for her a year ago today. So unfortunate, but you know, COVID is kind of shaken our whole world, hasn't it? But well, fortunate that storm missed us, Tony.
Well, I was about to respond to you so far as COVID is concerned. It's a hot mess right now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to defer, and I'm going to talk about the water skiing that luckily we are here and very fortunate to be here. I think what happened is that storm was a brewing, and Augustina came, and she struck lightning there and sent it away. It was...
All right, then, here we go. The lead score is 47.9 meters. Let's see how close she can get to it.
Yes, that's better.
Better looking jump. Does she have one more?
No, that's it. So 45.5, which does it for her on jump number 1, pass on jump number 2, and I'm guessing that's closer to the 40-meter mark. High 30s anyways. So Sage Popbecker of the US of A, congratulations. She is a team skier, so much needed points there for the team competition. Tony, that might be something to talk about because
yeah, absolutely.
I don't really fully understand how the team points are working. I see a lot of asterisks next to some names, which means they are not in the team standings or team
That's correct,
competition.
yeah.
But maybe you could shine some light on for me while we watch this replay and wait for the score.
37.5 meters. Where does that move her up, if it indeed moves her up? It probably moves her up a couple of spots. 37.5 meters.
Just below Brooke Boskus.
37.6.
So I think they're going to be some of our first competitors off the dock tomorrow in the finals, but shaped up, we've laid it out. Let's see what we've got here. Maybe we can get our leaderboard up and our finalists. Big congratulations to all the competitors in this event, but especially the 12 that have punched their ticket through this elimination round. And here is your leaderboard, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Augustina Varas with 47.9. Shay O'Brien with 43.5. Those are your top two. Kennedy Hansen rounding off the top three with 43.2, and probably in all actuality she is in the lead in the women's overall competition when confirmation comes through women's overall standings after the elimination round. Emily Wenzel with 41.9 punches her ticket in fourth. Nelly Alar from Canada with 40.1 does likewise. To round off the top six, we got Courtney Williams with 39.2, Alyssa Drake with 39.1, Brooke Boskers with 7.6, Sage Potbecker you just saw with 37.5, Lily Steiner of Austria with 37.2, Pia Mattersdorfer with 37.1, and Lara Brummel of Germany is the 12th and final skier to make it through to this round of the competition, the final round of competition, which will take place tomorrow, with her jump distance of, I believe, 37.1.
I tell you what, it's a bit like Christmas Eve here. The drama is unfolding. What an incredible finals that we have set, not only in the men's jump event, but the women's jump event, equally impressive. So excited about this overall competition that is surely, it's tightening up in the men's division, that's for sure. We've got Pole, who had an unfortunate early fall in the trick event, so he's a likely favorite, but we've got Blaze Grubbs, Martine Lambra, of course, just PBing, and he's having the tournament of his life, so it's going to be exciting to watch all that action play out, but young Kennedy Hansen and Dominga Gonzalez, obviously, going to be a A tough one there. Shea O'Brien in this women's event. So very exciting stuff. And Tony, I'm excited to bring this to you tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And we've got the tricking finals to come in boys and girls in that order. You're watching continuing coverage of the 2020-2021 IWWF U-17 World Championships. And we'll continue right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Okay, welcome back. And pretty exciting moment here. We're about to name our first world champions of the event. We have the boys trick final about to get underway. That will be followed by the girls trick final. 12 of the best trickers in boys and girls about to take the water. We saw some fantastic performances the preliminary rounds. We cut it down to the top 12 and some big scores on the way. In the boys event, we saw 2 skiers over 10,000 points in the preliminary round, and that was with probably the favorite in the event going down pretty early in toe tricks. And it's very possible we could see a winning score up over 10,000 points, perhaps even over 11,000 points. You see the first competitor, Connor Walsh, the USA, sitting on the dock, and we are just moments away from getting the first tricker on the water. So we run through the skiers on the dock. Of course, Connor Walsh, he'll be first off. The Italian, Vincenzo Marino, he's second. Paul Duplan Freiburg, who had a bit of a shocker this morning in the slalom, but he still has the opportunity to climb into probably second place in the overall. If he can improve his trick score, that'll be a good one to watch. The hometown hero, Federico Jaramillo, he's fourth. The young American Reed Meinhardt will be fifth off the dock. Dominic Kuhn, the Austrian. Blaze Grubbs, the American, currently sitting in second in overall. He's midway through the pack. The young Chilean, Matias Gonzalez. Eric Macias, the American, and then we get into the final 3. The winner of the event will most likely come from these 3 skiers, all capable of going over 10,000 points. And then Jake Abelson, he's third to last, capable of going over 11. Then his cousin, Pablo Font, who tricked over 10. He will be your second to last competitor in the top seed. The young Chilean Martin Labra, who is in pole position in the boys overall. It would take something short of a miracle to dislodge him from that throne, looking to see if he can win both the tricks and the overall tonight. Okay, you see that ski nautique on screen, back at the dock, ready to take in our first skier, Connor Walsh, who just sort of snuck into this final. I think he tricked right up around a personal best to score 6,690 points, and he was last in. Probably knows that he doesn't quite have what it takes to get on the podium today. I think that sort of just under 7,000s was pretty much the limit of his ability, but he's out here having a bit of fun and looking to post a big score. The young American comes into course now, opening up his campaign into the finals. 40 seconds he'll have to prove his case. And looking good so far as he moves through these opening flips. A little bit shaky there on that back to front. He's throwing the body around out there. It's a little bit agricultural, but he's getting it done, and he's getting it done quickly as well. This last trick will be close on time, but it's another good stand-up pass from Connor Walsh. And what a tournament this young man is having. Just going through the replay here, it was a great sequence of flips to open up for Connor. Pretty smooth and tidy through this part. You see this trick here, the back to front, he just cased the wake and came a little bit unstuck, but he showed some great composure to get back in it, and pretty jerky on that last back landing, but recovered well and then finished with a few wake spins. Setting himself up to trick similar to, perhaps even in excess of his preliminary score. There's a bit of a spread when you look at the scores of the boys that made this final. Of course, Connor last in, which is a shade under 7,000. You know, we had several guys in that sort of 7,000 to 8,000 range, and the top sort of 4 seeds all over 9 or 10,000 points. So we're going to see scores build throughout this event, and it looks like it's going to take something in excess of 9,000 points to make the podium here today. So Connor will return rope on toe. Great hand pass to start things off. Probably not quite as strong in the toe tricks as some of the other skiers in this field. But if he can get right down this run, he'll post a solid, respectable score in this final. Pretty regulation toe pass so far from the young man. He's getting it done out there. Big toe step back. Unfortunately, it goes down, but he's, you know, done his country proud out there. You hear the big cheers and good work from Connor Walsh. First skier off the dock in the under-17 boys trick final. It was, you know, probably not the difficulty of toe tricks you'll see from some of our skiers. He went through a pretty basic toe run, you know, toe 5 back and toe surface turns, a big toe line back there at the finish. He didn't really get the rope all the way in, so he had to throw his head and shoulders to get over the line and wasn't able to ride it out. But those last couple of tricks would have, you know, put him up over 7,000 points, I think, had he have been able to stand them up. Right, we move now to Italy, and it will be young Vincenzo Marino. Trick 70, 200 points to qualify for this final. Vincenzo, I'm told, is how pronounced back in Italy. Unfortunately, my Italian pronunciation doesn't go much further than pasta and spaghetti, and I'm probably butchering those as well. The young Italian comes in to open up his campaign in this final, the rope on toe pass. Toe wrist wake back-to-back is good. He did hesitate a bit before, it lost a little bit of time, but he's making it up now. These are quick, crisp toe wrapping tricks. He's got some toe steps here at the end. I think he does a massive toe line back-to-back, stomps it out, and that is a great toe run from the young Italian. Looking forward to the replay of this toe line back-to-back. It is one of the biggest ones you will ever see.
Oh, absolutely, with these great toe tricks, including the toe surface turn. So look at the attachment that he has with the toe line right there. Just a straight-up hard-shell boot with a hook on the bottom. And then just take a look at this. So fan of getting as much clearance off the top of the weight. Boom! That harkens back to the days of Mike Hazelwood doing such a trick, although I'm sure Mike Hazelwood would agree if he's watching this that Vincenzo Marino performed that trick with a little bit more finesse.
Finesse, sure. That was a power trick, though. I mean, he just willed himself over that rope. He jumped, and probably went 3 or 4 feet in the air. I'd love to see this bloke on land doing a vertical. I'm sure he could go toe-to-toe with a good high jumper. And you see a first score coming through. Connor Walsh, 6,280 points. So down a bit on what he took to qualify. I think for him, though, he sort of knew he was never really in medal contention. It was just about the experience getting out there on the water.
Okay, so the scores that we're receiving now have come straight from our officials, but they remain provisional scores until the end of this round of competition, and then they will go through a process of review from our trickers and their respectable entourage for 30 minutes after the event, and then they become official final scores.
Yeah, which is important when you're running sort of backyard tournaments, because sometimes the officials make mistakes. But when we get to this stage, the 30-minute review is almost a little bit of a legacy from days gone by. I don't think this crack team are really making any scoring errors that are found out by the competitors. Vincenzo Marino, the Italian, coming back in for his hand pass. It was a good stand-up toe pass. He backs this up. He could put a bit of a score for the boys on the dock to chase. He's moving through this pretty quickly so far. Looking at the goods is the Italian. He's through the flips. He's got a couple line overs to finish.
He drops the handle.
Wow, disappointment for the Italian. It was going so well. He was moving through those flips at lightning speed. He probably had time for 3 or 4 more tricks.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I look at these runs and how they're constructed, and I definitely see 2 schools of thought. Either you want to stand with the simpler hand tricks first, or go straight into your flips first. But here's the deal, here's the caveat. When you do flips first, and after you do your last one, such as this, you're going to have to slow everything down to get your heart rate down to a sensible level. And unfortunately, his adrenaline was still running too high. He threw the handle, and it's goodbye, Mr. Bond.
It's a different dynamic. I mean, the flips, they're you get a little more rhythm going. You swing in and out a bit like a pendulum. It has some parallels to slalom skiing. But those, ski lines and wake tricks, they're quite short and sharp. There's a lot of loading on the line, in and out. And so sometimes when you're just, coming out from a little wide on the flips, it can, throw you off balance a little bit.
And certainly in my mind, one of the hardest skills to learn is to actually transition from the flips into the hand tricks, because you just take a look at this right here. You got all that adrenaline, all that fire in your belly, and you just move in too quick in front of the handle, and the handle just drops, and you have about half a dozen tricks that we'll never see performed, and unfortunately his run's going to be significantly less than 7,200 points.
It's a shame. Well, heart goes out to this young man. He was the favourite in the men's overall before this morning, and disaster struck during the slalom event. He blew the fin out around 2 ball. You were calling it, Tony. You remember that at 12 metres. And pretty much has blown his chance at winning the men's overall. He can improve, though. I think if he tricks well here today, he could get himself into second spot.
All right, let's see what he's got. This is Paul Duplan Freiberg. There we go. There's Mo back-to-backs. There we go. Regular flip. Flip twist to the back, spins to the front, flip twist back, that's the reverse. There's another one, there's a flip twist back to front, ski line O to the back, ski line back to back, to the front. Does he have anything more? Ski line 5 back, and there you go, and a spin to the back and to the front. Nicely done there, wouldn't you agree there, Glenn? Curtis, I'm sorry.
Yes, great skiing from Paul. In the preliminary round, he went down pretty early during his hand run, which is why you see him so early on in this final. He has a personal best of about 9,500 points. So if he can throw that out today, he's a good shout at a medal in this event, which would be a great redemption after a pretty emotional morning for him. I actually wasn't on site this morning, but from what I heard, he was pretty broken down after that slalom performance. So it's great to see him back on the horse. He's out here. He's put that behind him, and he's tricking well. I mean, look at these ski lines to finish. They're so clean, so fast. This is as good a run as we see from a lot of the pros. finishes with a fantastic ski line 540. And I think, we looked like it was probably in time as well.
Yeah, I think so. It was definitely very much in time. The pacing looked very good. 74-20 Vincenzo Marino, 74-20 for Vincenzo Marino, and that's more than he had yesterday, despite the fact that he dropped about 4 or 5 tricks from the end.
Yeah, you'll find a few of these skiers down the bottom of this running order are there not so much because that's really where their ability is, but they fell. They didn't get everything in the prelim round. They were able to just scrape into that final. So there will be some improvement. Pole is a poster child of that. Yeah, Aramio's having fun on the dock as usual. And nothing seems to faze this kid.
Yeah, and just how fortunate it is to just have that ease and relaxed attitude coming into this event. I mean, I'm normally a bag of nerves getting ready to trick. Got my foot in the binding, just got my head up and looking out towards and just trying to control my breathing and all of that. None of that with Federico, mind you.
Oh, he's joking around out there. No jokes, though. It's all business from Paul Duplan Freiburg, who is one of the up-and-coming superstars in world water skiing. In fact, his whole family are moving through the rope-on-toe pass.
We backed out of that one with the reverse toe weight back-to-back in favor of still staying on top of the water with this run. There we go, toe wake lino, beautifully executed. Oh, and, spinning through that. Oh, he tries the toe wake line 5 back, and unfortunately comes up short.
Yeah, he just looked a little out of sorts towards the end of that run. The toe line, he almost tripped on the wake, and then he got a little close to it. He never swung out wide enough for that toe line back for that toe line 5. We'll watch the replay here, but everything just looked a little bit awkward towards the end.
You're absolutely right there, but he bulked out of the reverse toe wake back-to-back right there. And then he spun to the back, and then he did the surface back-to-backs, then the toe 5 front. This is all pretty much standard run-of-the-mill stuff for skiers at this level. The toe O out, the toe O straight back in, the toe wake O. And everything seemed to look pretty good around about here. The toe wake lino looked pretty clean. Toe wake line back and spun immediately to the front. Then tried to do the toe wake line 5 back and unfortunately didn't have enough lead into that trick to affect its successful completion. But I don't know how the judges would actually view that toe wake line back and that immediately spin to the front. Will they give credit for both tricks or?
Absolutely. I think there was enough of a definite pause there. You'll see a lot of that from these tricks here. They're moving so fast, but there are, definite pauses in between. I don't think there was any issue with that. But he kind of, on that toe line back, watch it again here, he lands on the downslope of the wake.
Yeah.
Which I think threw him off a bit, and then he didn't probably have enough time on the setup. He never got the rope far enough in on that for that toe line 5 foot back.
Yeah, and I like how he spun that toe wake lino, really bringing the rear of the ski up over the line and using that to lean into the trick. And yeah, you said there with the toe line, he just didn't have enough advance on the rope to fully spin 540-degree turns.
Look, I can't wait to watch Pole jump tomorrow. It was sensational yesterday. He went over 60 metres, which is the biggest jump we've ever seen at a Junior World Champs. Not a record, of course, because he's older, but the young man came here with the aspirations to be the best since Bradstreet. So Tim Bradstreet was the last person to win 3 golds at the Junior Worlds. He has the Junior World jump record still to this day. And unfortunately, Pole, the pressure got to him. He's come up short. He's not going to win the tricks. He's sort of bombed out the overall. That's a better score. It might be over 8,000. It could possibly inch him ahead of Blaze Grubbs and get him into second place. But he's going to be a little disappointed, which might lend to some big jumping tomorrow.
And I tell you there with Paul Louis Freiburg, I tell you, he's going to go into the jump event and chase the title like he's chasing a mugger. Here we go.
Yep.
Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. Keeping everything flowing forwards. Oh, look at this. Very quickly in and out. Toe wake O. Toe wake lino. There we go. Foot in the water. That is the toe wake line back. Here we go. Toe wake. Oh, no. He bulks out of the toe wake line back to back and in favor of staying on top of the water. But, man, that just looked like an unmade bed towards the end.
A little bit. He still gets the toe line front there, but That was a fantastic toe pass from Federico Jaramillo. I mean, he's really gone to another gear from the boys we've seen before. He is, you're watching the replay and you would be forgiven for thinking this isn't in slow motion.
Yeah. I mean, if I tricked that fast in slow motion, I think I'd be doing pretty well.
Lightning fast. This is played back at about 50% speed. Look how quickly he's going through these toe surface turns. And, that toe line back-to-back, probably just about the last trick in time. He still gets the toe line front, which is a high-scoring trick in its own right. And the presence of mind to be able to pull out and still land in the front and ski away the trick is pretty phenomenal from the young Colombian.
I was kind of expecting him to do the reverse toe wake line back-to-back, though.
Yeah, not sure if that's in the run or not. Obviously, he was pretty out of balance, so it would have been tough to throw that at that stage.
Because, I mean, it's deceptive, though. The toe wake line front doesn't score as many points as the toe wake line back-to-back. But the trick itself, the toe wake line front, is far more difficult to execute because you've got to control that line all the way up through the wake. And just to do a relatively simple 180 over the line, it's far more difficult to do than the toe wake line back-to-back, comparatively speaking.
It is. One of my actually favorite sequences I've seen in trick skiing is toe line 5 back, toe line front, reverse toe line 5 back. And there's a few guys out there that do it. I haven't seen it in tournament a lot. It's something that's sort of worked on in practice. But toe line front's a really hard trick, and it's a little bit undervalued. It's much harder than the toe line back. It's much harder than toe line back-to-back even.
Mm-hmm.
We got a score through for Paul?
All right, yes, we do. 8-0-2-0. So he's in first right now.
Yeah, which he's picked up a few more points in the overall. That'll gain him, it's 500 points more he did in the prelim. It'll gain him about 50 overall points. But he's still about, I think last I checked, he was 100 back from Blaze Grubbs in second and 250 back from Martin Labra in first. So barring a huge jump tomorrow, it looks like Paul de Plan Freiburg is probably going to pick up the bronze medal in the men's overall.
Yeah, indeed. And Martin Labra, we're going to see him a little later on in this event. Obviously, if Martin Labra can go more than 10.660, he'll almost put the overall competition way out of reach.
Yeah, he will. If he improves at all, it'll be a bridge too far for Blaze Grubbs. Back now to the water, the young Colombian, Federico Jaramillo, one of the biggest personalities on site, making his way through his hand run.
Oh, look at this, though.
Yeah, a bit of a bobble. He's recovered well, though, as he moves into his last couple flips. Piling on the points here. It's like a meter in a taxi cab. Every second you look away, there's a few hundred more on it. The ski lines are good.
Oh, there we go. Oh, and right at the 0 point there on our 2U snack bars timer. Yeah, he's enjoying the heck out of that one because I think he realizes he's probably produced something well into the 9,000 point mark, maybe close to 10. But I tell you what, the back-to-backs, good elevation, and a skier who will be going to college pretty soon at ASU and looking in very, very good shape there with the flip twist back. And here's its reverse. Extraordinarily aggressive. And then after he does this one, he slows everything down. That transition looked very, very seamless. Not an easy thing to pull off, mind you. Ski line back-to-back, then to the front. And what does he do to round off the run? A simple hand 5 back. And then he goes down on a simple surface back-to-back.
It was a great run and great skiing from Federico. I'd be a little more conservative on my score estimates. I don't see it having a 9 in front. He's probably going to be our leader. It's probably going to be more than Paul de Plan Freiburg. With the points he lost at the end of that toe run, I think 8,500 points is probably more ballpark.
Okay. I'll go along with that. No worries. Federico Jaramillo. We wait for his score. The only scores that we have so far are from our first 3 competitors. Paul de Plan Freiburg with 8.020. Vincenzo Marino with 74.20 and Connor Walsh with 62.80. So far, so good.
Big scores. Now, this next competitor, the young American about to come into course, is one of my favorites from the prelims. This kid would weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. He's only about 13, 14 years of age. and he posted a massive score, just under 8,000 points, and he did it with only 2 flips.
Which means there's other hand tricks. Their ski lines are plenty then, I would imagine.
There were, but honestly, the hand run itself wasn't where the points came from. He is a absolutely sensational toe tricker, this young man.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing that. This is Reed Meinhardt, who comes to us from the Midwestern region and had pretty good showings last year at the 78 for Good Water Ski Nationals in Zachary, Louisiana, and the 79th Good Water Ski Nationals over at Water's Edge, just outside Joliet in the Chicagoland area. And I mean, this kid's been on a tear, and I had a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier on after slalom, because he actually made the slalom finals to the surprise of a lot of people.
That's right. He's probably only been shortening at full speed at 58k or 36 miles per hour for less than a year, and he made the slalom final at the Junior World Champs. So it was a sensational effort, especially from a young bloke that's got, you know, another World Champs to come.
At least 2, actually.
2 more to come. Wow. Reed Meinhardt is a name to watch.
Because the next Junior World Championships is actually next year.
Of course.
And it's going to be held in Santiago de Chile, which means it rolls over through our winter, their summer. So it'll be January of, 2023?
2023, that'd be right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I am very excited to watch Reed Meinhardt reprise his role with the toe tricks. He looked so good in the preliminary round. He was pretty early on in the order, and he blew the rest of the field that stage out of the park with his toe tricking.
All right, toe tricks it is for starters. And electing to go with the toe 5 wrap, which means he goes high tempo right from the get-go.
Yeah, you won't see too many of these guys start with toe 7. It's not really worth the points for the time it takes. And here he is ripping through these tricks, the toe steps now. It's a big run from the young American. He's a little bit out of shapes in this toe line back-to-back, but he's fighting through it. He's going to stand up this run again.
Oh, look at that.
The balance.
Yeah.
The balance of this young man.
Absolutely. That's the thing that strikes me about him. Okay. I mean, he can get himself into a few deep situations, but he's always got a response.
You know, I know on the webcast we have a lot of viewers who are probably more slalom focused, maybe have never tricked before. It's a lot like standing on a bar of soap. So the stuff he was doing at the end of that run where he almost fell off was, I mean, it blows my mind.
Yeah, just looking through those tricks. There we go. Solid toe 5 front, toe out, and toe straight back in. And that sequence of 3 tricks, that they yield a good portion of the points. But the speed in which he does them allows him to put a few more tricks towards the end. About 4 seconds from the end, he did the toe wake line back, and then goes for the toe wake line back to back. And I think he had enough time to do the reverse. He spun to the front and a side slide into the back. And
so he should have fallen off on that first toe line back to back. He came up the wake, and he had the rope in, time to go before he'd finished his cut up. So he had the ability to just hold there with the rope all the way in and almost double take the takeoff.
And that's the thing, though. He is actually one of our lighter skiers in this tricks event. I mean, there's virtually nothing of him out there, and he's got good leg strength. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, if you are light of body and you're good and you're high on strength, you've got a far better chance of moving through your passes, you know, as opposed to the alternative.
That's right. So he'll come back for his hand pass. He's got more, certainly he's capable of. He fell on his 3rd flip in the preliminary round. I think probably the last trick in his run. It would have been pushing the end of 20 seconds anyhow. But if he can stand up a full hand pass here, we could see a score in excess of 8,000 and perhaps something to challenge what we saw from Federico Jaramillo just moments ago.
All right, then. And there's no comparison between Reed Meinhardt and Federico Jaramillo so far as how they stand on the ski. I mean, like, Federico is like a man mountain compared to Reed Meinhardt. But here we go. Here comes Reed, second and final pass of hand tricks. Starting off with a ski line, he certainly makes that motion. Ski line back now to the back. 5 front, there he goes, regular backflip, here's the reverse. He's got 4 more flips he can do. Flip twist back, almost busts out on that one. There we go, there's the flip twist back to front, and here's the reverse. Oh, no, goes for the Mo back, yeah!
He saved the A-run for the final, and that is a big score from Reed Meinhardt. I think we have a new leader. He knows it, we know it. What a run from the young man, just 14 years of age. Oh, sensational tricking.
And all of these tricks are very high point values, including the 310 points there for the 5 back to front. And each of these 2 flips are 500 points apiece. So between those 3 tricks, you're looking at about 1,310 points. And then he goes into his big flips, which are about 650 points apiece, all the way up to about 7,500 points. But, I mean, just look at this. Towards the end, Mo back. Boom! He just saved
this fist throw right here, Tony. This is the sort of thing I get out of bed for in the morning. This, I love this. This is the drama. This is the emotion, the excitement of the Junior World Champs. The 14-year-old American stands up the pass, the big fist throw. You could hear him yell all the way from Lake 3.
You could hear him yell all the way from Destin.
That's
what
right.
I mean, I can tell you. Great effort. We've got a new score that's just come through. It's under video review. The official site.
Great tricking here. He has both of his back landing tricks. The back to front backflip. And then I'm looking forward to one more slow motion replay. I could watch this all day, this fist throw. He lands the Mob, his last trick in time, pops to the front, and just look at the emotion from this young man.
Wow. There we go. We got Federico Jaramillo and with 84.70. I believe that is currently under a video review right now, so we might have to hold off on making that provisional or fully provisional. And don't forget, it's still the rule now that anything over 10K goes to an immediate video review, yeah?
Oh, I tell you what, if you have a judging panel that's good enough, they don't already ask for the video review for a trick over 10K. You've got a good judging panel.
All right, then. So let's have a look at our skier on the water. This is Dominic Kuhn.
The young Austrian makes his way through his opening toe pass. Trick well to make it through in the preliminary round and looking to back that up with a solid performance today. It's looking the good so far. These are crisp, clean toe surface tricks. These last few tricks will make and break this run, though. The toe lino is good, but he's lost his balance and he's a little bit out of sorts. We're probably running out of time roundabout now. Just lost a little bit at the end there. I think, the countdown on our screen was probably off by a bit, so that toe line back-to-back may have been in time, but those few bobbles at the end could have cost him big.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, just looking at him go through these tricks, these initial toe tricks, including the toe wake line back-to-back, a few skiers actually in recent times have kind of balked on actually doing the toe wake line the toe wake back-to-back reverse, as it is a trick that takes a while to recover from, and has actually been dangerous in a few instances.
Yeah, a lot of coaches don't teach that trick anymore, especially to juniors. They wait a lot longer than they used to, but it's a great little sequence. But yeah, I think when you see some of the skiers pulling out of it, it's not necessarily a spur of the moment thing. It's maybe more planned. It's only 180 points difference between the toe wake front, and you can gain a lot. You imagine if that's the difference between getting a toe line back-to-back in time at the end of your run, it's worth going for the safer and quicker trick.
Yeah, indeed, and it keeps the speed up as well. Because, I mean, one of the things that I found in recent years, I come from a time where skiers, in order to become elite toe trickers, they had to learn the toe 7 front. I mean, it was drilled into you got to learn this trick. You got to go out of that wrap and then turn straight into the wrap. But now, not so much, because higher tempo from the start is valued more over points.
That's right. I certainly think probably everyone in this final can do a toe 7. I have no doubt about that. It's just, you know, it's all about how quickly you can do the trick.
Indeed. Let's go to the toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 front. I mean, those tricks are reeled off in about the time that I say them.
Pretty much. So the young Austrian will return. Dominic Kuhn, a solid opening pass from him. Will really come down to what fit into the last few frames, that 20 seconds. He tricked just over 8,000 to qualify for this final. He's going to need more than that to take the lead. We have the Colombian on 8,500 and Reed Meinhardt probably similar as he comes in for his hand pass.
There you go, getting some good elevation there, but I kind of feel he was a little bit bogged down with the first few tricks, but however, his tempo continues to rise here with the flip twist back. Flip twist, oh, there we go, there's the mode back-to-back, and very sketchy there, but managing to ride that one out. And I tell you what, that was truly thinking on your feet, because I'm sure that he had a mode back-to-back planned as his last trick, but he bulked out and turned it 180 degrees less to ride out that particular trick.
Yeah, it's interesting, the body language. He seemed a little bit miffed with that pass. It wasn't quite what he wanted, but the Italian contingent on the bank have gone absolutely wild, so they're happy with his effort in the final.
So yeah, skier from Austria, that's Dominic Kuhn. And let me see, I mean, did he do a flip twist back to front earlier in the pass, because that might preclude him from scoring the same trick but in reverse?
He did not. That's a scoring trick there at the end, I think, from Dominic Kuhn. And, you know, it may have been what he was doing there all along. He got very low, a little bit lean locked into the wake, and did well to ride that flip away in the end.
Indeed, indeed, and just... I mean, here's another school of thought right here. I mean, in terms of placing your tricks, do you go with the hands first before you go into flips, or do you go into flips straight away?
Yeah, it depends on a lot of factors. I mean, maybe the consistency of all 6 of your flips. If you start with the ski lines or some of the other hand tricks, you have the ability to finish with a flip you don't always land.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, starting with the flips has some advantage in that time it takes to cut into the wake on that first flip doesn't count into your 20 seconds.
Look how low he was on that again.
There's a line drive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just stupid crazy right there on that one. Tell you. All right, then. So we're down to just a little over halfway down this list. Our next competitor to go, a team member for Team USA. It is Blaze Grubbs.
Yep, and I've been standing with the American team for a lot of today, and they have had calculators overheat. They have been crunching the numbers on this overall battle because Blaze Grubbs, felt like he had a really good chance going in this event. Pole de Plan Freiburg this morning seemed to open up the door, but Martin Labra, sitting on a pending Junior World overall record, is going to be a mountain to climb. What they have worked out is that if Blaze gets up to his personal best in all 3 events, he can take back that overall title from Martin Labra. That means he needs to improve on his first round trick score by about 400 points here.
Okay, that being the case, he would need to trick 84. Look at him go. Oh, front flip there. Does he go for a reverse? No, flip twist back. And that reverse. No, there we go. The flip twist back to front. Ski line O. Ski line back to back. Does he have anything more? Wake 5 back. A couple of sides. Oh, yes.
Yeah, good work from Blaze. It's another stand-up pass. Tricks is, of the 3 events, the one where he has the least room to improve. But the equation for Blaze is he needs a perfect tournament from here on out. If he wants, his goal at this tournament was to be your overall world champion. That's his strongest event. He's an overall skier. He's a great trick skier in his own right, but he probably knows he's not quite good enough to get on the podium with the caliber of skiers still to come. So really for Blaze, it's all about the overall.
From here on out, yes. Certainly, he splits his time between California and here in Santa Rosa Beach, so he has plenty of opportunity to train on both coasts of the United States, and yeah, certainly some great tricking from Blaze Grubbs from start to finish there, including the 5 back at the end, a couple of side slides. They all score.
That's right. He did lose a little bit of time in between his first couple ski lines. We've got a score through for Reed Meinhardt. Puts him into second place right now, up over 8,000 points. He'll be right up around personal best territory for that young man.
Okay, so 8,150, we're getting the score for Reed Meinhardt, which currently puts him right now in about second place right now behind Federico Jaramillo. Still waiting on the score from Dominic Kuhn, mind you.
Okay, Blaze Grubbs, the USA's great hope in the men's overall. He'll be very familiar, like you said. They got the house, the Winter Palace there down the end of Lake 2. Splits his skiing, I think, still primarily in California. That's where he's in school, but spends a bit of time here throughout the winter, coming in for his rope on toe pass. Moving through these tricks pretty crisply so far is the young American. He needs to get all the way down this pass. He's got to milk every last point out of his arsenal if he wants to get a foothold back in this overall race. The body line over tricks are looking good so far. Well, it's going to be close. It's going to be a judge's call. He's happy. Is it more than the 8,500 trick in the elimination round?
Mm-hmm. Wow, some great tricking there from Blaze Grubbs. Yeah, he tricked 8,530 in the round previous to this one. So on the cusp of 9,000 points is what you're suggesting so far as him making some significant movement in overall.
Yeah, that's right. And his personal best is only about 8,900. So he doesn't, off that, have a lot of room to improve. He's done pretty much everything he can do out there today. If I had to guess, though, I think the score is going to be very similar to the elimination round. I think it's probably another 8,500 or so from Blaze. And things got a little bit off script here at the end. He started throwing any old thing and actually fell off mid-fist throw, I think, at the very end of this pass. He's waving to his fans, to his crowd. He's a happy camper. He pops front, and actually, we missed it there on the replay, but actually falls off coming front from the fist throw.
Wow. Certainly a showman, I give him that. And just look at him go all the way through this particular run there with the toe 5 back, toe out, toe in. Hardly has to reach for the line because he's so flexible out there on the trick ski. Toe wake line back, toe front, toe wake back. All of these scoring tricks, folks. Throwing himself into that toe wake line back to back as he works his way to the toe sides.
It's a good toe run. Blaze certainly a much stronger hand tricker than he is a toe tricker. That's sort of, he has the hand pass of a 10,000 point tricker, but his toe pass probably holds him back a little bit, and that is where I think we'll see him improve over the next couple of years.
So the score that we got for Dominic Kuhn is 7,600 points, which puts him in about 4th place right now.
Yeah. Well, I think we move now to the people's champion of this boys trick final. He's one of the youngest competitors in this tournament, full stop. He's does a lot of his training here on site. I'm sure the Chilean team will be out in full force supporting him. But it's none other than young Matty Gonzalez.
All right, let's see what he's got. He's wrapped in for a toe 7 front here. Toe 7, spun out, toe 5, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back, toe back to back on the surface. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Now working his way towards the end, 5 seconds remaining. He's got toe back and toe front, toe wake line back to back. Oh, brilliantly spun there.
That is a barnstorming toe run from the young Chilean. The best we've seen yet. And it is going to be a lot of points. I mean, he did those tricks so fast. I mean, we talked a little bit of how a lot of skiers weren't doing the toe 720. Here he is opening up with it. Probably took him less than a second, half a second to get through that trick. These toe weight back-to-backs where you can't do them any faster than that, really. And it just built throughout the run. I mean, the intensity lifted from trick to trick. And Matty, a real chance of picking up a medal here in this trick event.
Most certainly, given the rate in which he put these toe tricks into his run. Just getting some great lift. Certainly one of the youngest and by extension one of our lighter competitors. So his strength to weight ratio on that trick ski extremely high and allowing him to...
Yeah, the efficiency in that toe pass is absurd. They have got it down to an absolute science. We've seen other skiers, I think Anna Gay and Neely Ross have had this in their run for some years, but you notice that in between toe lines there, he did a toe front, toe back, just while waiting for the line to come tight. And we saw a few other skiers do that as well. And it just shows you how much work has been done to utilize every last second of this 20-second pass. Well, he needed to get close to personal best. He needed to get a few more points out of himself for the overall. And Blaze Grubbs has done that, hasn't he? Our new leader.
Yeah, 88.60, 8,860 points. So he's creeping up. And what will Martin Labra have by way of a response?
The ladies, man.
Young Matty Gonzalez. Could he pick up a trick medal for Chile here in the boys trick final? We've seen some big scores thrown down already from our competitors, but we know those last four skiers are all capable of going in excess of 9,000 or 10,000 points. It was a fantastic toe run from the young Chilean. He needs to back it up with every last drop of this hand run, though. He's moving through the mobs. He's fast. He's quick. The young man, he's almost floating out there. The ski hardly sits in the water at all. And he is looking the good so far. The big front flip. He's going through the weight tricks now. He's going to go over the line. This is a sensational run from the Chilean. He could be your new leader. And just listen to the crowd and look at this young man. He knows he's given everything he's got out there.
All right, just some crazy good stuff out there. We got Blaze Grubbs here in the announcing position. I mean, you're looking at Mateus Gonzalez right now. You must be enthralled about what you just saw.
Yeah, to be honest, it's quite the honor to even be on the dock with the kid. He's my good buddy, but he is unreal in the water.
And he just has that knack of just being able to float on top of the water and just keep everything going. Look at that front flip. Boom. That would turn most people into a pretzel, right?
Yeah, no, he's super light, but being incredibly strong at the same time. So, yeah, it's pretty cool to watch.
Right, Blaze. I don't know if you've seen your trick score come through yet, but we just had it flash up on screen. 8,860 points. Look,
yeah,
no secret about it. You're here to be world overall champion, but with the scores from Martin Labra, you have an almost impossible task. You have to basically PB in all three events. You're done now with tricks. You probably ended up, 40, 50 points shy of a PB? You've done the job in 1 out of 3. What's the plan going into slalom and jump?
Yeah, no, I was just happy to stand up and trick, but yeah, the real work comes tomorrow, and we'll see what I can do in slalom and jump. But yeah, shout out to Martin. He's my good buddy, and yeah, he's just skiing insane right now.
Well, good work, mate. It's a lot of pressure you're under, and so far you've handled it superbly. I can't wait to see you out there, particularly in that boys' jump final. It is going to be an absolute classic.
Yeah, we're going to send it. Thanks, man.
All right, such a great looking pass, and thanks a lot to Blaze Grubbs for coming over to for us to talk to him. And you just kind of get that vibe that Blaze isn't done yet, you know?
He's not done, no. His story will be told tomorrow morning in the Solomon Jump Finals. We move now to two Americans in this field. I got an interesting piece of Waterski trivia for you, Tony.
Yeah.
The last time an American won under-17 boys tricks was 1998. It has been 23 long years, but Eric Macias on the water, opening up rope on toe, looking to see if he can break the drought for the US of A. Well, he's doing it so far, isn't he, the young American? This is a big toe run. He gets a little bit wobbly there at the end, but he's got a lot of points, and he is happy. Has set himself up well for a score over 9,000 points again, which could be what it takes to get on the podium.
And he didn't use all of the time either. He stopped tricking in about 18 seconds.
Wow. I don't know how much stock I'd place in the accuracy of our timer on screen. It, of course, is unofficial.
Yeah.
And we go frame by frame with the judges, but this was superb toe tricking from the young man. So the dynamic, back to this drought of USA winning trick titles. Not a single competitor in this under-17 Worlds was born the last time the US won a trick title, the Junior Worlds. And I'll go further. Not a single competitor in the upcoming under-21 Worlds was born the last time the US won a trick title, the Junior Worlds.
And who won that trick title?
Oh, come on, Tony. You should be able to guess this one.
Adam?
No, Adam's not that old. Jimmy Seamers was the last American to win a Junior World trick title all the way back in 1998.
All right. So, wow, that is some thought-provoking trivia. The last time the United States actually won the men's trick title, and they have someone in the field. They have at least two competitors in the remaining four that have the potential of breaking that duck, so to speak.
Yeah, well, we're looking at Jake Abelson on the dock. I would have said going into this event that he was the favorite. He was so superb last weekend at the US Open, picking up second, tricking 11,000 points. I think the dynamic, though, is last weekend he was an underdog. Here he's got expectation. He's got the weight of a nation on him. He wants someone to break this 23-year drought. And I think it might have been getting to the 13-year-old a bit in that elimination round.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No way, no two ways or a shape about that, I can tell you. I mean, but we've got some other great trickers as well. We've got Martin Labra, don't forget. I mean, we've got a person who tricked nearly 11,000 points from Chile. We've got Pablo Font from Mexico, who has the potential of getting that fairly close as well. So all to play for here. Eric Mateus from the United States. And just going through his warm-ups before the trick course.
He's done the work on pass number one. He set the foundation, but he needs to capitalize now. He needs everything. The caliber of the skiers on the dock, they're probably a little better than him on their day, so he needs to get every last point. He's looking good so far. These flips are happening fast. He's going to have time at the end for a few more over-the-line or wake tricks. This is great tricking for the young American. The ski lines are looking good. It's going to be a big score. This could be a personal best, up over 10,000 points even. Oh, wow, you can't ask for much more than that. Yeah. What a 20-second trick pass from Eric Macias.
Oh, yeah, I'm just absolutely amazed with the tricks that he put in and his composure all the way throughout, including this first one, which was the Mo back-to-back, and then came slamming back into the wake for the reverse, which he performs beautifully. There we go with the regular backflip. And obviously, the skiers have up to 10 flips in which they can put into the run. You can't do any more inverts than 6 on any one particular run or any one particular effort thereof. And then he comes back into the wake, just twists away. There's the ski line, and then floats towards the back, ski line back-to-back, and continues to rock and roll his way through the pass, including good lift off the wake there with the ski line back-to-back. Oh, yeah, and he's pleased. He's pretty chuffed, and so would, I imagine, those that support the United States of America.
That's right.
Eric
Could
Macias.
he be the one to end the 23-year drought in boys' tricks? If not him, maybe Jake Abelson on the dock. So the last Junior Worlds 3 years ago now in Spain, This event was won by Patricio Font with a score I think we heard before of 10,700.
Uh-huh.
And talk about a family sport. The next two skiers off the dock are both Pato's cousins.
Wow.
And, Mexico is quickly laying its claim to being one of the most dominant countries in world trick skiing. Of course, Jake Abelson skiing for the US of A, but his mother, Mariana, used to be Mariana Ramirez, of course, used to represent Mexico back in her day and was a very accomplished skier. And he had the option. He could ski for Mexico if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Hold the flown blocker. What a score that has just come through from young Maddie Gonzalez. Can you believe it? 10,210 points. Your new leader in this field. And that has certainly sent a message to the skiers still on the dock. But here we go, on the water. Probably your favorite. He has a personal best of over 11,000 points. The young American, their great hope at their first gold in boys trick since 1998, since Jake was barely a glimmer in his old man Richard's eye, coming into course now, ripping through his rope on toe pass.
Oh, look at this. There's the toe into wrap in, toe wake lino. Does he have anything more beyond that? Of course he does. Toe wake line back, toe wake line 5 back from outside in, standing start. And toe wake line back to back. Oh, and falls out of time, I believe, but fantastic looking opening pass there for Jake Abelson.
It's interesting. Something's happened last week. He's obviously not been as confident in his training. You see, he's starting here not with the toe 5 back. He goes straight into the toe wake back-to-back. He doesn't even do the toe wake back-to-back reverse, which we saw him do at the US Open. Obviously, there's a strategy to get more of his line tricks in time, but if you watch the end of this pass, he bobbles after toe line 5 back, and he loses quite a lot of time. So he's going to be difficult here for Jake to get up around that lead of Maddie Gonzalez. I don't know that he's on par right now to score in excess of 10,200.
Oh, yeah, I mean, oh, look at that towards the end. A toe wake line 5 back, though.
But he actually ends up crossing the wake and going into his reverse toe line back-to-back. So he's missed a trick there and a toe wake front, which he ends up falling on, which you kind of feel was probably in time, even with that delay, because he dropped toe 5 back and reverse toe wake back-to-back.
Yep, certainly missing out on a few tricks, and that could well have a detrimental effect upon his final score. Eric Macias, we got a point score, and that's exactly the same as his score yesterday, 92-10.
He's consistent, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, 1,000 points shy of the lead with Chile's Matty Gonzalez. And, well, the young man has certainly sent a message to the blokes here. Jake Abelson, it wasn't the best opening pass. It's good enough he's still in with the hunt, but to get to 10-2-10, he needs everything he has on pass number 2 and then some.
Yep. So Jake Abelson tricking 93-20 and the round previous to this. And he has the potential going to about 11,000. Well, that potential might have just been eroded from what we saw after the end with that toe
we're not
pass.
seeing 11,000 off that toe pass. However, if he gets every last drop out of this hand pass, I think he could go past Matty Gonzalez's 10-2-10. He can probably get just a shade over 10,000 points, which would be enough to get him into the lead.
And failing that, if his passes after we're done total less than 10-2-20, then Matty Gonzalez has a shot of podium, or being on the podium, because we only have 2 skiers remaining.
Look, obviously you can't quite engrave it yet, but if 10-2-10 missed the podium, I'd just about eat my shirt, Tony.
Wow.
Jake Abelson.
I don't know whether I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Looking to see if he can be the one to break the 23-year drought. Can USA pick up their first boys trick title in many lifetimes? He needs everything. He needs a perfect pass, and he started well.
Certainly does. There are 2 front flips there. He's just nailing the heck out of that. There we go. back to front flip. Now he's building up his confidence. Look at this. Towards the end, 5 back, ski line back to back. There we go. And yeah, that is more like it.
What a run. You know, the 3 front flips with the regular reverse and the BFF, the back to front flip, those are all very high scoring tricks. He was crisp at the end there. I still don't know that it's going to be enough, though, to get ahead of Matty Gonzalez. I just didn't see enough points in that toe run.
But I tell you what, the landings on each of these front flips, good, stout, stand-up landings. Normally you have to take a little bit of time out before you would land afterwards, before you went into the next trick. But he was precise. He was quick. He was immediate in his transitions, including the 5 back. And then he included the ski line back-to-back at the end, and he had just a back and a front and a surface back-to-back. Yes.
Yeah, but I think an unsure fist pump there at the end. He did everything he could on pass number 2. We asked for perfect, and he delivered. It's just whether there was enough on that toe run. It's going to be close. It will be right up around that score from Matty Gonzalez.
All right, then. Now it comes down to our final 2 competitors. We'll see Martin Labra come up from Chile in just a few moments, but before him, it'll be Pablo Font from Mexico.
That's right. Jake's cousin will be following him on the dock. And this young man tricked superbly in the preliminary round. He has a personal best of just a shade over 10,000, and he did that would have been right up around PB territory in the elimination round. 10-3-10 he tricked. He does that again, and he guarantees himself of, a podium spot at least.
Whew, I'll tell you what. It's been a long day so far, but we've still got the adrenaline running through our veins with the boys' tricking final, and we've also got the girls' tricking final as well. Now, ordinarily, we normally fit in the girls before the boys, but because we just held the girls' series 3, 2, and 1 jumps, we have to provide adequate time for those competitors of those competitors that qualified for the trick finals to recuperate, recover, and get ready for.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty happy to end with girls' tricks. I think that's going to be a fantastic event. I think it's... I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to be too G'd up after that one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it looks like a toe 7 front wrap. The only other trick you could perform out of this is either a surface toe 5 back or a toe wake 5 back.
Yep. Bit of a bubble here already from Pablo Font. He's in trouble. He needs to recover. It looks like he's got the composure to do it. He's still moving a lot side to side on these tricks. He's looking shaky as Pablo Font, but look at the way he just keeps tricking. Wow, sensational effort. I thought he was gone for all money about 3 or 4 times, but he still goes. The toe line 5 back is good. What a toe run in the end.
You just wonder what's going on in the heads of some of our competitors, you know. I mean, a lot of it is training. A lot of it is just like, you know, just flick the match, light up the blue paper, and it just goes. You know, fully automatic, you know, because in my mind, a lot of times when you overthink these tricks, you're dead
Tony,
in the water.
You watch this. He looks like a ball in a pinball machine after these toe wake back-to-backs. He is moving from wake to wake, bouncing off them, trying to regain his balance, and you don't think he's going to end up doing it, but somehow he does. I mean, look at this. He's just sliding from side to side. The head and shoulders are being thrown back, and somehow during this very difficult toe line sequence, he's able to refine center and in the end stomp out a big run. I mean, you'll see here, he finishes with a superb toe line 540-degree spin, stomps out the landing, and in the end, this is a big toe run from Pablo Font.
Yeah, almost overspun that toe wake line 5 back, as a matter of fact, and just caught his body just in time before he could have possibly have fallen because of that excess effort. So, to get a medal, to be on the podium, you've got to score at least 10,210 points.
At this stage, yes. We're still waiting on what Jake Abelson tricked. I think it's going to be ballpark. My gut feeling says it's going to be a little bit less, and Matty Gonzalez will be on the podium for sure. Pablo Font, though, with a great stand-up opening pass, albeit a little shaky, has set himself up to potentially take the lead. If he can stand up past number 2, the pressure will begin to build on Martin Labra on the dock. Will he be next world trick champion?
All right, let's have a look and see. Setting up the boat speed and making sure that everything is A-OK.
Pablo Font looking to see if he can take the rein from his cousin Pato, who has won the last 2 June the Worlds. He's a little bit shaky through those first few flips, a couple of weight cases, but kind of like his tow run, he just kind of marches through it. He pushes on through the shakiness, and this is a big run from the young Mexican. He's got a couple tricks to finish, does he? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
He's not sure, is he? He's not sure.
No, he's not prepared to throw the fist quite yet.
So the margin here for Pablo is that even though he stood up both passes, because of a couple bobbles here at the start, he may have lost, one trick at the end, which could be the difference between tricking, 10,500 and 9,900, which isn't enough.
Yeah. And I mean, just look at these flips there. The flip twist back, and here's the reverse. Just has that uncanny knack of just staying on top of his ski no matter what. Flip twist back to front. He's got a few more seconds left with the ski line O, then to the back, ski line 5 front. And there we go. There's the remaining tricks. So ski lines at the end, ski line back to back, and looking in very, very good shape right at the very end. Now, I do have a little bit of breaking news for you, Curtis, and I'll let you...
Wow. Well, we're going to watch one more replay, but this is huge, Tony. I can't believe what you've just shown me. See here, he just bobbles there on that second flip, does Pablo Font. That's cost him a valuable fraction of a second, which could be the difference. If it pushes just one of these tricks at the end out of time, that's the difference between a gold, a silver, a bronze, or even just missing the podium altogether, such as how tight these last few skiers are together. It's a big log jam. So Martin Labra is going to take the water next, but what you've just pulled up for me, Tony Lightfoot, is huge. The Junior World Champs teams competition, I believe, has only ever been won by 3 countries. The US of A, Canada, and France.
Yes.
Well, right now, with the scores the way they are, we have a country that has never won before sitting in the lead. Who would that be, Tony?
Chile.
Chile have sent, perhaps for the first time in their history, a full team to this Junior Worlds, and they are looking like they could potentially win this event. And just when you think, big news couldn't come in anymore, we're getting scores coming through. It looks like a 23-year drought for the US of A is going to extend for at least another year. Jake Abelson, great tricking, but not enough to unthrone Matty Gonzalez.
And you speak of Matty Gonzalez, he's from Chile, so double celebration then, it would seem, at this beginning, because Matty Gonzalez, that means he's on the podium, unofficially.
It does. So, with Martin Labra about to leave the dock, it is time to find out, in the context of boys' tricks at least, who is the greatest country in the world. Is it Mexico or is it Chile?
All right, let's have a look. Still yet to get the scoring for Pablo Font. He just exited the water. The officials are going... the scorers are looking through the trick sheets and all the other stuff that's related to the event. Martin Labra from Chile coming in, first pass of 2, toe 5 wrap this time, Curtis.
That's right. He needs the picture-perfect performance here. Does the young Chilean, the greatest trick skier South America has ever produced, with a personal best in excess of 11,000 points, and he's showing you why today. He is so fast on toes, easily the most efficient toe tricker we have in this tournament. He is moving, and it seems like at 2 times regular speed out there as he stomps through these toe step tricks. The toe line 5 trick looks effortless, and what a toe pass from Martin Labra. Oh.
Remarkable stuff. Great, great pace, great, great tempo, and it all starts with the very first trick, toe 5 back. Just keeping that toe foot close to the standing leg and making sure that he's staying completely stable all the way throughout these tricks. Toe wake back to back, and it's reversed. Toe surface back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out. This is just 50% speed, and it looks like he's going 1,000,000 miles an hour out there, Curtis.
It does. I mean, we saw Blaze Grubbs trick close to personal best, and I'm not sure he went as fast in real time as Martin Labra is going at slowed down to half speed. I mean, that's just how quick he is. And these toe lines, I mean, he lands them and almost immediately transition next trick. I mean, look at this huge toe line 540. And look at him. He looks at the camera. It's like he knew where it was. He stared it down and just, gave it that little fist pump.
Yep, giving the camera that big old fist pump that Ben Affleck produced before he boarded that Mitchell bomber going on Pearl Harbor. Tip of the sword. So, he's taking this time out. How long do they have to transition between the runs? About 3 minutes?
45 seconds.
45 seconds. So they have to switch the ski, switch the line, program in the new boat speed, because typically for a handle pass it's going to be higher, isn't it?
Look, I haven't caught my breath after that pass, so I don't know how Martin Labra has yet, but hopefully he can get it together. 20 seconds away from gold medal glory in the trick event, and if he can improve on his preliminary score, he'll pretty much cement himself into the gold medal in the overall as well. He could be winning 2 golds here in one foul sweep. Is Martin Labra for Chile.
All right, let's have a look and see, shall we? Our very last tricker on the water right now, getting set up for his first move.
Martin Labra, the Chilean, 20 seconds away from gold medal in the tricks.
Mo back to the back. Here's the front flip. Boom. Now stood up. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. Does he have a couple more flips? There we go.
3 more tricks for the gold really here for Martin Labra. He's almost got it. He's going over the line. He's quick. It's crisp. It's clean. 1 more. He's done it. I think this is the gold medal for Martin Labra. He knows it. We knows it. It could be the gold in the overall as well. What a performance from the young Chilean. A master class of trick skiing.
Chileans are going nuts, including Walter Miranda, who's along the shoreline.
Well, this is the crucial moment here. He lands the mobe. He comes in for that back-to-front front flip, and he almost came unstuck. It was a little bit sketchy. You land heavy on this trick, but as soon as he had this, I think he knew, I certainly felt it in my bones, that he had won the gold medal.
Just going from trick to trick, just absolutely going from one to the other. I mean, I'm just absolutely floored with his timing and his balance, and his ability to go from trick to trick with such an efficient manner, and going all the way through to the end with a simple hand 5 back and 540 degrees to the front to produce a combination that was about 620 points, all given total right at the end. But then you had all of the flips at the beginning.
Well, big score coming through, though. Pablo Font, 10,630 points. That was a great run from Martin Labra. That run, I have no doubt, was worth in excess of 11,000 points. However, because he's that's such a small margin, if he loses even 1 trick to time, that could be enough for Pablo Font to take the gold.
Right you are. I mean, just look at these flips once again.
Don't do it yet, mate. Don't do it.
But just looking at these tricks from one after the other there, including the hand 5 back and the hand 5 front. All very valuable tricks, I mean, it doesn't take that much to decide between first and second, so it could come down to a side slide,
Yeah, it could be a side slide. I'd say it'll be a single frame of a sort of 60 frames per second video file will probably be the deciding of this Junior World Trick title.
Wow.
It'll all come down to time in the end.
Some some very pensive faces around the shoreline and on the dock side, and we're just waiting on one more score. So while we're getting that one more score, let's go through the list of overall team classification results. We're seeing Chile in the lead right now by 804.90 points. Now, that, however, is only about, 40 points more than the United States.
That's two boys in slalom.
Excuse me?
That's two boys in slalom.
Two boys in slalom. So basically, if Blaze Grubbs comes through with a better slalom score, and of course there's that better trick score to add into it, so United States might have just taken the lead back.
Yeah, by my calculations, Blaze has improved his overall score by about 30 points in tricks.
Okay.
So now we're talking of a margin of about 10 overall points, which is... It's nothing. It's a quarter of a boy. It's half a meter in jump. It's such a small margin.
And then you've got Jake Abelson as well, who is another skier from the United States.
That's right, and he's improved his score by a great deal. So we would think after this trick file, the USA is probably leapfrogged back in front. But it's so close, and it'll be decided. It'll probably come all the way down to that boys' jump final tomorrow.
And then by the same token, Mateus Gonzalez, who tricked 10,210, that is an improvement on his score by about 400 points.
That's right, and actually more than that. It's an improvement by about 1,400. So
1,400,
his improvement in tricks is actually almost equivalent to the combined improvement of Jake Abelson and Blaze Grubbs.
So it's a bit of a situation.
It's been seesawing back and forth.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. Neck and neck, the two horses are, so to speak. And it could come down to a photo finish.
Wow. And I know how passionate the Chileans are about the participation in sports, and I mean, if they come through with a win, I mean, that's like an invitation to meet the president type deal.
It would be huge. It would be an unprecedented event in Chilean water skiing if they could pick up the team's title. And I kind of thought, I guess I'm a bit of a fool going into it, that it was almost a foregone conclusion that the USA would be so far ahead it would be almost academic. But Chile pushing the envelope here.
And Martin right now, just look.
Wow. The reaction says it all. We have him there on screen. Martin Labra has won the boys' tricks. He was there on his phone refreshing the live scoring, and we saw it. And what a great picture that TWC was able to bring to us. That is sensational. He hugs young Matty Gonzalez. Martin Labra is your 2020 Junior Boys Trick Champion. It goes to Chile and Latin America, a Latin American affair on the podium with Pablo Font in silver and Matty Gonzalez in the bronze position.
All right, so we're having a look at the leaderboard right now. It will come to us with the score that has won this title.
It's an improvement, too.
Yeah,
it's going to give him just a little bit more of a lead in that overall event, which is important.
So we've just seen Martin Labra on dockside celebrating the news. He has provisionally won the World Junior Boys Tricking title with an improvement upon his score that will probably not only win this title, the Boys Tricking title, but will probably put the overall title out of reach as well. There's Martin Labra with 10,790 for the gold medal, ahead of Pablo Font with 10,630. And look at that for a trick score. 10,210 for that young kid there from Chile, Mateus Gonzalez. That's your podium 1, 2, 3. Chile, Mexico, Chile.
Yeah, and heart goes out to Jake Abelson. I don't think a 10,000-point trick score has ever missed the podium at a Junior World Champs. 10,170, and he doesn't even walk away with any silverware. The good news, of course, is that he's 13 years of age, so he's going to have plenty of opportunities in the future.
And the good news, obviously, of course, is he's improved upon the previous round score, which means, like, uber amounts of points for Team USA. So, looks like we're going to go straight into the girls' tricking final. The trick sheets will not be available for our skiers in the boys' tricking competition because we're going to go straight into it. And then once I'm available, there is that 30-minute review period.
Yeah, so theoretically some of these scores could change, but I highly doubt it. At this stage, you know, it happens maybe 1 in a million times that scores actually change during that review period. So we're pretty confident in these results. We have 12 girls trickers about to take the water.
All right, and the tricking final, the under-17 girls tricking final will be coming to you. This is continuing coverage of the 2020-2021 U-17 World Waterski Championships. Back after these. All right then, folks. Good afternoon once again. Or it's actually very close to the evening, if we're being honest. We're at 5:30 in the afternoon. We're getting ready, getting set for the girls' tricking final.
That's right. And, of course, the big news in the water ski world right now is that Chile are leading in the team's competition. Now, prior to this event, the best placement they have ever gotten as a team was 5th place.
Uh-huh.
And we look through, you know, it's just changed, added so much context to the event. I look through this running order, and we have got 2 USA team skiers and 1 Chilean team skier in this final. So we'll be certainly trying to bring you estimations of how Chile stacks up throughout this event as we move through these 12 girls trickers, as well as, of course, the girls overall event, and, you know, most importantly, who will be your next trick world champion. So the boat is just going up down the lake, doing a quick stimulation pass. But joining us here in the TWC booth, we have none other than your new world trick champion, Martin Labra.
All right, Martin, what's up with your world right now?
Oh, it's amazing. It's a great feeling. I'm speechless, but it's amazing.
All right, we're going to give you the benefit of watching through your performance here. This is your last pass, which will consist of hands. Give us a little bit of a commentary here.
Oh, there I did it my first mob. Then I went for the second. I tried to do the half check there. Then I landed a little bit in my back, so I was a little bit hurry there. Then I tried to recover, and then I said, go for it.
Yeah, that was the pivotal moment, I think, in my mind, Martin, when I watched that, was the landing of that half jack. You were a little off balance, and sort of, I think the entire Chilean team, held their breath for a second, but you actually came out of it really well, and I think at that point, I felt pretty confident you were about to win the world trick title. What time did you know? It seemed like you knew right around then.
Yeah, there I feel very happy, but Pablo did an amazing job, so I was kind of waiting for the results.
Yeah, well, the big news, I think, and big news in the world of water skiing, is right now the Chilean team is sitting in first place ahead of the USA. I don't know if you've caught up with that yet, but you're a huge part of that.
Yeah, it's just not me. It's all my team. It's work amazing. We've been working pretty good all these years, so...
Well, you've just about got the overall trophy locked up in the cabinet. But tomorrow, the jump event, there could be more than the over on the line. Is there more left in the tank if Team Chile says we need you to jump a few meters further for the team?
Hopefully I will make the best for the team. So.
All right then. So congratulations to you provisionally. You still got to go through the 30-minute review period after we get done with the girls' tricks. But for all intents and purposes, provisionally we have crowned the first world champion, and then it's Martin Labra in the boys' tricking event. So congratulations to you, sir. And we look forward to seeing you ski in the remaining finals that you get to ski in this event.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Okay, we go into the tricking final for the girls. Our first competitor out is going to be Megan Pelkey from Canada, who came into this final with 4,890 points.
Yeah, a young girl from Canada skiing as an independent. And there was quite a gap, actually, between her and the last out. Ella Gay missed out with 4,300 points. And she's making her way through this opening towpath. Beautiful pictures we're getting as the sun sets here at Shortline Lakes and beautiful Destin, Florida. Of course, a huge tourism hub. And looking the goods on pass number one. Megan Pelkey probably doesn't quite have the tricks to pick up a podium position here, but looking to... do herself proud out there, just going down right at the end of that tow pass, but had gotten, I'd say, 90% of her points on the board already.
Yeah, I would certainly say so, including the toe 7 front at the beginning, just trying to get that one spun efficiently. It's exceptionally hard to turn 720 degrees just on the surface of the water, but to do it on with one foot, the other in tow, and just spin consistently without a hitch in the front, it takes an incredible amount of patience and training to pull that trick off.
It sure does, and she looked great out there. Never lost balance at all. I mean, she looked so well positioned on the ski right throughout this run. Just at the very end, coming a little bit unstuck, but I'd say, we were probably pushing the boundaries of 20 seconds. She kind of fell into the boat on that tow wake back to back, and just coming front, she gets a little bit on her heels. But great tow pass to open up for Megan Pelkey, and should be looking to see if she can improve on that first round score of 48.90.
All right, then. So, Megan Pelkey. Now, with a trick score of 48.90 and knowing what her capabilities are, did she fall fairly early on her effort?
She didn't get all her points. It wasn't like a big upset or anything, but there's certainly more in the tank. I think we could see her push up over 5,000 points if she got everything together.
All right, so let's see if she can add some points to the equation. We've got how many skiers we got after this? We got 11 more competitors, starting with Ariana Sacco and Emma Davis, Alyssa Drake, Luisa Jaramillo, and we move down the list from there, including skiers from Ukraine, Canada, Chile, and Colombia in the mix.
You paused for quite a while there trying to spit out Maria Tsitsaria from the Ukraine's name there, Tony.
Tsitsaria, yeah.
I've got no idea how to pronounce it, but that's what I'm rolling with.
Yeah, I think your pronunciation is actually closer to what I had in mind.
No, the drama that this has added to it, it's made my day. The great story. It would be one of the greatest water skiing stories of all time. I think not since those 2010, or 2011 rather, Open Worlds where Belarus out of nowhere won the team's title. Have we seen such a dark horse perform so well at a world championship?
And let's not forget 1991 either, when the United States relinquished the World Open team title for the very first time in the history of the sport, letting Team Canada come through.
Yeah, well, from that strong Canadian tradition is Megan Pelkian looking the goods through this hand pass. A few line over tricks, very quick on the wake back-to-backs, goes down, and it won't be the big score she was looking for. I mean, really just out here for the experience, for being out here and the big dance, the drama of a trick final. I don't think she ever really had the run to challenge the leaders, which should be up around the high 6,000s. Great opening line sequence, though. The step-overs are good. And unfortunately, though, as soon as she kind of kicked that foot back in, she had a hard time moving through these basic wake tricks. Dug in pretty deep here on the wake back-to-back, and then the reverse. She was trying to rush it, and the tail of the ski dug in. So that was all she wrote for Megan Pelkey.
I have Matthias Gonzalez here.
And the boat will head back the dock to pick up our next competitor from Italy, Ariana Sacco.
All right, then. We got Matthias Gonzalez here, who has provisionally I've got Matthias Gonzalez here, who has provisionally got himself a bronze medal spot in this event. And, I mean, you must be absolutely delighted with not only the score, but with the position on the podium.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, so take a look at this. This is your tricking. Describe what you see.
I ski really good, but I did my PB, and I'm happy with that result.
Okay, so describe one or two of the tricks. Look at this. There's the flip twist back. You're getting so much edge, and you're so high. Look at that front flip. I mean, how much time did it take for you to learn that front flip and be good at it?
I learned it last year, and then I did it this year again, and in my run this year.
Excellent stuff there, and we congratulate you. And a new personal best, that's right?
Yes.
And more points for Chile, that's right?
Yes.
So viva Chile.
Viva Chile.
Very
right.
good.
Thank you.
Okay, the Italian Ariana Sacco coming in for a hand pass. It was good to start, moving through a lot of high-scoring tricks. She'll have one or two flips to finish as the Italian girl. It's a stand-up pass from her, and doing herself proud out there. Look at some of the rock stars on the dock still to come. Ellie Drake, there'll be a lot of pressure on her tricks for Team USA. And then, of course, Luisa Jaramillo sitting there with Corey Picos getting ready for her trick campaign as we watch the replay of Ariana Sacco.
All right, our sole Italian in this final, doing a fine job going trick to trick. Beautifully executed, and another reminder to you good folks there to subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel, where by hitting the subscribe button and then hitting the bell icon a couple of times, you will be informed via email as to when new content is uploaded to the site, as well as when new live streams become on stream, so to speak. All right, just looking at Ariana Sacco with her flips. Little bit of a time taken outside the wake to complete the remainder of her tricks, but they all score And hopefully that's within the 20 seconds of time that's allocated for her, not only on this pass, but for every pass that she tries.
That's right. Again, I think another skier, with all fairness to Ariane Osako, who is in this final, but probably doesn't have the tricks to challenge our leaders, who will trick up around 6,000, 7,000 points. Score coming through for Megan Palke. Obviously a little bit disappointing with that fall in hands, just 3,140 points. But, you know, great to get out here and be a part of it, you know, feel the atmosphere. I mean, the trick dock is just electric right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Seeing two Chileans on the podium and also a skier from Mexico on the podium as well. It's definitely a shot in the arm for Latin American skiing, put it that way.
That's right. Ariane Osako now coming in, rope on toe, looking to see if she can back up pass number one with a good toe pass as well. It's solid toe tricking from the young girl. Taking her time on these tricks, making sure she gets as many on the board as possible. A couple of flicks there at the end. And a sort of half-hearted fist throw to finish.
Yeah, the kind of fist throw that says, hey, I've done as much as I can do, but hey, however much I can do isn't going to come close to what's going to come up next.
I'd say her, you know, main victory of the weekend was just making this final.
Yeah. And she'll probably have a nice little dinner tonight, you know, to celebrate the fact that she's made it through to the tricking final, and no doubt she'll have plenty of encouragement from her fans in Italia as well. So she's got that going for her.
That's right. It was tidy toe tricking from her in the end. Just didn't quite have those big tricks to finish off the run. She did get a lot of little tricks in, though. Able to get, you know, some toe slides here in the mix, and I almost wouldn't want to speak to that because no one's going to get close. It's going to make it look disappointing. I think Kennedy's best is 8,000.
Okay, so looking at Ariana going through on her particular run, she scored 49.30 in the previous round, and we're being genuinely fair. I mean, she got through both of the runs, no worries, but she just didn't have the high power in the tricks, you know, to really make any true advances forward beyond what she tricked in the previous round.
Yeah, look, great tricking from Ariana. She's done everything she can do, but, you know, we're going to see some big runs from these girls still to come. You know, we saw a lot of scores in the high 6,000 point range, and of course, last off the dock, Kennedy Hansen tricked 7,270, which is a great trick score from that young lady to get through to this final. We move now to the US of A, an independent from the southeast United States. It's Emma Davis.
All right, Emma Davis. Now, interested to see the wraps that are coming through, and now normally back in the day they were very, very strict with where you start and in respect to the buoys, but not so much these days because of the technology that exists with the remote camera in the boat. The skiers can basically
a big upset
start
there,
anywhere.
Tony.
Fun.
Big upset. Poor Emma Davis, a young girl out there on the water, unfortunately has fallen in her opening toe trick.
Yeah, that's always a little bit of a sinking feeling. So she now proceeds onto the handle run, which I'm sure is going to score more than her toes. But
you know, with Emma, I saw her trick in the prelim. She's a very strong toe tricker. That's really where a lot of her points come from. Just a young girl still. And, you know, heartbreaking stuff. The roller coaster emotions that is trick skiing. Toe 720 just at the end, rocking back onto the heels. And, you know, it's part of what makes the highs in the sport so great. You know, the emotion, the fist throw we saw from Martin Labra. But to get that kind of excitement, you got to have your moments like these. Every once in a while, you got to pay the piper. And Emma Davis tragically going down on trick number one. She'll score 0 on pass 1. And will come back probably with her hand pass, but maybe even backing up with another toe pass.
Mm-hmm. All right, so who do we have next after Emma Davis? We've got Alyssa Drake, who comes to us out of Wisconsin, who tricked 5,060 in the previous round. We've got Luisa Jaramillo from Colombia with 56.90. Maria Tetsura from Ukraine with 56.50. And that represents the top half, or rather the bottom half of the running order, depending upon how you look at it, of course.
That's right. Looking forward to Alyssa Drake next. She's sitting in second in the girls' overall right now. So a strong contender. And, of course, we can talk more about this unfolding saga of the team's event. But first up, we have Emma Davis looking to see if she can post a good second pass for her confidence and to do it in front of the crowd here on the big stage.
Okay, right you are. Here we go. This is going to be a wake 5 back. A little flat there with the 5 back, I do have to say. Not much in the way of height there. But, I mean, I'm only going with what I would consider to be a strict interpretation so far as the trick as it's supposed to be performed, and looked like with some surface tricks at the end. I don't know.
Good effort. You know, she's heartbroken out there.
Yeah, she is.
You can see she's choking back the tears out there. I mean, it hurts to watch as a trick skier. And she goes out there after a 0 on pass number 1 and does a solid hand pass. You know, like I said, toe tricking is really Emma's strength, so that was why it was sort of extra tragic going down there on that toe 720. She was throwing the big run. She knew she needed something up around PB territory here in this final. And good on her for getting back out there and giving us a display on pass number 2.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Always... Well, I'll tell you what, I've experienced that a few times myself, falling on my toe 5 back, you know, and then having to come through and realizing that no matter how hard you try, you're not going to come up with a score anywhere close to what you'd expect or would feel satisfied with your performance, you know. So
it's just so
real
cutthroat.
hard.
You know, tricks is the most cutthroat of the 3 events. So you see the leaderboard there on screen. Ariana Sacco, a small improvement from pass or round 1. She gets herself up over that 5,000 point barrier, which I'm sure she'll be happy with, and good skiing from her.
All right, so what does that do to someone like Italy? Well, between Italy and the next best country, France, which is slightly above them, it does actually close the gap, but not by enough, because France holds currently a 63.59.24 overall points, and Italy 62.83.87. So it helps Italy up by a little bit, but not by much, I'm afraid.
So we're Italy and France, just for context, Tony. Where are they sitting in the standings?
For context, France is in 5th, Italy in 6th.
So Chile right now, we think, in the lead. USA in the team 2nd. And is it Canada bringing up the rear in the bronze medal position?
Yes, and then Colombia in 4th.
Which is very impressive. Colombia are pretty weak in the jump event. I think they only have 1 or 2 jump scores, so it's speaks to the wealth of riches they have in slalom and trick. They're sitting in 4th place. This now... big moment for Team USA. Ali Drake in the trick final. She's probably not a medal contention, but she is sitting in 2nd in the overall. And if she can get some more points, she might cement that position for herself. Moving through the step over tricks, looking good so far as Ali Drake. And over 5,000 points to qualify, and I think she's looking to back that up again today.
And looking very good at the end, good stand-up effort. And right at the beginning, coming in on a trick that we don't get to see an awful lot of these days, the wake line 5 front, which she performed perfectly, and performing step tricks. This, in my opinion, is kind of like a dying aspect to trick in the steps, because it's being replaced by the ski lines and more high elevation, high degree wake tricks.
You know, I would have said that, but after watching the elimination rounds, I think step over tricks are alive and well. We saw pretty much every major step over in the books. We even had some wake line back-to-backs of some of our competitors. The classic line back, surface front combination, the wake lino wrap-in effectively. We saw quite a few of those. So a lot of the skiers, particularly the girls, whipping out a wide array of step-over tricks, which is great to see. Variety is fantastic. I think trick skiing sometimes suffers from having repetitive sequences.
Yeah.
And so anytime there's variety out there or new innovative sequences, I love it.
And just look at that on the dock there, they joke, they jest, it's very, very light-hearted, I don't know if this is typical of skiers from Latin or South America or that kind of stuff. I know they wear their heart very much on their sleeve, and
I think it's special. I wouldn't attribute it to necessarily being from Latin America. We had Martin Labra in here before, and that man's all business. He has a stare that could just about stop a speeding car, that kid.
But I mean, whatever works, I normally stood in the dock. I would have the stare that would stop a train, It was just horrendous.
Or at least derail it.
Yeah, indeed. All right then, so let's have a look at Alyssa Drake. This is a toe 7 wrap.
That's right, a strong toe tricker, Ellie Drake. That's where she got a lot of her points in qualifying. She tricked just over 5,000 points to punch her ticket through to the final and looking to back that up today. Any improvement she can get is big news for her, both in terms of the team's competition and the overall, but it will not be her day, and the trick event goes down about halfway through that toe run. So 5.060 will be her highest score of the tournament.
But look at her stance with the toe tricks. She presses her chest a little bit over the tip of the ski to try and stop slippage out towards the back, especially on tricks like this, which will be the toe back-to-back and the toe back-to-back reverse. And this trick is very, very susceptible to falling out the back. The toe 5 front. And then the second worst trick to have that happen to you is the toe O into wrap. And then she comes in for the toe Waco, and then she just, I don't know, she didn't feel confident about that one coming into the landing.
It just seemed to lose her balance a little bit. She was a little off axis, and you could see when she came down, she had kind of lost awareness of her surroundings or where she was going to land. It was good up until that point. It was the surface trick looked fantastic. She's got a great toe wrap in, but unfortunately, 5.060 will remain her highest trick score. Still sitting in second place in the girls overall. I think Augustina Varas, who's not in this trick final, so isn't able to improve in the trick event, is nipping at her heels in third, though. So she may have just left the door slightly ajar in that overall competition. And, of course, probably crucially failed to improve the USA's team score.
¡Vamos, Lula! Luigi, sacale el brillo al trick ski. Amar el trick, ¿cómo es? Dale, bloquealo, Lu, ahí estás. Exacto, Lu. Lu, bloquealo, que ahí estás. Ahí estás, ahí estás. Ready.
Well, from the ear-to-ear grin and the lackadaisical manner of the way she stands on the start dock, I'm pretty sure we have Luisa Jaramillo, of course, your leader in the girls' slalom event. She'll be up early tomorrow. Picked up 2 at 10.75 yesterday to punch her ticket through to that final, and looking to see if she can pick up, outside chance at a bronze here in the trick event if everything goes her way.
Just look at these tricks. I love seeing tricks in silhouette, don't you?
It's right. You really focus on the form, don't you?
Most certainly. And just look at the toe wake back-to-back and the reverse. Taking a little bit of time to stabilize herself. And like I said with our previous skier, one of the risks whenever you do something like a toe 5 front or a toe O into the wrap is you are very, very susceptible to falling out the back unless your balance is absolutely perfect on the trick ski.
You can say it again, Tony. I think I may have the distinction of falling on that trick more than any person ever in the history of trick skiing. It's all I've been working on for about 15 years now. But Luisa Jaramillo, you don't want to hear my stories. It was started off well. Unfortunately, she's fallen. This pretty much means it's going to be tough for her to improve on her score. from the first round, and she's, I'd say, with a fair amount of confidence out of the medal contention. So this next pass would be great to see her stand up, but with that fall, I think she's pretty much ruled herself out of medal contention in this girls' trick final.
Yeah, pretty much, I would say. But, I mean, she's still got a smile on her face. I mean, come on. I mean, she just popped her head out the water, gave a big old smile, wave to the crowd, that type of deal. So 3:850 for Alyssa Drake. Check out the revision to Emma Davis's score. That was 2,300 revised to, but...
Yeah, she's not going to want to look at that score. I'd say when they push those trick sheets out at the end of this event, I don't think the Davis family will be the first down there to pull those pink sheets out.
So let me play doctor a little bit here. I mean, what's going on with your Toho wrapping?
I fall backwards every time. It's very tough trick. I mean, and you see it from a lot of skiers, like you're saying, Tony. You have to be able to get the rope moving in and keep your body sort of perfectly on axis the whole way while you turn. Now, when you pull in trick skiing, it's very common for your upper body to go back as you let a leg out. And then when you bring the leg in, you have to make sure you're able to keep your body towards the boat. And we saw a lot of this actually in the boys' trick elimination round. We saw a lot of the guys trick into the head breeze. This trick gets even tougher when you have any sort of head breeze because you've got to get that line in with the wind fighting against you.
Now, normally what I do when I'm coaching for a trick like that is it definitely weighs a little bit towards your conditioning so far as how strong your toe leg is. Because the stronger your toe leg is, it gives you a little bit more control over the line. Therefore, if you decide that you want to trick and not pull so much and hold that toe foot next to the standing leg, you don't have to pull nearly as much or to shift your weight as nearly as dramatically, and that improves the consistency with that trick.
Maybe. I watch a lot of 8-year-olds do that trick. I wonder how much strength matters. I think it might be more of a balance trick. Luisa Jaramillo coming in for a hand pass, looking to see if she can sort of do something for her own confidence, do something for the crowd out here, and looking great so far. Just goes down back before the flip. So on the whole, a forgettable trick set for Luisa Jaramillo, but she'll pop up with a smile on her face, and you'll love to see it.
All right, so looking at this once again, going from trick to trick, just looking okay. And she'll be going out to Arizona not too long after she gets done here.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be a bit of a powerhouse this year in collegiate water skiing. And it's a great way for these young skiers to push on with their skiing career while they study. And you'll see the Under-17 Worlds, there's a few college coaches, scouts almost circling, trying to sign people up right now. Some of the younger skiers, they haven't quite committed to a school. I see ULM, I think ULL, Alabama, they've all got people on site going around trying to sign people up for recruitment events.
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. And Florida Southern College, and, the current national champions are the University of Louisiana and Lafayette.
I can't see them losing that title. They are so stacked this year.
Go Cajuns.
Yeah, well, I'm actually a coach of a college team, so I'm going to go around and sign some people up for San Diego State. We can't offer much, though.
Except a nice, a beautiful campus, bright sunshine, and an access to a good couple of decent ski lakes, I believe.
Yeah, we ski out in the ocean, but we have a great, we're supported well by Nautique. And so we have the new 200. They're producing the 200 still. It's more of a saltwater edition, which is good for where we ski. And they have such a great range of boats, Ski Nautique. Of course, one of our major sponsors of this event. And it's great to see them still producing that 200.
Yes, indeed. And looking at Maria Tuchera from Ukraine, part of that whole group of skiers that come to us from Dnipro in the southern part of that nation, skiing out over at the Sentosa facility, which has hosted quite a fair share of tournaments. Oh, look at that. Oh, beautifully executed wake line back-to-back reverse. I just love the heck out of that trick.
Oh, it's brilliant. You don't see it enough anymore. It's worth a lot of points, too, and she does it so well. She opens up here with the wake line O and just moves through this sort of basic wake line sequence. But great tricking for the young Indian. It's good to see that the step-over tricks are alive and well in at least that part of the world.
Oh, most certainly. One trick to the next. Oh, good rotation there with the 5 front. And you know what? You know what is emphasized a lot in like Belarus or Ukraine and even the Russian Federation? It's tricking on an axis. You know, if you were to hold like a pen straight up and down, and you were to compare their tricking, there wouldn't be too much of a difference. You know, it's straight up and down, and it's the most efficient way of spinning and getting through those tricks, especially on stuff like a wake line back-to-back reverse, because that is very dependent on being straight up and down and being able to turn efficiently, because you're only doing that on one leg.
Yeah, a score coming through, again, not one she'll be too worried about, of just over 3,000 points for Luisa Jaramillo. But you're absolutely right. I think they learn a lot of foundations from cable skiing. Of course, they have a cable site at Sentosa where these Ukrainian juniors train. And, of course, during the off-season, they have been known to set up winches and Olympic swimming pools and get a bit of trick training that way.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, at Belarus and in Russia, you know, they have to do some winter training somewhere at some stage during the winter, you know. I mean, you know, no rest for the wicked, as they say.
But it is a beautiful site. I had the pleasure to go there a few years back for a big tournament, and it's a great setup they have there at Sentosa in the Ukraine. They have such a great stable of juniors coming through. I got to see some of the really young skiers, sort of a bunch of kids about 8 or 9 years old, ripping it up on the cable park, and I'm sure they'll be showing up as big names at these tournaments in years to come.
And you know, the one of the very first Ukrainian skiers to come through at world level was a guy named Daniel Filchenko, who made his mark at the 2011 Junior World Championships over in San Gervasio.
Yeah, he turned out all right, that kid.
I think so. All right, then. Here we go. Toe 7 front for Maria Tsuura. Looking good. A little bit ragged with some of these tricks, mind you, but toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Attacks the toe wake O. Let's see what she's got. Toe wake line O. Leaving the foot behind her a little bit, but she stands up all the way through. I like what she's doing out there.
Yeah, good tricking from young Maria. Probably could have thrown a little more there at the end, and like you said, lost her balance here early on, but through that middle section regained it well and ended up getting, I'd say, most of those tricks in time. Kind of see there that toe reverse wake back-to-back threw her off balance, and she's sort of waving side to side here through those toe back-to-backs, but as soon as she moves into the toe 540, she's just straight back on that axis, like the holding the pin up and down you spoke about, Tony.
Yeah. And just coming in for the toe wake line-o, just look where her foot position is. There we go, making contact with the wake, but with the water, but only after the trick has been spun over the line. You can make contact with the water with your toe foot, but only at the very end of the trick. You can't dip your foot in the middle of a toe wake line-o, hitting the water and expect the rotation to gain 4 points credit.
That's right, and of course the judges will be watching this and making sure all the tricks are done, you know, to full credit, and it's important because it's a disservice to the kids who go out there and do them full credit if we are to pay tricks that are done wrong, even if slightly wrong. And that's why we have, you know, sometimes almost a higher standard of judging at these big tournaments.
And what do you reckon to her toe foot setup? I mean, I see a lot of skiers go with the hard shell boot with the little metal hook on it, and you just hit it, just link it up with a carabiner.
Yeah. I think it was really popular about 10 years ago, and then it's sort of faded away. But this tournament, I've seen quite a few of the Europeans still using it. Of course, Reflex produces that toe harness. I think one of our sponsors at this event is Reflex. And, it's an interesting concept. Obviously, it would change the pull a little bit. It would have a sort of like a reflex binding or a hard shell binding.
Yeah.
It would give you just that little more control, which some skiers really like, although it is amazing to me how many skiers are still tricking in Wiley's bindings, because I would have to imagine that you know, when a Pato Font or an Adam Picos or someone like that goes out for a trick set, I mean, they've got to be taking 45-minute to an hour-long trick sets. Now, when I put on a Wiley's binding, which I'm sure is not as tight as theirs, I can't last longer than 10 minutes.
You know, and I mean, at least a couple of companies out there producing hard shell bindings. I mean, one in particular, the Edge binding, which you see a lot here on our webcast, they actually produce 2 bindings, one with a release and one that doesn't release.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of skiers, a lot of the reason for the 2 trick ski setup is so they can have a hand ski where you're locked in and you do not release, and then a toe ski where you have the ability to release.
Indeed. All right, then. So let's have a look and see who is on the water. Hanno Stopnicki from Canada. Toe 7 front, it's going to be for out of this wrap.
Yeah, one of our first skiers who I think is really a good shout at a medal if she gets everything together. She tricked 6,000 to qualify, and she's looking to back that up with a bigger score today. It's a good toe run to start. She's moving through these tricks fast. Looks very balanced, this young Hannah out of Canada. Going over the line now, she falls. I think that was just supposed to be a toe line back, and she's over-rotated, or is that a toe line O where she's come terribly unstuck?
I think she went for the toe line O. Honestly, with that kind of effort, she was looking to spin that a little bit quicker. But we'll have a look at this and see and give us a little bit more of a forensic examination. But the toe 7 front looked pretty sweet.
It's a shame. It was such a good toe run up to that point. She was quick. You know, there was no hesitation between tricks. She never lost her balance at all. I mean, look at her. She's just so controlled on the ski through these toe tricks.
Absolutely, no 2 ways about that. There we go with the toe 5 front, the toe O out. And boom, straight into the toe O wrapping. Your favorite trick there, Curtis? I jest. Okay, there we go, toe wake line back.
Yeah, that was a toe line back just, and she got so much height on it, she actually spun past the back position, landed sort of away from the boat, almost in a side slide.
Yeah, okay, the toe wake line back. And let's look at some of the tricks here so far as point values. You actually mentioned that a wake line back reverse is actually worth more points than the standard wake line back to back. I'm going to take a look at that, because it's been a while since I tricked. So wake line back to back step over.
You know, I think one of the stranger concepts in trick point values, which I think to those who haven't done the tricks doesn't make any sense, but those who have does, is that toe line tricks are often worth less than the corresponding ski line trick. So, for example, a toe line back, like we just saw Hannah fall on, is worth less than a ski line back, which seems strange. I mean, typically toe tricks are worth more than hand tricks. Like a toe back is worth much more than a regular back, or so on. But actually, once you try those tricks, because when you do a toe line trick, it's really just a matter of pulling the legs in and getting your feet together. They are actually significantly easier than the ski lines often, where you have to sort of hunch over and get in these pretty compromised and awkward positions.
Certainly. I certainly agree with you there 100% in that regard. So we got a new point score. 6,290 is actually an improvement, though, for Maria Teixeira. She tricked, 56.50 in the previous round, so she's made some inroads and looking pretty good for her right now, I would say.
That's right. I mean, Hannah Stopnicki has got another pass. She didn't do super well on toes, falling on that toe line back. So it's going to be difficult for her to post a big score. I think Maria Teixeira will hold the lead going into the final 5 skiers.
Yeah.
Which means, although I think they probably will exceed her, she is an outside chance at a medal in this event.
All right, then. So, looks like she's going to wrap the line in and produce something. Our second skier to come into the course with a wake line 5 front.
That's
and
right.
Successfully with it as well.
And look at this. She wraps in here for the wake line. Oh, that's classic tricking here from the young Canadian.
I used to be able to do that. Look at her go. 5 front to the back. 5 front. 5 back. And she does the surface. Oh, nicely done. All right. Hannah Stopnicki from Canada. And I suspect that her total could be approaching 6,000 points, I would say.
Right, she tricked 6,000 in the prelim, and she did stand up both passes in as well. I do think she's going to be knocked down a bit. Those last few toe tricks are worth quite a few points. So I'm thinking something a little bit off the pace. I'd say Maria Ciceria will hold the lead as we go now into our final 5. Now, the next skier on the water, and you're going to get sick of hearing this, but she's from Chile. And how big could this moment possibly be? Dominga Gonzalez to take the water. She tricked well in the prelim, but there's a little bit left in the tank, and every point she can get in excess of a prelim score for Team Chile is worth its weight in gold at this point. You hear the cheer going up from the banks. The atmosphere is electric, and the Chileans, they can't sit still. I mean, they're jumping up and down right now.
You'll be interested to find out if the Chileans have taken back the honors in the team competition. It's a bit to and fro with when one skier proving their score, then the reciprocating opposing skier comes back with a higher total, and going on. It is rather back and forth, cat and mouse competition between the Chileans and the Americans right now. But just looking at this Canadian trick skiing, going through for each trick from one to the other, very, very efficiently, including that 5 front, and then turning back into a positional because the 5 front are disjointed tricks if you choose to do reverses. So the officials allow for a positional to make the reverse happen. Let's have a look and see what we've got on the water here and now. This is Dominga Gonzalez from Chile.
Well, the hopes and dreams of Chile and much of Latin America rest on this young girl's shoulders. She has an opportunity to put things potentially out of reach for the US of A and pull off a historic, I want to call it a victory. It's almost more of a heist. They slipped under the radar and could be taking home the biggest title of them all, the Junior Worlds. Dominga Gonzalez looking to do her part for her country.
Oh, look at this. High tempo. Oh, look at that. Straight in. Exceptional athleticism out there, and a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of an upstep there towards the end, looking in very, very good shape and looking extremely confident out there.
Gee, she looks good toe tricking, does Dominga Gonzalez. Look at the way she's able to stand there wrapped up for toe 7 with no hand on the line and just keep going. And then she never missed a beat on this toe run. Maybe at the end there were some wobbles, but it was probably just about our time anyway. And this is just what she needed and just what her country needed. Dominga Gonzalez, a stand-up toe pass. And the Chileans, Tony, they're all over this. You know, they've brought in Chile's #1 statistician to run the numbers. And they're so efficient that when Martin Labra was out there tricking, after that first toe pass, they had the statistician and Felipe Miranda on the phone with Rodrigo, who was in the boat, saying, look, Martin only needs to do his B run to win this event, but we need him to pull out the A run so they can win the team. So he actually went for a run worth in excess of 11,000 points, but lost the trick to tie the end, which pushed him back to his final score of 10,790.
Okay.
But this is it. Like, they've kind of snuck under the radar. They've spent the last few years training for this moment as Chile, and they're looking to win a world championship here.
The latest score has latest scores come through 5.330 for Hannah Stupnicki of Canada,
which is a great score considering how early she went down in toes. Just, I guess, one more piece. I keep harping on about how good this Chilean team is, but of their 6 skiers in the Chilean team, 4 of them are young enough that they will be skiing at the next Junior Worlds
in Chile. Wow.
I mean, we could be seeing a new era in water skiing dominance.
And a large amount of crowd support as well, no doubt.
Well, you imagine the headlines if they're the defending champions looking to go back-to-back in the teams. I mean, you'd have half of Santiago there on the banks.
I would imagine so, certainly. Just to emphasize that point score, 53.30, comparing to 60.6020, so a little bit of a...
Okay,
difference
more
there.
than just the teams here. Outside chance in the middle of the Svet. Domingo Gonzalez needs everything out this run. A little bit on the heels after that first trick, but kicks the back foot in and just keeps powering through this run. She's getting plenty of points here. Just some basic Wake 180, setting herself up for some higher scoring Wake 540 tricks. Into the flips now. She'll have time for just one, maybe two. Wow. Drops the handle, but I'm sure it doesn't matter in the end. A good pass. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, I believe that pass could well be around about this point score that she produced earlier. However, there's one thing to this pass that I'm kind of questioning. It's this trick, this soon after the wake line 5 front, and then putting the foot in the back binding and going into the hands.
Interesting dynamic. I mean, I think maybe the decision is that while you've got the foot out, you're going to lose some time kicking it in. You can almost do that line back, line front while you're waiting to recover or get the line tight. So maybe it's a little bit like we see that some flicks sometimes in toes, toe back, toe front in between tricks while you're waiting for that line to come tight. Look, I think she's done a very similar score to the prelim where she tricked 6.230. The current lead is 6.290. You know, if she gets everything here, there's a good chance that she could be taking the lead in this girls' trick event.
Yes, right, you are. And, yeah, I mean, what you said there with the line back and with the line front, just waiting for the line to go side, why not wait? Why not throw a couple of tricks in there?
I mean, she was a little off balance. You saw she land this wake line 5 front on her heels. The foot is all the way out, and she does quickly do that. And by the time she's done, look how better balanced she is on the ski.
Yeah, it almost looks like when she does that surface line back, it's almost a learner step. I mean, there's a way of actually learning the line back, which means you just hold your leg over the line and then rotate, which a lot of people who are learning that trick, that's the way they learn, and then they progress over to the knee over. But yeah, I mean, besides that, I mean, the flips look pretty good. She threw a surface 5 back. She just threw the handle away there. That was just a little unfortunate for our skier, Domingo Gonzalez. But now we come down to our final 4, and for all intents and purposes, it's now going to be a shootout for the top 3, because 3 out of these 4, if they trick to their potential, could be standing on the podium.
That's right, and we move now to the lovely young Ellie Grafwell, of course, out of Texas, skiing as an independent here at these Worlds. So
actually out of Arkansas.
Oh, well, we'll have to fact-check that.
Yeah,
one.
Out of Texas. Yeah, you are right. I'm confusing them with the Boscases, but there you go. Here we go. Allison Grafwell out of San Marcos in Texas. Wake line 5 front. The third time we've seen this in this particular event, and going through a step sequence, an abbreviated step sequence. Look at this. Beautifully executed. 5 back.
Yep. Good tricking here from young Ellie. She'll have 1 or 2 flips to finish here. And it's a good stand-up pass. Now, I watched Ellie trick in the prelim. She is a phenomenal toe tricker. That's where most of her points will come from. So if she can capitalize here on a solid foundation in the hands, she's a good chance at a medal in this final.
I just really like her tricking. I mean, the steps look pretty good. Her foot in the back binding, and then she went immediately into the wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. And there she goes with the 5 front, a quick spin to the back to join up with the 5 front reverse, and then the 5 back. It's not particularly laden with flips, mind you, and she did take some time out before she attempted the one and only flip that she had on this particular run. Little on the back foot, but managing a surface O and a side slide at the end, so a good amount of points. Now, with a trick run like that and what she's capable of doing with toe tricks, and the fact that she scored, what was it, 65-70, even if she got through the second pass, I mean, do you reckon that she has any chance of going beyond that score, or do you think she's honestly maxed out?
Oh, there's certainly room to improve from the prelim. I mean, we're not talking huge, margins. I think she could get a little above that 6.530, maybe into the high 6,000s, which, honestly, when you look at the skiers still to come, could be enough even to win this event. I mean, we've seen how cutthroat trick can be. I mean, someone can go down at any point. So if she throws out a big score, maybe something in the high 6s, put some pressure on the girls to come. She could walk away with a gold medal. Who knows? I mean, being this early in the event, all she can do is go out there and throw a big toe run and see if it's enough.
All right, then. So looking at our latest score, 61-20. No improvements upon our previous round score, which is good news for the United States, because while Alison Drake didn't improve upon her trick total, neither did the Chileans.
Right, and we'd have to crunch the numbers, but I suspect that Alyssa Drake's trick score probably isn't being utilized. I think with the improvement from Blaze Grubbs, he's probably now in their top 3 trick scores, along with Jake Abelson and Kennedy Hansen. Toe pass now for Ali Grathwohl, and I just want to sit back and watch this unfold.
Toe 7 front. Just trying to be careful here and just wanting to go from trick to trick, pass to pass. Skiing as an individual competitor, just look at her go, spinning in and out, growing in confidence now as she works towards the end. Toe wake lino, toe wake line back to the front, to the back, couple of sides, yeah! All right, coming to us out of San Marcos in Texas, that is Alison Grathwohl.
This is such a pretty toe run. You know, she has such a mastery of her balance over this trick ski. Never looked like missing a beat as she moved through. No, very difficult trick. She's toe 7, toe 5 back, straight into toe 8 back-to-backs. And look at the way she lands that trick. I mean, she's just motoring through this run. So focused, so clean, so calm. And a very high-scoring toe run.
We're absolutely right there, including the toe wake-o and just trying to stop and regain a balance before she goes in for the toe wake lino. Certainly a different class of trick, the toe wake lino, because instead of actually stepping over with the tip of the ski, you actually step over the line with the tail end of the ski on the tail end of the rotation.
Right, it's the same concept as a ski lino. You go over the rope at the end of the trick rather than start. Of course, you can do a ski lino the other way around. It's just much more difficult. You tend to land with a big hit, which in toes makes it almost impossible. I'm not sure if anyone's ever done a toe lino that way. I'm sure someone has, maybe the likes of a Nick LaForestier, but it doesn't make sense in a run at least. Or
Bruce Neville, back in the day. I don't know if he was capable of tricking with that kind of tricks, but you know the kind of sequencing that he used to do back in the day with his ski line backs and all that kind of stuff. So if he followed on with that concept into toes, I mean, who knows?
A strong, powerful skier. But Ali Grathwohl, she's doing this with finesse. It doesn't take a lot of power when you're that balanced on the ski. I mean, she's sitting with that trick ski flat in the water, which means there's very little drag.
All right, how many skiers do we have left? We've got 3. We've got 1 from Colombia, 1 from the United States, both of those team skiers. And also a team skier is our 3rd skier from last. This is Olivia Shute.
Time to start handing out the medals, Tony. Exciting stuff. You see that sun setting, beautiful pictures coming through your broadcast here. Olivia Shute, the young Canadian, will open up with rope on toe. Pretty tidy stuff to start. Quick through those toe wake back-to-backs. This is a good start this toe for Olivia Shute. She's setting herself well here for a big score. Could this be Canada gold? Can they repeat the heroics of Neely Ross of the last 2 World Championships and go 3 in a row? Team Canada, with a start like that, they're looking the goods. What a toe run from Olivia.
I loved it from start through to finish, including the very, very start. I mean, she went in with the toe 7 front, good rotation, and you know, there's certain schools of thought with that particular trick, how much you up weight on the ski, how much you use your toe leg to pull your way through. But she certainly gets her balance and coordination correct all the way through. And I mean, just look at her axis. She hardly wavers front to back throughout the entirety of the run. And that is a good portion of the reason why by the time she came over to the toe wake-o, she knew that her chances of making it through the run were better than average, including that toe wake lino and the toe wake line back. So great effort there from Olivia Shute.
Yeah, it's fast. It's not fast in the way that maybe Martin Labra was fast, where he was doing tricks and you blinked and you missed a whole toe 540. But it's fast in the way that there's just no hesitation between tricks. I mean, she finishes one trick, she's immediately into the next. And that is where you lose most of your time. So it was good skiing from Olivia Shute, and she looks to be a young girl. Excited to see her bursting onto the scene in years to come. I mean, we need some fresh blood to try and challenge the sort of domination that Neely and Anna and Erica have had over the past decade or so.
Yes, and I mean, it's interesting that you say that, you know, because, I mean, between Anna Gay and Erica Lang and Neely Ross and Janina Bonneman and those competitors, between them, you know, they've really represented somewhat of a renaissance of women's tricks, you know, with their runs and their finesse, you know, and the way they present themselves and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I mean, it would almost be like if you had a whole group of WTP among the top tennis pros, you know.
Right. So we got a big score through here. We have an American in the lead, of course. 3 scores yet to come, but Ali Grathwohl, 6,500. So that is the score that Olivia Shute has to exceed if she wants to get on the podium, pick up a medal here in the girls' trick final. She started well. It was a great toe run. Can she back it up with a big hand run?
Let's see what she has. Opening trick there, wake line 5 front. Then she came away with a couple of line tricks while the rope was waiting to get tight on her. There we go. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Edges out. 1 flip coming up. Oh, a little bit low level on this one. Here's the second one. Boom, hits that one. Yeah!
It's a big run. It'll be close. I suspect that last reverse flip may have just been out of time, which would cost the deal. That's 500 points. But she may have done just enough to get ahead of Ali Grathwohl and onto that podium. Great tricking from the young Canadian. Just back, Tony, to the renaissance, you called it. You keep pulling out big words. I got to keep a thesaurus with me here at the booth in girls trick skiing. But it's been going on for some time now. I certainly wouldn't want to forget the contributions, the likes of Natalia Bernardicava and Clementine Lucene and even Irish Cambrai made to the sport of trick skiing. I mean, it was something phenomenal. I think Torn Larsen's world trick record was the longest held world record of all time. It was stood for something like 25 years.
Yeah.
Until I think Mandy Nightingale might have been the first to break it. But basically over the period of about 5 years, it went from about 8,500 to 10,000 points.
Yeah. And I mean, it stands at over 11,000.
11,000 now, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the men's world record by comparison is a little over 12,000. So the gap is closing, I would say.
It certainly has. I mean, you know, you look at the runs that are being pulled out by some of these girls, and they're just as good, or if not better than a lot of the boys, particularly in some of the toe runs we see. And, you know, I think Erica Lang is probably the best at doing front flips in the world in terms of how quickly she can do them and transition the next trick.
And of course, I mean, Erica Lang, as most of us know, was an Olympic-level gymnast, you know.
Right, and I think a lot of these girls have that same background.
All right, so we just saw Olivia Shute.
Well, unfortunate news for Ali Grathwohl in the USA. It seems we've had a revision of the score. It's been knocked down a little bit, 6,320. So still the leader with Olivia Schute's score to come. But it's looking a little better here for a gold medal for Canada as we get into our penultimate competitor, the young Colombian who just blew me away in the prelim. She was so good, particularly her hand pass, looking to see if she can challenge Kennedy Hansen for the gold in this women's trick event and starting up nicely on the toes. Big few tricks to finish. She's go over the rope 1 or 2 more times. And what more can she ask for? A stand-up toe pass from the Colombian. She's a great flipper and looking to put the heebie-jeebies up Kennedy Hansen, who we just saw there waiting on the dock.
Yes, Daniela Vesuivel from Colombia, our skier on the water at the moment. And Looking very good there. Very, very cautious there with the toe weight back-to-back reverse. Wanted to make sure that not only she landed it, but she landed it in a way that enabled her to continue on with the run efficiently. You know, as you mentioned just a few moments ago, quickness isn't just how quick you actually spin the trick. It's how much time you spend between each trick. That's what made the likes of Corey Pecos and the late, great Tori Bargiano, and especially the likes of Patrice Martin so good at their craft years and years ago, that kind of mantra, that kind of theory still holds true today.
Well, that and they were freaks of nature, really. I mean, you go back and watch some of that footage of Corey Pecos from the 80s, and, you know, I'm a trick judge, but I can't call half the tricks he's doing.
You know, and there's still very few skiers out there among our men's and even the women's that still cannot perform a 720-degree front-to-front spin like Corey Pecos.
It's a great trick. It's worth, I think, about 800 points. It's right up there with some of the highest scoring flips, and there's good reason for it. It's a very difficult trick. Well, this is going to come right down to the wire. Kennedy Hansen on paper is the out-and-out favourite. She has a personal best, probably a good 1,000 points clear of the rest of the field, but I think can happen in the trick event. You can't take you know, scores on paper for granted at all. Well, big score coming through for the Canadian Olivia Shute, 6,980 points. That means she is guaranteed of a bronze medal of at least. And interestingly, Tony, that's the same score that Daniela on the water got in the elimination round.
Wow. There you go. It's freaky how that happens sometimes. All right, here we go. Olivia Shute. Actually, Daniela Verschuevel. I mean, almost getting confused between the two competitors, but no confusion about this opening trick, which was the ski line back. Good elevation there for one backflip. Here's the second one. And there we go. That's the flip, and it's reverse flip twist back. Looks like it's going to be a flip twist back to front. She has two more flips to do if she feels frisky enough. There's the mode back-to-back. Here's the mode back-to-back reverse. There we go. Just about lands that. Yeah! Oh, man alive.
Yeah, it's a big run. It's just what she needed. The 6 flips, finishing with those 2 mobs. Didn't get a lot else in time, of course. She just had the one ski line back to start before she got into those flips. But she's sort of thrown down the gauntlet. She's done everything she can do. It's going to be similar to the first round, right up around Olivia Schute's score of 6,980, perhaps just a shade over 7,000. But the pressure now builds on Kennedy Hansen. If it wasn't worse, you know, hard enough to win a girls' trick final, I'm sure in the back of her mind, she's heard the talk that Team Chile is in the lead, and her country needs her not just to win, but they need Kennedy Hansen to win big.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, Kennedy Hansen is the defending world overall champion from, what is it now, 3 years ago now?
Yeah, and she's going to go back-to-back there. I think at this point it's almost mathematically impossible for either Ellie Drake or Augustina Vara sitting in second and third to catch her. Such is her lead from the preliminary rounds.
Mm-hmm. But the Team USA need more from her.
They do. You know, and how much pressure do you put on this girl? I mean, have they even really talked to her about it? Does she even know about it? I know Chile, they're all over it. It's a big moment for their country. You know, they're all in each other's ears about it. But Kennedy Hansen, I mean, if she can pull out an 8,000-point run, it'll be USA all day. But does she risk that and risk, you know, potentially falling early and blowing a pretty good shot at a gold medal on the tricks? I mean, it's so hard. It's, you know, who comes first? It's an us... not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country type situation, I think.
You're quoting JFK now.
Wow, we've got to get the Americans fired up. I mean, you hear the Chileans on the bank. They've got all the excitement, all the flair. They've got the passion. And, you know, if America wants to come back here, I want to see a little more passion from the U.S. supporters on the bank. I mean, they outnumber the rest of us about 10-1.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you what. They can get vocal when they need to be. Trust me on that one. But they're just trying to remain just silent here. Come on. Coming in. Looking to try and win this out. and try and put some more points on the board for Team USA. Toe 7 front, the first trick. Here she comes. Boom. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. And it's reverse. Toe back to backs. Toe 5 front. Toe. Look at this. Efficiency in motion out there with the toe wake O. Toe wake lino. Doesn't look to be putting too much of a foot wrong here as she goes for the toe wake back
what
to
a run,
back.
Tony.
Oh, beautiful
what a toe run.
Yeah.
She has milked every last drop out of that. It was so fast. She didn't miss a beat. And Kennedy Hansen, well, we've put pressure on her. You know, she's out here trying to win a trick title. She's trying to regain some crown for her country. And she has sure done that on pass number 1. This is sensational toe tricking from the young American. Of course, she'll feel right at home. She does most of her skiing right here at Shortline Lake. She's got Corey Picos, her coach, in the boat with nerves of steel on the release. He didn't need to do that today, though, because, boy, did she look good on that trick ski.
Yeah, including this trick there. High elevation there with the toe wake lino and then the toe wake line back. And then the flurry at the end. Ended with a toe wake line back to back, then a back to the front. Yeah, there you go. And what I've noticed a little bit more these days is that our competitors, I mean, like years and years ago, you wouldn't even think about wearing gloves for tricking. Now, most of them do.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for a lot of the hand tricks, it's important. It gives you a little more grip on the handle. It allows you to sort of, especially when you're skiing in this sort of warm water, a lot of skiers train in warmer climates now. It helps a little bit with protecting the hands. It's also important sometimes for toes. I mean, when you have to go to grab the rope, you can get a little bit of rope burn sometimes if you miss the braid or skim it a bit.
Yeah, for the toe wake lino.
Right.
All right, then. This is the final pass of competitive action we are going to see today. We will have the finals of slalom and jump tomorrow, but the second of our 2 finals scheduled for today will be resolved with this second and final run from Kennedy Hansen of the United States.
That's right. Big moment in this tournament. Big moment for a country, for US of A. We'll all be waiting on in nervous anticipation. And if it wasn't more dramatic, there is chance there could be a trick off yet. If Kennedy Hansen does not exceed the current lead of 6.980, we have a tie between Daniela Verswivel and Olivia Shute at 6.980. So, last act of Tuesday here of these World Championships for the World Championship. It's Kennedy Hansen for the gold. Can she do it? She needs to get most of the way through this hand pass. She has the best toe pass so far of the girls. If she gets through this pass, she'll win the gold. She's the best tricker in this field. She's looking good so far, Tony.
Oh, look at that. Mo back to back, and here's its reverse. Oh, she's got this.
Yep.
There you go.
Well, I'll
What do you
call it
say?
now. Gold medal, Kennedy Hansen. We had a tie for second, which means we'll go back to preliminary scores, so it will be a silver, we think, to Daniela Verswivel of Colombia, and the bronze to Canada's Olivia Shute.
And what a great performance from Olivia Shute. I mean, she recovered another 100 points to actually put her in the frame, to actually put her on the podium. So, I mean, well done to her.
Yeah, look, I think Kennedy's done enough to win. She thinks she's done enough. What I really want to see is, has she exceeded 7.270, and has she gotten the lead back for Team USA?
Or, as well, by extension, putting the overall competition beyond the reach of any challenger.
That's right. I mean, she's in the box seat in the girls overall. Just look at how good she is at these flips as we watch the replay here on the broadcast. I mean, it's like she's walking the dog out there. She's just so calm, moves through these tricks so efficiently. And a great stand-up hand pass from Kennedy Hansen to wrap things up.
All right, then. So Kennedy Hansen right there. We see her in the inset, her father there by the starting dock, giving her daughter a great the biggest hug that no doubt he will ever give her, short of her being born, of course.
Well, I think she's just won back-to-back overall golds at the Junior World Champs and capped it off with the trick gold as well as Kennedy Hansen. Of course, there's slalom and jump to come tomorrow, but her lead is so immense in the overall, you can't really fathom either Ali Drake or Augustina Varas or any other of the girls catching her. The big question is what has she done for her country out there on the water? I think she may have put USA back in front.
Absolutely, and just look at her dynamicism there on the trick ski, especially with those flip twists back and the mo back-to-back, which represent the final two tricks on that run, and just absolutely filled with emotion on the right back. We're just waiting on the score now. She's around dockside. She's keeping an ear close to the radio or a phone closer to the live scoring as much as we are as well. But what did you reckon to that trick final there, Curtis?
It was sensational. Both of them were. We had all the drama. We had the twists and turns. We had skiers go down early. We had stand-up passes with great emotion and fist throws. We had a tie. Second, it looks like. We've had it all. Wow. Wow. The score that's just come through for Kennedy Hansen, 8,890 points, which not only means that she is your world trick champion, she's most likely your world overall champion. And USA is now well and truly back in the box seat in this team's competition, and boy does the pressure build on those Chileans tomorrow.
Yes, such a dramatic swing in just 40 seconds worth of action on top of the water. Absolutely.
I mean, she's improved her score by about 1,600 points.
Yeah. I don't know, what is her personal best? It's going to be well into that, I would say.
It would be right up around there. I don't know that she's ever tricked over 9,000 points, but it's right up in that period.
All right, we're going to take the leaderboard to check in with all of the scores from all of the skiers that you've seen in the final. Including Kennedy Hansen, who is your presumptive world tricks champion with 88.90. Then Olivia Shute with 69.80. Daniela Vesquivel from Colombia also with 69.80. Now, the difference between those two competitors is that one of them actually has a higher backup score, which is Daniela Vesquivel, and she would actually take second place in front of Olivia Shute.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this for a second, Tony. Over 2 rounds, they were separated by 100 points because they tied in the final. In the preliminary round, Daniela beat Olivia by just 100 points. So Daniela will get the silver, and Olivia Shute from Canada will pick up the bronze.
All right, so those are your top 3. We're re-racking the...
Well, it's been a pleasure to bring you these trick finals, Tony, and the action doesn't stop because tomorrow morning we're going to be back bright and early.
Absolutely.
For some slalom finals.
Yeah, I love slalom. Yes, I love the slalom finals over us at Hilltop not too long ago, and we had a big old slalom festival, and I expect nothing less from our junior girls or our junior boys starting tomorrow morning.
That's right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. As usual, the team at TWC doing a great job bringing this all to you, and can't wait to be back here bright and early tomorrow morning.
All right, then. So, on the behalf of all at TWBC, our organization here at the Pecos Waterski School, my good compadre here, Curtis, and all of the other announcers that have come in to help out, Cole Colbrenner, and your brother, Glenn.
You'll love that.
Yep, there you go. With Glenn Williams, it's starting to get a little bit crazy now, and I think tiredness is starting to set in. But
I think it's time to sign off, Tony. You're getting delirious in the heat.
Yeah.
Rest up, get some AC in you, and we'll be back tomorrow morning.
Okie dokie. So on behalf of everyone here on TWBC, for the Williamses, for Carl Colbrenner, and everyone right here with the organization, it is ciao for now. See you tomorrow.